if John the Baptist was executed first, Pilate could not have overseen Jesus's trial.
Everybody's accusing me of saying a lot of shit I don't remember saying.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure the significance that brings to the fact that you don't like this writing by Josephus, Kurt, when you like other writings by Josephus,
do
Kurt.
you understand English? I've said even if we stipulate that is correct, it doesn't answer my concern.
Yo, blow up my image. Show what I'm showing. This is the writings of Josephus I have here on the screen, and Kurt does not like it.
But I've already
Kurt doesn't like it.
Dude,
Kurt doesn't like it.
Dense. Are you this obtuse?
You don't like it, Kurt.
It still doesn't meet my criteria.
Blow it up.
Do you not understand that?
All right, the freak. Is this the freak? Hang on, is that?
It's me.
What's that weird shit on there?
The freak. You hear this idiot?
No, I want to be clear to Zill. Zill, is Josephus a named person who says he met Jesus?
Kurt, wasn't
it's a yes or no question.
It's such a yes or no. Was Josephus a named person who said
aren't you moving the goalpost, Kurt?
No,
this is moving the goalpost for like an hour.
Yeah, I think you are.
From the beginning. This is exactly what I said from the beginning. No named person otherwise known to history ever put pen to paper saying they met Jesus. This is not confusing.
Kurt, this is evidence that Jesus existed outside of the text.
No, it is not the kind of evidence we have for other historical characters.
Oh, I'm so sorry you don't like it, Kurt. I'm so sorry you don't like it, Kurt. I'm sorry it hurts your feelings, and I'm sorry you don't like the truth. I'm sorry you don't like the truth,
Kurt. It doesn't meet the criteria I put forward. The fact
what's
that you
your
don't
criteria,
understand
Kurt?
words.
Which Josephus writings do you like, Kurt, and which ones don't you like, Kurt? Why don't you share which ones you like and which ones you don't like, Kurt?
Oh my God.
Since you want to pick and choose, buddy.
God damn it. What's the actual passage you have right
what you're trying to do here is you're trying to argue that this text that could not possibly meet the criteria I put forward is somehow germane to the criteria I put forward. It's literally like saying, well, what would happen if somebody wrote about Harry Potter in 2024 and they said they met him in 1995? Wouldn't that establish the case that Harry Potter was real? No, it doesn't establish the case.
Nah, you lost this one, buddy. Josephus mentioned Jesus and you don't like it, and you want to pick and choose which Josephus texts you think are real, and you lost this,
I don't pick and choose.
Sorry.
I let the actual scholarly literature.
No, you do pick and choose. I'm sorry you lost this, man. I'm sorry your feelings are hurt.
You're so ignorant about biblical scholarship. It's embarrassing. And you've already been so dog-walked on this.
All right, guys. All right, point of moderation. There's lots of super chats. Hang on. Karen Dave. So is Zillzone saying the text is not lying about the famous forgery part, but lying about the birthday part is a lie? Incredible. Thank you, Karen Dave. Greatly appreciated. Also, get up here. I need you to be a burgling gnome with me, bud. Get up here, Karen Dave. Come be a burgling gnome for a little bit. And nobody, too, since he's here. Let's be burgling gnomes. And then Primordial Puggles, thank you for the massive super chat. Greatly appreciated. Primordial Puggle says, Primordial Puggle, we'll go back to the other question. Driving home over the mountain, this is to compensate for my narcissistic, self-centered nature. I'm a cross between a social butterfly and a social misfit, so it's a little difficult. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. Not sure what you mean there, but greatly appreciate it. And then Nobody on Fire says, mute the hippie for meta crying. Who is the hippie? Is that
good question?
I think I got it. And then we'll ask Cody's question here in a minute when he gets unmuted. Actually, let's get this question done first. These questions done first, and then we'll do the mute. So Karen Dave was asking, so saying the text is not lying about the famous forgery part, but lying about the birthday part is a lie? Is that what you're saying?
It sounds like this person might be more familiar with Josephus' writings than I am.
Gotcha.
Is that what they are referring to about This is a famous
Everybody on this
forgery
panel
of
is more familiar
Josephus.
with Josephus than you are. Tacos, I'm sharing a
Oh, wow.
I'll put up in
Okay.
just a minute. And then Cody asked, did Josephus meet Jesus?
Right. Good point,
I don't
Cody.
think he did. I don't think he did, but this is proof that he was knowledgeable of Jesus. And
All right.
he was
Proves my point.
knowledgeable.
All right, and then we've got 2 mutes going out. So we've got a mute on the Christian from Nobody on Fire, and then a mute on Kurt from Rollin. Rollin says mute Kurt for not recognizing Jesus as Yeshua. So Kurt is muted, and Hippie is muted. Fuck, I can't even see his name.
Hey.
Okay, let's dang it. Zilzone. And then, so thank you, everybody. And then I'm going to put this one back on the screen for a minute because they did that. And then Kurt wanted his thing on screen. Oh, Marco's back in here. Sorry, lots of stuff going on right now, everybody. I apologize.
Kurt sent a message in the private chat because
Karen Dave has.
I want to try an experiment.
Oh, cool. He's got another image of Jeff Daniels on screen.
How does Hippie keep getting muted? He's barely said anything. People keep muting him. It seems like a waste of money. But Zil, I'm fascinated about your standard of evidence. Like your standard of evidence seems to be, if I agree with it, I have no standard of evidence whatsoever.
Oh, you got mine? Sick. Okay, so check this out. I want to read for you.
Oh, I guess an appropriate response to that would be drive safe, Puggles.
All right, can I read some of this real quick, Tacos?
And thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated.
Tacos. Tacos. I'm going to read some stuff really fast.
Like, there's too many people trying to talk right now. Did I not just talk?
No.
Oh, shit. I thought I had Primordial Puggles. Okay, Primordial Puggles, thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. Drive safe. And then everybody else, thank you all for the super chats. Yeah, you guys just slam that goal. Appreciate the support, everybody. You are all amazing. Go! Oh, I forgot to set the timer on Kurt and the other guy, and I don't know where they're at. So, Kurt can't talk. Everybody is sharing screen. Holy crap! This is too many screens, people.
Well,
right. I'd like to present something.
Well, can I just walk through this really fast? This should only take like a minute or two. Okay, so this is the surrounding text of the passage in question that Kurt doesn't like and that Zil loves to cite, right? And when we all talk about historical context in a document, I think when you actually just do the simple work of taking the Testimonium Flavianum out of that chapter, just look how it reads. Pilate undertook a current of water to Jerusalem and did it with sacred money, blah, 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 blah. So this is talking about what Pilate's doing. So he bid the Jews himself go away, but then boldly casting reproaches upon him, he gave the soldiers the signal that which had been beforehand agreed upon, who laid upon them much greater blows than Pilate had commanded, and equally punished those that were tumultuous. And then, nor did they spare them in the least. And since the people were unarmed, they were caught by men and prepared for what they were about. There were a great number of them slain by this means, and others of them ran away wounded, and thus put an end to this sedition. So a big shitstorm happened for the Jews. About the same time, another sad calamity put the Jews in disorder, and certain shameful practices had happened about the temple of Isis that was at Rome. Do you notice how that reads as a very cohesive and clean narrative? But watch when all I have to do is put the passage back, and this is a complete disjunct from what is otherwise a very clean history about the same time period. There's this non sequitur of Jesus that reads like Christian propaganda, and it's not even very good.
Okay, that should be 2 minutes. I unmuted Kurt and Zell. My timer is not working for some reason.
There you go. That's all I had.
I think that's been about 2 minutes. And then
thanks, Tacos.
Skeptics and Scoundrels says assign everybody a number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people, and then 10 with the back. So D10. Let's see. Roll a D10.
Just roll a D6.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Start. Boom. Go.
Feels good to be immune.
Go. 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 Why is it not rolling? What the hell? You got a 6. Okay. So
Taco, pray for the dice before
3,
you roll mine.
4, 5, 6.
Yo, I saw you on Jack
Talcott.
Talcott. What's up,
5
dude?
minutes.
Pray over the dice.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated.
Can you show my article now?
Yeah.
Okay. So mine says criticism of any passage begins with the assumption that the passage is authentic, and the burden of proof is on a critic who tries to show otherwise. That burden of proof has been satisfied. It's the nearly universal conclusion of modern scholars that the version of the testimonium which has come down to us is not the one Josephus wrote. We cannot hold that the manuscript evidence is sufficient to prove the authenticity of part of the passage while simultaneously admitting it to be sufficient to prove the authenticity of other parts of the passage. In logical terms, this is a simple case of a formula. If A implies B, not B implies not A. The inauthenticity of the manuscript shows that the manuscript is not true. What the fuck are you doing, Doc? I'm trying to make a fucking point.
Kurt, where can I read about this? Where is this quote from?
All right,
I will
Eugene
look
says,
into
meet
it.
the last person to say Sky Daddy, Sky Daddy.
Where is this
Duck
from?
has already been muted for saying
Olsen,
that. So,
who I already told you about.
Yes, congratulations.
I'll ask
Duck
in a
is
second.
muted for 2 minutes.
I'll ask. Okay, Kurt, who is this person I should look up?
I said Ken Olsen. The title of the paper is, I'll give it to you in a second, Eusebius and the Testimonium Flavianum.
Okay, I will look into this because I am a truther. And you could say,
So
okay, yeah, that's fine. So what you're trying to tell me is that the parts where Josephus mentions Jesus are all made up. That's what you're telling me, right? Right?
They are confessional interpolations, which was a common practice of Christians in texts in the 2nd and 3rd century, as well as the 4th century. Yes. Do you know that in the 4th century, they forged a correspondence between the Apostle Paul and the philosopher Seneca?
And that's while having a very high bar. A very low
on
bar.
Anyone who does such a thing. That's why it's not in the 66 books, right?
Okay. Do you understand that people were doing this sort of thing, and that Eusebius, the person who's accused in this text of doing it, says it is perfectly acceptable to lie to people and to fabricate falsehoods as long as it brings people to Christ? Eusebius was of such low moral character that he is the founder of modern Christianity and is not a saint in any tradition.
I don't back that.
Subversion.
And that's while having the standard that in order to prove that a verse is authentic, you have to disprove that the verse is authentic, rather than it being the other way around, in which authenticity needs to be proven for it to be authentic. So you're already starting with a low bar.
And Nidhi is dead right. Not only is there another Jesus in Josephus, there are at least 3. There's Jesus ben Gamaliel, there's Jesus ben Ananias, and there's Jesus ben Damnius.
Okay,
Jesus
are there
Ananias is basically Jesus light.
Are there other?
My presentation will debunk all of this.
Are there other recorded things where people inserted Josephus' words? Has Josephus been plagiarized elsewhere?
What do you mean plagiarized? Do you mean had his text interpolated?
Have people you're suggesting that Josephus just made up the Jesus parts because you want to be selective. I'm not saying
Josephus made it up. I seriously struggle, Zil, with your ability to comprehend what I say.
No, you said people inserted it.
I specifically said
people inserted it. I know.
Inserted it into the text.
I know you said that. And I'm asking, is there
So
any
when
other
you say, I
inserted
say
parts?
Josephus just made it
I'm
up,
asking.
I feel like
I'm
you don't
asking.
understand my language.
Listen to me. I'm asking, are there any other Josephus texts that are expected to have been inserted by others besides
No, there
just
aren't
these
any other in
selected?
Josephus, but
Jesus.
there are many examples of insertions in the texts of the New Testament, right? Are you familiar with the
No,
long
just the
ending of Mark?
Parisipe Adulterate. The
No,
Parisipe
the long ending of
Adulterate.
Mark, Zill.
The Parisipe Adulterate.
Are you familiar with the long ending of Mark?
That's called the Parisipe Adulterate.
No, it's not. The Pericope
Yes,
Adulteri
it
is the one
is.
that's like inserted in the 4th century into the Gospel of John. I'm talking about both the short and the long endings of the Gospel of Mark. What about 1 Thessalonians 2:14-16?
Well, my understanding is
wait a minute.
the
Wait a
Bible
minute. I was wrong. I had multiple timers. Eden's actually got like another minute. That was my bad.
My understanding is the Bible translators, it's on them to do their job to translate from the original text. And we do see in our Bibles
that one's done.
For the Parisipe Adulterate that this is not included in the earliest manuscripts. There's a reason that says that.
Yes, and that's also the case for most translations that now will mark off at 16:8 and say that's the end of the gospel and put the rest in italics.
Okay, right. Yes, there's a reason that's there.
And then again, there are versions of the Bible that omit 1 Thessalonians 2:14-16 and other versions that include it because it's a controversial question whether it's an interpolation or not.
Doesn't that show good faith by the translators?
No, it shows that people messed with texts in the ancient era all the time for confessional purposes. And again, this is the consensus of scholars. There's literally no disagreement
that's not proof
about
it's
that.
all corrupt, though. It's not proof that it's all
I didn't say it was all corrupt. Why are you strawmanning a position that nobody has put
assume that's your
forward?
position because you're not a believer. Do you believe in
You
the
could
text?
say that about all of history, though.
Books are written as stories told to prove a point with no concern for their historical accuracy.
No concern.
Sounds like a conspiracy
Where do you
theory.
get that concept from, Kurt? No
From the
concern
fact that
for the
John the
historical
Baptist dies in
accuracy.
36 CE and Jesus is executed under Pilate, who left at the beginning of 36 CE before Passover.
See, I contend you that. See, I have not heard that before. Pilate.
Yeah,
left?
and yet you think you're a Christian, and yet Christians have never noticed that point to you. Nobody's ever brought that up. Why?
Well, I'm wondering
why,
where
when there's
you
this
got that
absolute
from.
massive historical anachronism within the text of the Gospels, is it not principally highlighted to Christians?
And I
You just said that was a forgery document in history, so how can you accept any of that history?
I didn't say that all of Josephus is a forgery document. I said the Testimonium Flavianum is, and I fucking gave a citation with an author and a link to the article if you want it.
He just wants to pick out the Jesus part. He doesn't like that.
And I thought that Jesus died in 33 CE or whatever, right? So if John the Baptist died in 36,
before 36.
Just pick and choose your verses, Kurt. Just pick and choose the verses you like,
36.
Kurt. Pick and choose the verses you like,
English
Kurt.
and math here.
Pick and choose your verses you like, Kurt. Just pick
Holy
and choose
crap!
we know that John the Baptist was dead before Jesus was.
Just pick out the ones you don't like, Kurt.
Are you this profoundly ignorant? Like, it's embarrassing to me that you're
yourself?
a human being. I'm like embarrassed for you because you're in my species.
Do you see yourself? Pick
Do you
and
know
choose
when
the ones you
33
like and
CE
don't
was
like,
on the
Kurt.
timeline compared to 36 CE? Was it before
Just
or
pick and
after?
choose them, Kurt. Pick and choose them.
So
Actually, I can debunk all of this.
You're like such an ignorant person, and you sit here getting bodied over and over, and all you do is repeat inanities. It's almost embarrassing to me that you speak English.
Seems to be a lot of controversy over this supposedly inerrant book.
Because everybody
we're
understands
talking
if
about
John the
Josephus.
Baptist dies in 36 CE, the story of the Gospels as we have them cannot be historically accurate.
The Book of Mark. Everyone
John the
knows
Baptist dies before Jesus' crucifixion in all the Gospels.
So you're saying the Bible's historical now?
No, oh God.
It's another square circle.
I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing, but I'm just not in the mood right now.
So you're saying it's a simple factual issue.
I'm saying the author is basically telegraphing to his audience that he's not writing history. His audience, had they been capable of like understanding the textual traditions that existed at that time, would have seen the anachronism and said, "Oh, he's just making stories up with components that are in other books, and he's telling a story to prove a point." He couldn't have been writing actual history because he wouldn't have had John the Baptist die before Pilate left office.
That's so convenient for you, Kurt.
What do you mean it's convenient? It's the facts.
No, yeah. It's very convenient for you.
Yeah, the facts have a well-known anti-Christian bias. That's correct, Zil.
I disagree, sir.
I get it, but I hear no actual engagement with my position.
Well, I think we've established that you like to pick and choose which Josephus
No, we haven't
writings.
established that in the least, Zil.
Yeah, you like to pick and choose
You've
which
asserted it
Josephus
over and
writings
over
you
because you
want to
don't
pay
have a
attention to,
position.
and you have zero proof that Josephus didn't write that.
Wait a
I
second.
literally gave
Didn't you
you a
just
published
I'm
peer-reviewed
so
citation.
sorry.
Did you spend that much time doing that? Kurt
Yeah,
just
Zil,
literally
right.
spent 45 minutes talking about, and so it's at least an abductive, like it's something that's abductively reasonable, if not completely inductive.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
Did like both of you hit your heads and forget the last 5 minutes? Is there like
Plus, I can actually debunk that all of that with my presentation.
But that would, if you do that, the freak, you will completely like sell out your friend Zil over there, who just said that there was no evidence presented. So is there evidence that requires debunking, or do you agree with Zil?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Well, I mean, I don't know about evidence, but a claim, sure.
Sure. Well, that means that at least everyone here in this room agrees that Zil did not engage with Kurt's point.
Wow.
Or
Thanks,
Nitty's point. Nitty's point is just based on simple textual analysis.
Kurt,
Zil,
will you grant this?
why are
Will you
you
grant
here?
that was a good Gershon style response to what you said, though?
No,
I
it's
thought we got
horrible.
into it.
It embarrasses me that a human being who's gotten to adulthood could say it.
But you didn't have to babysit anyone.
That's
Does
true.
someone else have something to say?
I ain't being babysat. That's what I have to say.
That's what I said too.
You
So
kind of
I wouldn't leave you alone
Phil.
with somebody who had to explain anything.
I'm
to
in.
you.
Hey,
Can you
Kurt.
share my screen now,
What's
Taco?
the misunderstanding here, Kurt? What's the misunderstanding? Can you
You don't need
explain?
to
My
share it,
original
just read
point,
it.
I'll repeat it once more. My
No,
original
please just let the freak. Can we move past this and let the freak
Christian
present his
is
presentation?
that not one named
Christian,
person
Mike.
otherwise known to history ever wrote down that he met
It's
Jesus.
just text. He can just read it. He doesn't need to
Right.
share his screen to
No,
read
this
it.
is why
Well,
the
actually,
following
I can't just.
discussion
I mean,
matters.
I'd have to read the whole page.
Well, just read
Because
the
now
part
he
you wanna
wants to
read.
say the parts where Josephus mentioned Jesus don't count, and he wants to pick and choose. That's
There's only
the whole
one part where
discussion here.
Josephus mentions
Because he
Jesus. and I've
doesn't
given
like the parts where
loads of
Josephus
evidence
mentions Jesus.
why.
He wants to pick and choose the verses from Josephus. He doesn't like the ones that mention
What
Jesus.
game are
There's
you
not
playing?
That's the
verses.
problem.
There aren't
He
verses.
doesn't like
It's not
that.
the Bible.
He doesn't like that. He doesn't like it. That's your problem, Kurt.
Zil, you're just so profoundly and deliberately ignorant. It should embarrass you. I don't get
No,
why
I'm
you think
embarrassed
you're
by you,
actually
Kurt.
doing
You're like,
something valuable
no, those verses don't count. Those
You're-
verses don't count. Not
So
those
wait,
by
are you saying that
Josephus.
the long ending of Mark is accurate? Are you saying that the long
I'm
ending of
talking
Mark
about
is correct
Josephus.
and
To
that
your
the snake
point,
handlers have it right?
to your point, Kurt, I'm talking about how Josephus.
Are you
mentioned
saying
Jesus.
that the long ending of Mark is correct and the snake handlers have it right?
No, what I'm saying.
Okay,
Kurt,
so you agree that texts
No,
in
no,
the third
so I don't
and
agree.
second
No,
century
so I
were
don't agree with
tampered
you.
with for
No, I
confessional
don't
reasons.
agree.
You already admitted my point.
No, I didn't. Shut up. You're a dumbass, Kurt. Honestly.
Now
Honestly,
we have
you are
ad
an
homs
idiot.
And like
You
the
are an
argument
idiot,
from
Kurt.
nuh-uh,
the
No,
weakness.
I
you
swear
can
you
smell
are.
it.
You are a dumbass, Kurt.
like you're so pathetic, and the fact that you think that you have like knowledge from the God of the
Kurt,
universe,
you want to pick and
is
choose
proof that you
Josephus'
do
writings.
not have knowledge from the God of the universe.
Kurt, you don't like that I'm right on this. You said
so wrong.
nobody has ever talked about Jesus outside the Bible except Josephus has, but you don't.
I didn't say that. Oh my God! You cannot actually understand my words.
You're a coward, Kurt.
You can't understand my words. I get it.
You're a liar. Then explain.
Sure. Okay. Bullshit and fuck you.
Okay. What else?
I'd even grant you the James passage in the same book, but I won't grant that the third verse in 18 of Antiquities is authentic.
Yeah, it's just Kurt gets feelings because he wants to pick certain Josephus passages. He doesn't like the ones that mention Jesus, because the crux of his argument here, which I'm directly responding to, is nobody outside the Bible mentions Jesus or anything.
Not his
but
claim.
when Josephus did, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like that.
He didn't say that though.
And he didn't just pick.
All right, let me put it back up.
Mentioned Jesus.
Yeah, I'll put it back up.
No. Listen,
full screen my thing.
Everyone's seen that. Zil, everyone's seen it. Everyone's seen it. What do you think it does?
And
what do you think it? Oh, look what you did, Zil. You were such a bad faith interlocutor. You deserve
Kurt,
to be picked.
thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. He says pick Zil.
Well, I'll be back.
No.
I'll be back, and I'll talk to you guys later about it.
Don't fucking call me a liar, asshole.
Well, don't be a dickhead.
No, don't fucking call me a liar, asshole.
You are bad faith. You're
I
bad
didn't lie
faith.
one fucking time, and you lied.
You don't like what Josephus said.
You just got kicked, man. Appreciate you coming up. It's until the next stream, basically. So it's not permanent.
Station.
Zil calling Kurt.
Greatly appreciate you. No, you shouldn't. Oh yeah, you're still muted. I forgot to undo it. Sorry.
Amazing.
All right, thanks. I was yelling at him there for a second. Got confused.
I just love the irony of Zil calling Kurt.
Clattenbach says, "Damn, really pushed Curtis's buttons."
I mean, dude, like he was just lying. You can't. When someone won't engage honestly, you can't deal with it. It's not reasonable.
I want to know what he thought about this plain
Kurt
sense
added a
reading.
bounty. He put a $10 bounty on Zil. Thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it.
All right,
I think we see Kurt get excited and stuff. Like that's nothing new. But when he was called, that was the trigger or something.
Yeah,
so
that was a little much.
This is going to be a really ignorant question, but how do the bounties work? I understand how the kicks and the mutes work, but what's with the bounties?
They got to pay that to get back on, or somebody has to pay it. It's just like if somebody really hates somebody, they can lock them out until they pay, so that they behave better.
So Kurt just shat on the guy and then pissed on him. Amazing, love it, Kurt.
I mean, if you're right.
And arguing like what I'm saying, but when you're just constantly gainsaying and saying yeah and nuh-uh, and then you call me a fucking liar when I did not once misrepresent anything you said or say anything that wasn't true, I'm fucking pissed about that, and I will remain so.
It's also crazy because literally everyone in the room disagreed with him. Like even the people who disagree with Kurt disagreed with Zil. So like it's very confusing how like he was just extremely enthused about like repeating his claim, and we're like, dude, literally no one agrees with this. What are you doing?
Yeah, this gnome game is fucking weird.
It is pretty fucking weird.
It's phenomenal, right?
Weirdly therapeutic, though. I'm not going to lie. I've been watching it. I'm like,
I mean,
this is quite calming for some reason.
Has the freak presented his argument?
Yeah, DeFreak, I want to hear your argument.
yeah, if you could bring up the page for me. Basically, you said that there's no
Can you just give us a link to the page in the back chat so that we can go look at it ourselves?
Yeah, I'm happy to go look at it myself.
Well, so what exactly was it that you said to Zil that there's no
My position was that no
person
named
or
person,
someone that
otherwise
was
history, ever
say it
wrote
again, I'm
that
sorry.
he met and interacted with Jesus. No named person who is otherwise known to history ever wrote down that they met and like had an interaction with Jesus.
Okay, so if you go to that page, you'll see that at the very end of John 21:24, it says that I saw these things, I was there, this is the disciple that wrote these things, that these things are true.
Right, DeFreak, okay.
My claim is that there's an actual signature. My claim is that there's an actual signature, and that these verses are the signature, because it talks about the disciple that Jesus loved.
What is the name of that person?
The name is John, but he references
John the Baptist,
himself
John the son
as
of Zebedee, or John the Revelator?
I think they're both the same.
No, John the Baptist is not John the son of Zebedee, and he's not John the Revelator.
Well, not John the Baptist. I mean, you said the Revelator and Zebedee.
Jesus' cousin.
Right.
The dead guy, but sure.
So, but we see that the disciple that Jesus loved is the signature of John.
It's John the son of Zebedee. Now, where do you establish that John the son of Zebedee is otherwise known to history?
Because when he's talking about himself, he talks about himself as the disciple whom Jesus loved.
Where do you establish that John, the son of Zebedee, is otherwise known to history? Let me explain. Josephus is known to history. Do you know why? Because he met and interacted with Flavius, with Vespasian Flavianum, and with Titus Flavius, who were emperors of Rome, who are fully like known historical characters that had coins minted and everything. And he wrote books that describe his knowledge of their like military campaigns, and he describes things that can to some degree be verified. Much of what he wrote is not verifiable and is not accurate, but he is a known person who is otherwise known to history, right? So that's the thing I'm asking for. And Josephus doesn't qualify, even if you accept the testimonium, because he was born after the purported execution of Jesus. So he could not have met him.
I don't know if that's true. I think he was around, and he was part of the Sanhedrin or Pharisee at the time, and actually was peers with Paul.
I don't know the timeline at all, DeFreak. I'm sorry.
Anyway, basically what you have is a signature of John in John by John.
No, it doesn't matter. John, the son of Zebedee, is not otherwise known to history.
But the thing is, in the other Gospels, John is mentioned, so that's enough cross-reference to establish him as a person.
No, the other Gospels are all based on the Gospel of Mark, which is an obvious story told to prove a point.
I think that's false.
If somebody writes 50 Shades of Grey, if somebody writes 50 Shades of Grey and there's a character in it named Christian, and then other people write fan fiction about 50 Shades of Grey about the character named Christian, does that mean the character named Christian really existed?
So the smallest and the shortest gospel, the shortest and the smallest gospel that was written is the one that everyone else copied from, and they just made up their own stuff about whatever happened.
Yes.
As opposed to the other way around.
Interpolation. Yes, exactly.
It's pretty much a illogical way of thinking, because how's the shortest produced gospel going to be able to fabricate other gospels?
DeFreak, do you understand the synoptic problem? Are you familiar with the synoptic problem?
It's probably irrelevant, but let me know what it is.
Oh my God.
Okay, do you understand that 75% of the words that are in Mark are found in Matthew, and mostly they are either in lightly or an unedited form? When Matthew describes the calling of the disciple of Matthew, he uses the exact same Greek words as the Gospel of Mark uses, without altering them at all.
Okay, so that means that
a man named Matthew, who's describing his actual meeting with an actual person, would just copy someone else's work who never met either of them?
Exactly.
No, that's my argument. That's my argument.
I don't think you understand the thing that I just said.
Matthew was with Jesus, okay, and so Mark would have copied from Matthew.
I want to be clear. Let's imagine that I have never met Richard Nixon. right? I did not actually meet him in my lifetime, but I lived while he was alive. Let's imagine I never met him. And I write a story about Richard Nixon meeting Magic Johnson. Okay? And in my story, I say Magic was incredibly happy and excited to meet the former president, even though the president had been accused of like committing crimes, right? Let's say that exactly that way. And then somebody forges an autobiography of Magic Johnson where he talks about the same meeting and he uses my exact words, claiming that this is what Magic Johnson wrote. Do you think that suggests that that's actually what Magic wrote, or does it suggest that it's a copy?
It suggests that this is a hypothetical speculation.
Yeah,
no.
It fits the analogy
exactly. It's exactly
so anyway,
analogous.
The shortest, smallest produced gospel is going to be the one that everyone else copies from, or the other way around.
The gospel is actually compelling data that it was the first one, because when you rewrite something, you tend to rewrite it as longer and expand on it. You don't usually write an epitome. You usually write an extensive. No, it's not an assumption. The first Superman comics were brief and telegraphic. Now, when we have Superman stuff, there's all kinds of lore that goes into it because it's all been added over time. Look,
yeah,
again,
but they have to sell a book.
Archon priority is the standard scholarly interpretation from the most conservative traditions, from the most conservative Bible scholars. They accept Markan priority. I went to a young Earth creationist college, and they taught me a class on Jesus and the Gospels, and they said Markan priority was accurate. How is this hard for you to get?
Because it's illogical.
It's not illogical.
It's not illogical.
The Bible scholars agree on this.
The freak, at this point, I think you're just being obtuse. If two people turned up in a court of law with identical witness statements, you would accuse them of conferring with one another.
Exactly.
Like,
okay, how
let
me give you my scenario.
This is the exact reason why when police investigate witnesses, they separate them so they can get different eyewitness testimony. And if the eyewitnesses have the same exact identical story, they will assume that they are corroborating with each other. This is the
collaborating.
issue.
You mean collaborating?
Collaborating, yeah. Well, I mean, corroborating works as well. If
because corroboration would actually mean non-identical stories that align with one another.
Yeah, you're talking. There's a distinction between cross confirmation and just an identical copy. Like,
and the Gospels actually corroborate with each other.
Corroboration would be two people telling.
Let me give you my scenario. Matthew was walking around with Jesus. Okay, and he was writing a journal, and then he put a book together, and then Mark interviewed Matthew, Mark interviewed Peter, Mark interviewed Mary, and put his little power outline.
First of all, there's not even any Christian evidence of that. There's not even any Christian evidence of that.
It's the shortest produced gospel, and it's going to somehow conflate. They're going to conflate everything in Mark to make up all this other stuff. Illogical.
Mark is the original text. It's very clear to all scholars who study the issue.
He was even walking around with Jesus.
Making some kind of weird fringe claim here. This is the standard understanding from the most conservative scholars.
I don't care. It's illogical.
Okay, well then you disagree with the people who actually are experts on this. It's like you taking your Toyota to the Toyota dealership, and the Toyota dealer tells you what you need are new spark plugs or your car won't work, and you're like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to go to the Mercedes dealer.
Okay, so we don't have any of the original manuscripts, and all we have are copies of the originals. But somehow they were able to
close to original manuscripts.
They were somehow able to definitely declare that Mark was first.
Hold on. Watch this. Is there an existing copy of the Bible as it is today, dated to the time of Jesus?
I don't think so. No, a copy maybe. A copy maybe.
The distance in time between the copies that we have and the time of Jesus is larger than the time between you and George Washington.
Okay. Wait a second. I don't agree with that.
Right, but that is the case. I know you don't agree with it, but that's the case. The manuscript tradition we have begins further from the time of Jesus than you are from the time of George Washington. That is a verifiable fact.
I mean, what do you think, DeFreak? Do you think Jesus was just walking around monologuing and there was some daft bastard walking around behind him writing it down?
Sure. Why wouldn't a tax collector Matthew be writing stuff down while he's walking around with them?
Zell, you can buy back in. I see you type in the back. You can buy back in by paying the bounty and your $25 kick fee. Just so you know.
That seems a lot more plausible to me. You guys always talk about the plausible, what's more probable. Isn't that more possible than, some third party coming in and just writing this like power outline of the gospel, and then everyone else kind of copied off of him and conflated other stuff and added stuff?
Okay. Watch
you
this.
are
Watch
assuming the consequent, DeFreak.
Hold on. Watch this. How much description? How much description?
$10 as bounty. Thank you, Kurt. Greatly appreciated.
Thank God.
I like Kurt's sense of humor. I mean, it's expensive.
Question.
I like his sense of humor.
How much description is there of the crucifixion of Jesus? Quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So explain this, though. Okay. Mark, who is the originator, I believe we've established that, although you keep on saying that it's illogical, right? When he describes the situation between Jesus and those who come to crucify him, what does he say about the disciples who you are claiming are going to then transmit what occurred? What does he say about what happened with the disciples when they came?
You're gonna have to tell me the verse so I can look at it.
Well, I'll tell. Okay, watch this. He says in the Gospel of Mark, okay, chapter 14, verse 50, he says that the disciples all forsook him and fled. Right?
Okay.
And yet, while they are all forsaking him and fleeing, you have depictions of what is happening to Jesus as he is being crucified. How do the disciples, the ones who are to transmit the word, what happens with Jesus, okay, they're all going to flee, and yet you have depiction of what happened while he was being crucified. This is evidence that they are taking what Mark says and expanding upon it, right, from their own perspective. And even when you come to the verses that talk about when the disciples are reunited with Jesus, they are shocked to see him. Why are they shocked?
What a moderation, by the way, Tacos. What the living hell is going on here? You got like Gramps naked running around the house?
Yeah, okay. So, and when you have Jesus, okay.
Yeah, at least it's blurred.
Okay.
Okay.
It is very weird, though. Like, I mean...
I have to hide from him. He's terrifying.
Go ahead, Mark.
He's a monster.
Yeah, but I don't want to like allude too much, but it does look like a small child hiding from a naked man.
Yeah, that's
he's an adult dwarf. Okay.
It's a gnome.
Gnome, yeah, sorry. He's got gray beard and everything.
He's looking for me.
Sorry, anyway. Marco. Oh, he's dressed again. Thank God, Marco. Another point that you're alluding to, but I want to make explicit. When the author has an omniscient viewpoint, that's a genre marker, right? When the author knows things that no single character could know, that's a sign that the author is not writing a history.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, did
another example of that. Another example of that is the
come to be a gnome with me. Are you going to be a gnome? Nobody on fire?
I still don't know what this means. What does that
Whoever
mean?
was giving that example about the disciples not being there or whatever in Mark is actually making huge gaps in the story there, because if you look later on in the chapter, it's talking about, Peter's denial of Jesus and stuff like that. So when it says that they all fled him, yeah, they were in the garden at that time, right? That doesn't mean that they couldn't have they didn't just go home. So,
in
John
Mark, there are
he was there at the
no
cross.
disciples depicted as sitting at the foot of the cross. And
Exactly.
in Mark,
and they are shocked to see him.
The Peter denial of Jesus 3 times is the final time Peter appears in the actual original text of the Gospel of Mark. Peter never reappears. He is a dick and is treated as a trash person by the author of the Gospel of Mark. And yet Eusebius tells us that the Gospel of Mark was written from the memoirs of Peter, which seems very unlikely from that point of view, right?
Do you see the gnoming going on right now?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Nobody?
Okay. And then
I'm watching.
We can take this further logically, right? When you talk about the unification of Jesus back with the disciples, and when they see him, they are shocked to see him, right? Okay. Why would they be shocked if they were not present? Okay. They hear that Jesus was crucified via hearsay because they were not there. And this is why in that same verse, no, none of them. And they all.
And Hayden says Mark is clearly allegory. Clearly. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciated.
Right. So then Jesus goes on. Had they been there for the crucifixion, Jesus would not make a point to continue to try to prove to them that he was indeed alive. I mean, that he had died. Because he says, does a spirit have flesh and bone? And then he asks for food, and he eats in front of them to prove to them that that he had not died.
Yeah, okay. But Marco, none of that is in the Gospel of Mark. The Gospel of Mark just shows a translation, and the Neoniskos is just sitting inside the tomb, and he tells people that Jesus is gone.
No,
that is the actual ending of the first gospel as it was originally written, as far as we can tell.
I completely.
And you're just wrong because
my point is that all of these are signs that they are fabricating. They are making things up as they go.
No, but you're wrong because you're looking at verse 50 where it said, "And they all forsook him and fled." But you just could go to verse 54. And it says, Peter followed him from afar off, even unto the high priest, and sat with the servant and warmed himself at the fire. So you're just wrong.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I am not wrong. But there is no depiction of any of the Gospels at the foot of the cross or at the tomb. In Mark.
Anyway.
The other Gospels add
and
that.
One of the Gospels says that John was there, so John was probably there.
The other Gospels add that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
They add that.
Add that to the text.
I couldn't trip him.
So they took
trip him.
So,
dude, this is going to get ugly quick.
I don't want to just interject.
X gonna give it for you.
Literally stood underneath the giant whilst he's taking a shit.
I don't want to unfoundedly interject, but I wanted to talk about one certain thing you said to Freak. Why do you think that it's illogical that the shortest one could come first?
Because then they would have to actually conflate and make up stuff and to make it their gospel or whatever, which doesn't make any sense because they also collaborate with each other on the stuff that's not in Mark. So it just is illogical.
My God. Watch this. Go read Luke chapter 1, verses 1 through 5. And you go tell me, okay, where he, how he is not on his own deciding to write. Okay, he admits it verbatim that he is choosing to write. He doesn't have any inspiration, and he actually makes the arrogant claim that he has a perfect understanding while not having been there.
Sort of like an investigation.
No, like someone making shit up.
Who's in the back?
Marco. DeFreak, are you familiar with the tradition of historical fiction which did exist in the 2nd and 3rd centuries in the Roman era?
So there's no history that we can believe that was ever true, right?
Holy fucking Christ. It's so difficult to talk to people who just immediately straw man your position.
Every time, bro.
But the thing is, like, you guys deny every single thing.
You use the genre markers to tell what an author is trying to do when you don't have what's called the Zitzim Leben of the text. In other words, we don't know who actually wrote it. We don't know where they were. And we don't know what plausible reason they would have had for writing it. So we have to try to infer that from the text we have, right?
Okay, so...
so are you familiar with the donations of Constantine?
Are you familiar with 2 Timothy 4:11?
How about you just answer this question?
Just want to know if you're familiar with the donations of Constantine.
The verses of the Bible.
2 Timothy is a forgery.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Yes.
Bro, are you not,
that is again, that's the scholarly consensus.
Bro, are you not familiar with the term apocrypha?
2 Timothy is a forgery by literally every scholar who has looked at this seriously.
Ridiculous.
Unbelievable, bro. It's okay, man. At some point,
logic
has to meet belief, right? And it's a T intersection.
So now we're talking about an actual conspiracy theory now, right? A conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's the accepted scholarly consensus by Christian scholars.
Okay, so how is it fake then? If it's there, we see it, we read it. How is it fake?
All right, DeFreak, do you understand that people have a certain way of writing that you can tell how they write even if you don't have an author's name on the text? Are you familiar with Stephen King as an author? Do you know who Stephen King is?
Yeah.
Okay, and you know that Stephen King early in his career wrote a bunch of novels under the pen name Richard Bachman. Do you know that fact?
No.
Yeah, he did. He wrote a bunch of novels under the name Richard Bachman, and he had a picture of a different person that was like listed as like the author of those books, and it was all fake and it was all made up. So
nom de guerre.
People read the Richard Bachman novels and they said, wow, this guy writes almost exactly like Stephen King. And they were actually like starting to like put articles out that said, I think this Richard Bachman guy is just a pen name for Stephen King. And so he eventually came clean and admitted that, yes, he had been writing the Richard Bachman novels. And it's because he wanted to see if his books were actually any good or if he was just getting by on his name alone. So they could tell that he wrote it even though it didn't have his name on it and it had someone else's name. So in the same way, we can look at the original epistles that are ascribed to the Apostle Paul, like Galatians, Romans, and the 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and we can identify stylistic markers for how the person who wrote those books wrote. And then we can apply those to other epistles that are ascribed to that author, and we can look at how they use words and how they construct sentences, and we can determine if the same person wrote them or not. And this is a common technique used by scholars in all fields that analyze writing, all of them.
Okay, so what distinction differentiates Timothy from those other ones that you talked about?
The vocabulary and the sentence construction and the topics.
Okay, so at the end of Timothy 4, it says at the very end, it says, the Lord Jesus Christ be with thy spirit, grace with you, amen, right? So let's have a look at, I don't know, which were those other ones you said they were original from Paul?
Galatians.
Okay, let's have a look over here to see how any of those end. I'll just randomly pick chapter 5.
It doesn't matter that they could copy the ending formula. What matters is the actual text and arguments of the books.
Yeah, the forgery of a signature isn't what Kurt's talking about here, DeFreak. Right? I mean, have you ever like had like a friend of yours text you from another friend's phone, and like you go, oh, that doesn't sound like them. you know, because it's a different person texting from the person who's named at the top of the screen. That's what Kurt's referencing here. It's the writing style. It's the syntax.
Yeah, it just seems far fetched, you know.
Or an English teacher that's
You're
telling
saying
you
that Paul
you
never knew
copied from
Timothy?
someone else. Like
That's
my
how I met my
freshman year,
wife.
in
You're
my
saying that Paul
freshman
never
year,
knew Timothy?
my freshman English teacher told me that one of the key indicators that someone is copying from someone else is that they might change things around the sentence, but will still use the exact same verbs as the original. For example, these are markers.
Yeah, it's like, for example, like
I don't know. It seems, you know, like
Okay.
I don't know.
I've got a friend who we agree on almost everything, like politically, philosophically, we get on really well. But he has this thing where I go serves you right, but he says deserves you right. Like, so you could identify him or me, even though we agree on almost everything, if we use that turn of phrase, because that turn of phrase is what I use. And
Yeah, I get the concept. I understand the concept. I just don't think that it applies to Paul in any of this sense, because now we're talking about picking and choosing. You know, we're at a scripture buffet roulette, basically.
Hold on.
No,
let me ask you a
that's
question.
not the case.
Hold on. Let me just see something fundamental, okay, with the freak, okay? Do you believe that we have to prove a text's authenticity, or do we have to disprove the authenticity of the text? Do we have to see something and then have someone
Sounds like the same thing.
No. Do we have to, when we look at a text, right, and we're trying to judge its authenticity, do we have to prove its authenticity? Or do we reverse and assume that it is authentic and then work to disprove it?
Probably both.
Okay.
Okay, there's a book that was written right around the time the Gospels were written. It's called Metamorphosis, and it's by an author named Apuleius. I'm going to give you a brief plot synopsis. There's a guy named Lucius. He falls in with this crowd of people who worship the goddess Isis, and he becomes a member of their group, and then an evil wizard turns him into a donkey. And he has to go through many misadventures where he gets sold and taken all over the Mediterranean. And eventually the goddess Isis appears to him and turns him back into Lucius. Do you think, from hearing that story, that we should assume from the basic narrative of the story that it is a true story and that it is a history?
No, but I think when, you know,
Do you
Paul
think we
shipwrecked
should
and ended up on some
assume
island in
that that is a
Greece,
true
you know, and he
story?
saw the governor in Greece and he went to Rome and was put in prison. I think that's more
It's such
plausible.
a simple question. Do you think that the Metamorphosis by Apuleius, we should assume it's a true story?
No.
Okay, and
I
what are
wouldn't
the
assume that.
markers of that make you think we shouldn't make that assumption?
Turning someone into a frog or whatever you said.
Into a donkey. Okay, so a
Yeah,
miraculous, unlikely event, right? Just one, by the way. There's only one.
So
when you have a
is the
book that
story
has
true?
multiple, no, it's not true. But when you have a story that has
Like no part of it is true.
Unlikely, miraculous events, why do we assume that that text is historical? When it's written around the same
Because you have
time and in
corroborating
the same
testimony.
style, in the same language.
Because you have corroborating testimony
You
of
don't,
different
though.
people that are writing the
There
same
is
thing.
no corroborating testimony. That's the point. All the corroboration comes
Gospels,
from
though.
people who are writing fan fiction of the original work.
Yeah,
That's an assumption.
The freak, like Kurt is trying to tell you that you're making a non-trivial claim where somebody is bending the physics of our universe, and the evidence that you have historically to say that it actually happened is almost all hearsay. It's a testimony of a testimony of a testimony. It's oral tradition before pen even meets paper. And you're claiming that it's true, it's factual. And Kurt is skeptical of that. I'm skeptical of that. Most people are skeptical of that. I mean, how many calories are we going to expend before like you can wrap your brain around this concept?
Well, I mean, you have to take written testimony as accurate if it's going to be submitted into court, and those are one of the witnesses.
You are now saying you agree that metamorphosis should be regarded as true until it's proven false, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you believe that the goddess Isis can take people who've been turned into a donkey and turn them back into human beings. Do you believe Isis is the true goddess?
Are there any other authors that are collaborating with this book?
Yeah, Plutarch wrote an entire lengthy essay about the religion of Isis and Osiris, where he talks about the wondrous powers of the people who follow the religion.
What about Leonidas or whoever was the main character of the book?
Lucius? No, Lucius has never. Lucius is in a weird position where no named person who's otherwise known to history ever says they met him or wrote about meeting him. Yeah, isn't that weird? You're saying we can't then say Lucius was a real person, right?
Hey, Eric, nice to see you again.
Hey, Eric, great job tonight, Eric. Good job. That was a really fun show.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt.
Yeah, I saw some of that. That was a good one.
Yeah, Kurt, please continue. I don't want to interrupt your point.
My point is you just have a full double standard here. John, you're saying we can't assume Lucius was a real historical person because there's miracles in the book and he's otherwise empty of actual historical mention. And yet when I point out that is exactly the situation with Jesus, you're like, but my book.
No, but what I'm saying is that John does have a signature in his witness testimony.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Oceanus. He says $10 more on Zill's bounty. He is crashing out in chat. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. I'll add that right now. He is up to $30. Greatly appreciated. Sorry for the interruption.
But
I love his spunk, though.
The freak, like if pen meets paper,
yeah,
you assume it's true until you have evidence to demonstrate that it's not true. Is that what you've just said?
I'm not disagreeing with Kurt in terms of Lucius was not verified, but I'm saying that John is verified because he did
no named
leave a
person
signature
ever says
in his
they
book.
met John of Zebedee and that he did this and that and then he lived in this area and he did other things. All we have are books.
So all of history and written testimony and all of history that we have is all false.
No. Again, why do you straw man? Why do you immediately go to straw man? Here's an example. Cicero.
Because everything that we bring forth,
Cicero had a slave
outright
whose name
dismiss
was
as a forgery or a fraud.
Why do you not let someone make their point? Cicero had a slave whose name was Chiro. He was a slave, but we know he existed. You know why? Because Cicero wrote about him extensively in his correspondence with other named people who we know existed. And Cicero was known to Julius Caesar and known to Augustus Caesar and known to Cato the Younger and known to Brutus and Cassius and Mark Antony. Without Cicero, history doesn't make any sense. And so even though he had a slave who's otherwise poorly known, we assume that because he mentions that slave existed, even though he wasn't a powerful person or somebody you'd otherwise expect to know. That's because he's embedded in the matrix of history. That's all I'm asking for. And it's what you're complaining about Lucius lacking. But I'm telling you, John, son of Zebedee, doesn't have any of that either. And neither does Jesus.
But that's not true because you have corroborating testimony with the other gospels and you have John's signature.
The other gospels are fan fiction. The other gospels are fan fiction.
How are they? How can you sit there and say that they're fiction?
They take the same story and tell it a different way.
Okay, so Matthew and John were walking around with Jesus. Probably wrote down the journal and made a book. And Mark and Luke came in and they interviewed witnesses and then they wrote their book. What's wrong with that?
No, DeFreak, you're assuming the thing that's in question.
We're all assuming here. Okay, let's just get that straight.
I am not assuming anything.
My assumptions are just as good as yours.
Books we have that we can analyze and examine. And again, I want to be clear: the actual texts we have, the youngest, or the oldest. The earliest, closest towards Jesus texts that we have of the gospel narrative that are full gospels are further from the time of Jesus than you are from George Washington.
What we have is what we have. So you saying that part of Josephus is correct, but not all of it is correct, right? At a certain point,
I'm
you said
making a
that.
very simple and again widely accepted scholarly claim.
Okay, so how
one
did all
part
those
of
writings
that
survive, but
particular book
none of the Christian
was-
doctrine survived?
If you will let me finish talking, I will explain it to you. One part of that book was added by Christian scribes for reasons that are fairly obvious when you read it, because it has Josephus, who was a Jew who thought that the Messiah was Vespasian, saying that Jesus was the Messiah, which is highly unusual and very weird for someone who thinks Vespasian was the Messiah to say, especially when they're writing it when Vespasian's son sits on the throne.
So you're telling me that Josephus declared a Roman king Messiah?
Yes! Not a king, an emperor.
And he was Jewish or not?
He was Jewish. That's correct.
Oh, there was a Jewish emperor in Rome.
No. Oh my God. Do you not understand words?
No, I don't understand this scenario.
Was Jewish. The emperor Vespasian was Roman.
Right.
Josephus said that Vespasian was the prophesied Messiah from the book of Daniel.
But he wasn't Jewish though, right?
Cyrus was also not Jewish, and the book of Isaiah calls Cyrus the Messiah.
I don't know if it calls him like the Messiah, does it?
Yes, it does. But we are completely off track on the pseudo forgery thing about 2 Timothy, right? Do you understand that from literary analysis we can tell if an original author wrote a book or not?
I think that's a stretch, though, Kurt.
It's not a stretch. It's not a stretch. Do you want to see? You're telling
me that Paul didn't know Timothy?
Do you want me to explain it to you?
I know what you're going to say. You can look at speech patterns. You can look at
you can look at the actual vocabulary.
It's a bit of a stretch. You're telling me that he didn't know Timothy or what?
Stretch.
It's how people tell if a ransom note is done correctly.
Yes, exactly. They have experts within the law enforcement that do this for a living.
People are creative enough to be able to write, differently in different ways. I'm not saying that's the case here. What I'm saying is you're denying the relationship between Paul and Timothy.
No, I'm not buying it. I am not denying the relationship between Paul and Timothy. I am denying that the books we have of 1st and 2nd Timothy were written by the author of Romans, Galatians, and 1st and 2nd Corinthians. That's what I'm denying.
You're taking an evidential standard.
I mean, come on.
No, come on.
Really?
You're taking an evidential standard that I suspect, would probably happily convict a person with. Exactly. And you are jettisoning it, you're ignoring it, you're rejecting it when it comes to the most important thing in your life. I would think that you would hold an incredibly high evidential standard for the most important thing in your life, the thing that you're advocating for, but you're apparently prepared to hold a very, 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 very low, weak evidential standard for it.
And this is what I said. There's a time in life where, right, logic and belief come to a T intersection, right? And this is what we're seeing right now.
DeFreak, imagine this. Somebody's body is found next to their computer. And on their computer is an open Word document. And in the Word document, they write out, "My life has become meaningless. I see no point in living anymore. Everything about my life has become absolute misery. I am taking my own life. Anybody who finds my body, this is my suicide note." And they write their name in a document at the bottom. But Kurt. Stabbed in the back. They're stabbed in the back. And the Word document is opened 1 hour after the time of death, and they do an analysis of the literary style, and they notice that the person's actual like emails and text that he writes usually say, "Hey bro, what's going on, dude? I'm miserable out here all the time. What's going on with you? Oh, I can't take this shit no more. This is terrible." And they never ever write in the way that the suicide note is written. Would you not investigate that as a murder?
I mean, that sounds like the OpenAI scenario. So yeah, that is something that I could see
Yeah, you would
happening.
investigate that as a murderer, because just because you have text that says something doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, hey, Kurt.
But what you're saying is far-fetched, though, Kurt.
Hold on, Kurt.
No, what I'm
Just
saying
one
happens
second,
all
one
the
second.
time.
I understand.
Right, hold on a second. Time out real quick. Do you think that when Paul is writing Romans, he has the same mindset when he's writing to a personal friend named Timothy?
I got
It's as simple as that.
I'll let other people take over, but your position makes no sense. It's the author will use the same vocabulary and style every time they write, even when they try not to.
Hey, DeFreak, for a moment, pretend you're part of like a police investigation force, okay? Your chief brings you a document or even a book and says, "Hey, DeFreak, we suspect that this has been tampered with. We think the first half was written by one person and the second half was written by somebody else. Please investigate this for us." DeFreak, what would you look for if you were trying to determine whether a document was modified or something was added to it later on by somebody else? What would you look for?
Inconsistencies.
Okay. What else?
What kind of inconsistencies?
I don't know.
Well, say it. Come on, bro. Say it.
What?
No. This is a Word document. There's no handwriting analysis here.
It's like a book. Like think of it like a printed book in front
formatting, style, words, addressing. It's simply when you're writing the book of Romans and you're kind of laying out sort of the order of God and different things.
We're not talking about Romans here. We're talking about this. We're talking about the hypothetical idea. DeFreak, you're trying to bring it back to the Romans, book of Romans. Don't do that. We're talking about this hypothetical book that your chief put in front of you. You said inconsistencies. You said vocabulary. I think you said writing style. What else would you look for?
But my scenario covers what you're about to,
I'm asking you about my scenario.
Let's stay on the hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much. So I guess every word that he uses has to be in the same spot. The punctuation has to always be consistent. He has to be not tired the whole time. He doesn't have to be hungry. He doesn't have to have his wife nagging him or the kids bothering him. And then I know it's consistent enough to actually be that person that wrote that thing. There you go.
I mean, DeFreak, honestly.
Why do you always go to a straw man? Like, it's so weird.
What Eric is doing here and what everybody else has been trying to explain to you, it is so intuitive. Like my wife, she phoned me and said, "Are you texting me right now?" Because somebody cloned my phone number and was texting her asking for money. And the reason that she knew that it wasn't me or suspected that it wasn't me and actually phoned me and asked if I was the one texting her is because I signed off a text message by going, "Thanks, babe." I never call my wife babe. Like it's so intuitive. The fact that you are like being so obtuse about this point screams dishonesty to me.
I resent that statement.
I mean, you can resent it all you want, but from our perspective, it seems that you are being disingenuous and you're arguing in bad faith.
Let's hold up here, though. Like, DeFreak is having trouble accepting this, and that's definitely a thing. But I think that DeFreak has definitely engaged honestly with this much more than the prior interlocutor. To say he's being he's being dishonest is unfair. Let's reserve that.
I didn't say dishonest. I said he's being disingenuous, meaning he understands the logic. Okay, when we take him to a hypothetical in which the logic stands, he's willing to concede the logic. He acknowledged that what he would be looking for is stylistic differences, right? And differences in word choice. So when we take him to the hypothetical, he acknowledges every single point that we're trying to make. But as soon as we bring it back to the verses that we're referring to, all of a sudden those exact same concessions disappear. This is disingenuous.
And in fairness,
what's disingenuous is if a rock band is making music, what you're saying is that every song is going to be the same style every time. It's just not.
But I can tell a Queen song regardless of what style they're doing.
Well, yeah, there's going to be many different examples of disingenuity, or however you would say that word.
There's a group called the Piano Guys, which I like their style and their music, but I hate the fact that they'll take two different songs and jam them together into one song. It's like so jarring to me because you'll be listening to one song and then all of a sudden it transitions into a completely different song. And it's very skillfully done. I just particularly don't like it, but it's very obvious that, hey, this second half is not the same as the first half.
Between the Let me ask you guys something. What of all the stuff that we have is actually true?
Nobody.
Yeah, that was funny as fuck too, but I was laughing at what Eric said.
You wanna come play? I need help.
It looks hard. It looks
incredibly difficult.
How are you throwing? You keep trying to throw stuff through the window, and I'm like, this looks so hard.
Yeah, it's physics based.
But no, I wasn't laughing at what Eric said per se. It was just it sounded like Between the Buried and Me, and I'm pretty experienced with that band.
But I think what was said earlier kind of really hits the nail on the head to Freak, and that's why I think we get frustrated when talking to you and people like you. You're exercising a double standard for anything non-religious. You have probably very robust, a very good epistemology, good reasoning and logic, and critical thinking. But once your favorite thing enters the scene, namely the Bible and Jesus and God, now you have a different standard that you exercise. And it's very frustrating to just talk to people like that, but it's very confusing because it's like, why? If the Bible is true, and if the Bible really was written by God and everything in there
why does he go poop
true,
naked every time?
Because you always go poop naked. Oh, wait, never mind. I should probably not tell people that.
I mean, you have to be unencumbered.
But once your favorite thing's on the scene, you exercise something different. And if it is true that God wrote the Bible or God inspired the Bible and Jesus was real, then we should be increasing our evidentiary standards and our the threshold, the bar at which to clear to accept this. We should be able to increase these things, and the Bible still clears it. But instead, constantly, DeFreak, you and other Christians have to lower the bar in order to make this work. And that's the exact opposite of what I would expect from a perfect God who really wants to convey this message to everybody on earth. The bar should be raised in cases of the Bible, not lowered.
Exactly.
All assumption.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's not assumption. Watch this.
Don't just say assumption.
We've just watched you do it in real time.
Exactly. And as a Muslim, right? As a Muslim, and I'm sure some of you guys probably might have the same critiques of Islam, but in Islamic exegesis, okay, when we have a very high standard for evidence, the same standard that we're applying to the Bible, we apply to the Hadith and the Quran. So, like we as Muslims, we try to be intellectually honest. Okay, this is like, for example, we can present the Quran and we can say, "Hey, look, we have this Quran sourced to the time of the Prophet." Right? Okay. Now, when it comes to Hadith, which is something that we don't have exactly sourced to the time of the Prophet in totality, meaning all of the Hadith compiled together, right? The scholars of Islam are more likely to throw out Hadith than they are to accept them.
Well,
why? And the reasoning behind this is because this is something we are basing as believers our afterlife on. And the only reason I brought up Islam is to show you that as a believer in a faith, right? You should be. This is what you're taking all of your chips and you're putting it on, black.
Marco, you don't know DeFreak very well, but Marco, DeFreak accepts the Quran.
Okay, I mean, I would too, because
he actually reconciles the Bible and the Quran. Like, we had a conversation.
That's fine. That's fine. But it seems if that's the case, it seems that he's holding the Bible right, and the Quran to completely different standards.
But how at the
Yeah,
risk of like
kind of.
obviously you made a distinction between the hadiths and the Quran directly,
Yeah.
but like how do you reconcile the concept of abrogation then, which is literally shuffling the order of stuff?
Abrogation and shuffling
Yeah.
the order of stuff. Can you please expand?
Well, so for example, any of the teachings that come from the like abrogation literally shuffles the order in terms of the precedents. Like anything that Muhammad said earlier in his life and later in his life, they shuffled the order of it, didn't they? Like it was like if anything that contradicts, like if Muhammad made a contradictory proclamation, they shuffled the order of it to make it make sense.
Tacos, this looks so hard, dude. Holy shit, it looks so hard to throw stuff.
And Inspector Gadget with the
Go gadget arms or whatever.
yeah. Anyway, I'd like to try to answer that if I could. And basically, the Quran is sort of like the Book of Psalms, where there's different parts of Muhammad's life where he's, you know, in a wartime or in a peacetime or a reflective time or a, you know, there's different circumstances of his life. And same thing with Psalms with David. And he was, you know, happy one day, he was, you know, being chased or prosecuted the next, or, you know, he was becoming king or whatever. So over the span of like those 20 or 40 years or whatever it was, you know, you have different parts of his life being expressed. And so the order isn't really necessarily matter that much. I mean, it does, but it doesn't have to necessarily be totally perfectly linear for it to actually make sense. That would be my answer.
But this is the word of God.
Okay, so when you're talking about abrogation, right? As a Muslim, for example, we understand that certain laws were for certain times and circumstances. For example, when you're talking about Moses, in the time after he saves, okay, the children of Israel.
Moses never existed, Marco.
Okay, sure. But on the premise that from the believer's perspective, right? Moses saves the Jews, right, or the children of Israel from the Pharaoh. Okay, now they are in this time a people without a structured civilization. Okay, so the law for them, because they're not in a structured civilization, right? Due process becomes something that is difficult to execute consistently, right? So what they have a much stricter jurisprudence for that time. But later, when you're talking about the life of Prophet Muhammad and during the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? Okay, the laws and the jurisprudence.
I think I just invited you, Eric.
And the evidentiary standard for accusing one of a crime and the punishments that exist for those crimes. Okay.
Do I need a dyer? Can you join?
They're less.
I'm trying.
They're less. They require. They can. You can have these. Like, I guess I'm trying to explain it, but like. You can have like a due process in that time because they have an organized civilization. But during the time of Moses, they don't have this. So then God says, okay, well, this law is for these people. And he abrogates the law that was given to Moses. Like, for example, an eye for an eye, right? Which is something that is very strict, no mercy involved, no forgiveness involved, right? It's very direct. If you took his eye, then we'll take your eye. Simple. But you see later on, right, when it comes to Solomon and David, right, during their times in their rule, when the children of Israel, okay, have a more structured civilization, they have a court system in which they are hearing trials. So this is the understanding behind abrogation of what came before.
So is the Quran eternal or is it created?
Thank you, Kurt. Yeah, exactly.
He's gonna give a aqidah check on YouTube Live. The Quran is eternal.
So then that kind of makes it harder to argue in favor of abrogation, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Why? You're saying that Allah eternally knew that he was going to abrogate and use different rules for different people at different times?
Yes.
But he's the moral lawgiver of the universe.
I need to die
This
here?
is the most wise.
Maybe?
He understands.
So,
he understands the
all of
spirit.
it was cosplay, and all of it was just an attempt to get to the like structures that needed to exist for Islam to be created. None of it was actually genuine interaction. So in the Hebrew scriptures, when Allah as Yahweh is talking to Moses about getting rid of the Israelites in the Sinai and restarting a new people with Moses, and then Moses gets him to change his mind, that is like not accurate and didn't actually take place. And that's why the Quran doesn't mention it. But the Quran does mention the idea that like Ibrahim was going around and knocking over a bunch of statues and being really pesky to all the people in his hometown, even though the Hebrew scriptures don't mention that at all.
So can I just rephrase?
And that's eternally known.
So obviously what Kurt said, I completely agree with. But what you said when you said, like, when you were justifying abrogation, what I heard was it was a convenient lie to facilitate social manipulation.
What was
That's
a
all I heard.
convenient lie?
What came before was a convenient lie to facilitate social manipulation.
Can you expand upon that? Because I don't understand how.
You're not adding like a lot of
convenient lies.
Well, yeah. So, is it Marcus? I'm sorry. Is it Marcus?
It's Marco, right?
Yes.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
You're okay.
So yeah, go ahead. Like, what do you think about what they just said?
That it's a convenient lie. Where's the
well,
lie?
Yeah, that thing. I don't know. But like, I don't know. I feel like I can't even comment on this. I feel like Kurt had a pretty relevant question, and then we maybe we stacked up a couple more things.
Yeah, could you repeat your question again?
Again, for the Quran to be eternal, then all of the events in history that are described in the Quran simply were not involving any kind of free will on the part of the people involved in the stories, because the Quran is eternal and it tells these stories, right? All the way up to the 7 sleepers in Ephesus. Even that story then has to have existed from the dawn of the universe.
Okay, yeah. So you are, I think you're conflating God's knowledge about what is going to happen, right?
No. The Quran exists as a text eternally, right? In classical Arabic.
As a text? No, the Quran.
How else is it eternal?
Well, maybe I could ask a question to clarify. Like, are you, this is confusing to me. So if you say that the Quran is eternal, then are you saying that like the ideas that will be successfully conveyed are eternal? Or like he said, are you saying that like its Arabic form is eternally like existing?
Okay, so now we're moving on to language rather than the message.
Well, and that's just what I want to ask.
So Moses. So what we're saying is like when God was speaking to Moses, right? Okay.
Yeah, but there was no historical Moses, though. That's the point.
Okay, no problem. Okay, but this is okay. So
that means the Quran asserts there was a historical Moses, and yet there wasn't.
It's kind of crazy.
Okay.
It's actually witness for Moses.
Yeah. So
what is? Hold on. Let me pause. What is witness for Moses?
If Muhammad is talking about Moses and saying that Moses received the Torah from Allah, that is qualifying Moses or justifying it.
No,
that's not eliminating him.
DeFreak doesn't understand fan fiction. He doesn't understand that one person can read a text and then write a story based on that text as if it were true, even if that text is not true. He's not aware of the possibility that people can do that.
Right. And DeFreak, I think you're excusing an entire, like, it's Marco, right? He can still say that even if Moses never existed, it was going to be an eternally told story. Like, I don't care if he existed. I think he even said, okay, sure, he could have not existed. The Quran could still stay the same. And so I want to know what Marcus's response is about that.
Okay.
Marco, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Marco.
No, you're good. You're good. So my response to what Kurt was saying is that what I believe, and I could be mistaken and misunderstanding him, but I believe that he's conflating, right, the concept that God can be all-knowing and still, right, afford mankind free will at the same time, right? So just because God knows what's going to happen, it does not negate the fact that those people had free will and chose to do those things, right? That's like I mean, it's you can't bring an example without God is the only example.
The classic response to this problem with a Quran that's eternal is to simply use Ash'ari theology and say that everything that happens due to the will of Allah, which is a perfectly reasonable and coherent position.
Yep.
But it does mean that nothing that anybody does ever.
No. It's not. I would say it's not. I think will would be. I'm not a scholar, right? But I think will would be a bad word there, right? Because it's a loaded word, right? So what I would say is,
how is it loaded? Like what's it loading up that doesn't belong there?
Because will assumes that this is something that God wants to happen.
Yeah, that's the Ash'ari position.
Yeah, right.
They say that cotton itself, when a match is brought to cotton, the flame is the will of Allah, and the cotton itself is not burning. Allah's action is causing the cotton to burn at the same time.
Yeah. So again, this is why I say I take issue with the word will. What I would replace that word with is permission, right?
So you don't ever say inshallah.
Yeah, by the will of Allah, right? Yeah. So I understand.
So you think that's a misleading term that is used broadly through the Muslim world?
No, I mean, you can. But I can't interchange permission, because when I say, do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand why a Muslim says inshallah?
Yeah, I do.
Why? Why would a Muslim say that?
Well, in my experience, it's because they don't really want to do something, and so they're telling you nicely that they probably won't do it. That's been my experience.
Right. That is the inshallah. That is the inshallah of the parents and their children. But
inshallah,
academically, okay. Why would
in real social pragmatics, that is the meaning of the phrase, and if someone who is Muslim uses that phrase to you, be very aware that is what they are doing.
No, that's not
the philosophical meaning of it. It does derive from the Ash'ari philosophical school, and it's basically an admission that it's the will of Allah that determines what happens, not the will of the individual.
Yeah.
No. Hold on.
It's the same as saying Deus Vult.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the reason why a Muslim would say inshallah to something that's going to happen, right? So let's say I call my friend and he tells me, "Hey, bro, meet me at the park." I say, "Okay, I will, inshallah." Right? The word there, the reason why I would say inshallah is because I do not have control over what is going to happen next. I do not know what it is that Allah will allow me to do. So it is a form of arrogance for me to just to say, "Oh yeah, I'll meet you there at the park," without saying inshallah, because everything happens by the permission of Allah. It is only if
cool.
Yeah.
We get let me expand. Permission, and you're not an Ash'ari, so that's great.
Okay, thank you.
But that means
I would say it's all over the board.
The eternal Quran is even more problematic, I think.
It's not
from a Mutazilite position.
No, because
so can Can I ask a question? Like, inshallah means with the permission of God, but does Islam, and this is a genuine question, does Islam have anything like with God all things are possible? Like, is there an equivalent in Islam? Because you
Eric, I hope you're completing missions. I've got him distracted.
Like, if all Allah is doing is giving permission, then it would seem to me that you would also need the all things are possible.
It's probably just not phrased that way. Like,
well,
it says that, you know, Allah makes creation and repeats it. So, like, it also says that He could do away with you and replace you with others.
What are you doing, Eric? No, you're too
so,
close.
Like, I don't know if it's saying like all things are possible, but basically, it kind of does in a different way.
Well, when I hear
point of moderation,
I just see
point
Eric
of moderation.
Tacos,
Are you like kiting him and like keeping him occupied?
And I just see Eric like in the little gap down there. I see him sneaking underneath the table.
So when I hear Allah is only permitting things to happen, I don't know if that's the case. I would have to, like, He would still will things, I would think.
I sincerely apologize, guys. I actually had to take a phone call, and I believe I missed what John said.
Yeah, John, say what you said again, because that's what I was confused about. To clarify what I said, I don't think it's the case that Allah just permisses things to happen. He would still possibly will things too. And then go ahead, John.
Exactly. Well, that's why I asked the question. So, like, if all Allah is doing is permitting things to happen, then it seems as though things happen, and Allah is essentially a gateway. He permits this, He doesn't permit that. He permits this, He doesn't permit that. Which is why I asked the question about under God all things are possible. In order, how could God or Allah permit something to happen that wasn't happening organically? If all it is a permission structure, then it doesn't actually have a will of its own, does it? It's just a gate.
Well, okay, and then so to re-clarify my point, just because he's saying that sometimes it's the case that he's permitting something, I don't think it follows that means that he's never willing something to be. And then, like, obviously, Marco, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So, like for example, right? The in a story, right, of Abraham, right? You brought up Abraham, and when he was knocking down the idols, okay, the people as a punishment decide to put him in a fire, right? And when they are in the fire, God commands the fire to be bardan wa salaman, to be cool and peaceful to Abraham while he's in the fire. So He commands this fire to not burn Abraham.
Right, and you see that as an obvious reference to the book of Daniel, right?
He's moving.
Trying.
Like, that's clearly a sort of retelling of the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Also, do you think that it's okay if you disagree with a religion to go around defiling their statues?
Is he on the phone again? Maybe.
I guess.
Bonus points for pronouncing Abednego correctly, Kurt.
Well, I'm using the American evangelical pronunciation, and I'm sure it's Abednego or something.
Yeah. I say Abednego. Abednego.
My dad always used to say, "Come on, kids, it's Shadrach, Meshach, and to bed we go."
I like that.
Yeah.
Taco, can you I'm gonna give you my Steam friend code. Can I get in?
This game is borked.
Yep.
Three of you, you should be able to.
How are you
own
doing?
This dude.
I'm just kind. Oh no! He got me!
He got nabbed. Can't you get into the mouse hole?
No, I didn't do it fast enough.
Oh, that was awesome.
I hope you got 3 things completed because I am out.
I got 1 thing completed, maybe 2 if I can get past
I saw
this guy.
2.
Oh, he went outside. He left the door open.
Oh, I'm gonna survive.
Oh, he's throwing you out.
Yeah. I survived that one.
This is so funny.
I stuck out the door. I
What
stuck
are
out
you
the door.
trying to burgle?
Yeah, what?
I threw a book out the window. I threw a book out the window. I gotta find it.
Eric's like, I threw the book out. We can learn stuff now.
That stone thing automatically takes him, so you can literally just throw everything out, and he'll just grab them.
Okay.
So, like, I've just been throwing them. I just
should be
threw a mousetrap.
There should be a book on the porch. Where's the book I threw?
He grabbed it, probably.
No, I tossed it out the window when he was busy with you.
Yeah, he grabbed it.
Oh.
See, look at this thing on my screen. He's grabbing it right now. See?
What value? What value does the mousetrap have to the gnomes?
I don't know. All right, we need to tease a rat, steal a pot, kill a rat. Oh. No, he got you.
Oh, God.
Oh, he got you.
No, he's putting you in the fridge.
What?
No.
What?
He's putting him in the fridge.
I'm sharing my screen, Taco. Can you put it up on my thumbnail? Oh, he's throwing me the fireplace! Ah! I made the fireplace.
Eric, dude.
Oh no.
Maybe that's a sign.
Oh
Just kidding.
no.
You're not like Ibrahim or
I am
Shadrach,
not.
Meshach, and Abednego.
I am not Abednego. I'm the opposite of Abednego right now.
Damn, Daniel.
Oh my God.
All right. I gotta do this. This is up to me.
It's up to you.
I
flushed a thing. I flushed an item down the toilet.
I distracted him as long as I could. Now I have to figure out how to do what. All right, I can steal a pot. I gotta find.
I'm inordinately proud of bringing up a Book of Daniel reference and a early 2000s pop culture reference.
There you go.
About Shadrach.
All right, we gotta find a kitchen window here.
I have to put a pin in that one.
Yeah. So, sorry again. I keep getting distracted. I have things coming
It's
in.
okay.
But, yeah.
Yeah, you're good, man.
Yeah. So what you have, you said this is from Daniel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, but this is from the Quran.
Right, Daniel was written prior to the Quran. And
okay. So we're assuming
from the Bible, dude.
Okay, so we're applying the same argument from the Bible, where we're saying Mark wrote first, and this is a copy, therefore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I would say, right, which is an argument that maybe a Christian could make, but the Prophet Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was a new prophet, right? And God comes to him and he tells him. So, but because when you compare the Quran and the Bible, you'll see that the Quran on some things and some scenarios, right? Okay, they agree. But if they agree, all right, the Quran actually, especially when you look into history, there's many examples of the Quran correcting the Bible.
Yeah, but let me point out where they're both wrong. They both say that Ibrahim and Noah and Moses existed. And history is very clear that none of those three existed.
How would history be clear upon that?
Because there were no domesticated camels in Israel in 1700 or earlier. Moses did not exist because there was no historical Exodus. And Noah didn't exist because there was no historical flood.
Okay. Why are you saying there's no historical flood?
Bing, bang, boom.
Because there was no historical flood. There's no evidence of any kind of flood that could even possibly be remotely like the one described in the Bible.
Did you accept that?
Or in the Quran?
I'm trying to. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. What kind of flood is described in the Quran?
The physics described by the flood with the amount of water and the amount of runoff, and some Christians will even go far as to say how the waters pushed around the continents. The heat problem alone would be
I invited you too, Eric.
Unanswerable. The Earth would be a ball of molten metal and rock. We'd be a star basically if the flood happened.
Yeah, give me a second, Eric. I'm just going to go blow the dust off Kent Hovind.
And
carry on this conversation.
At the very least,
the flood did not
wouldn't
happen.
yeah, things wouldn't have happened the way that we can geologically verify, because that amount would cause the mantle or the crust to like dissolve basically,
Yeah.
and then it would look different than it does.
Also, something about the radioactive decay of the situation too would be like too much energy.
And we also know from the genetics of human beings that there was no genetic bottleneck around 4,000 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, the Egyptians were happily brewing beer before and after
Correct.
the flood.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they built the pyramids, and there's no watermark on them.
Yep.
Well, actually, I'd heard somebody. This is many years ago. Heard somebody had said that they thought that the actual event that accounted for the stories around the quote unquote global flood was when the Straits of Gibraltar broke and
you
the
made it.
Mediterranean flooded. But that actually
Right, but
happened that happened 5 million years ago, which predates humans. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you guys are conflating like the Christian understanding and
Don't
the
let go
Islamic.
of
No. The
No?
Quran describes the population of the earth reduced to Noah and his family.
Okay.
That definitely didn't happen.
And we know genetically that's impossible.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The Quran.
When I bought my beagles, we paid attention to their inbreeding coefficient, and if it got above 2%, that was a genetic bottleneck. What do you think the inbreeding coefficient would be when like one guy is fucking his 7 daughters, 4 daughters? Like, it's ridiculous.
8 total people on Earth would not have probably been survivable, like population decimation. But hey, I've been to Topkapi Palace and seen like the wood from Noah's ship, so I guess it's real, right? They have some of Noah's beard hairs there too. It's pretty cool.
What?
Oh yeah.
What? Not his pubes, his beard.
No.
How do we know? Because it's really hard to tell them apart sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I stand on my hands occasionally, I guess. But I mean, it's also like the mechanics of the boat itself as claimed. Like, I think it was it Aaron Rye who said, like, can you imagine like 8 people shoveling 11 tons of shit out of one window every day?
Oh yeah.
Did you say 11?
And importantly here,
11,
Marco,
yeah, it's a made up number. Yeah.
if we accept the concept of literary dependence, like we've been talking about with the Gospels, like the biblical narrative is clearly based on a version of the Atrahasis narrative that comes in the Epic of Gilgamesh with a character named Utnapishtim. So again, we can just follow these literary texts, and we can understand that if today somebody writes a story of the 3 little kittens where there's a big bad dog who comes after them and each one builds a house out of different material, we're not going to say, oh, well, that's a totally accurate story that must be real. No, we're going to say, oh, that's an obvious retelling of the 3 little pigs.
Okay, so but the Quran is not specific. Okay, as to
it doesn't have to be exactly as specific as
no. Hold on, no. But
it just has to show the character and mention that the population of the earth was reduced to that number, and it's falsified.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The Quran doesn't say anywhere. Nowhere in the Quran does it say that Noah's descendants were the only ones who were left on Earth, surviving from that.
But the Quran does endorse the Old Testament, though, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't endorse the Old Testament.
So it doesn't. So it doesn't say that the Old Testament is true. Well, I was under the assumption.
My guess.
It doesn't. It points what all if you're taking that argument from like the Islamic dilemma, okay, you're conflating the concept of pointing to someone as being a witness of something and them becoming the authority of that something. So that would be like
tacos.
So then I would. That's like me asking you, "Oh, hey, man, what is the state of?" If I ask you, okay, to ask your mother, I tell you, "Hey, man, the moon exists," okay, and then you say, "Oh, I don't believe you," and then I tell you, "Well, if you don't believe the moon exists, go ask your mother about the moon." and then I'm pointing you towards your mother. You go ask your mother about the moon, right?
Yeah, but
she is a witness. Hold on, she is a witness to the moon. That doesn't automatically make her like a NASA lunar expert, right?
No, but the only thing that you have in
she's
this
not
case
an authority on the facts about the moon. She's just a witness to it.
No, but the only thing you have in this case is the mother's testimony about the moon. That's the point, isn't it?
No, it's just I'm pointing you to a witness. That's it. They're not the experts. They're not the only people who know. They're not. None of that is involved. If you go read the verse that you're referring to, whether you know it or not.
I get what you're saying. It's like, yes, we can refer to these people, but that doesn't mean that they were correct about everything.
Exactly. Because Allah is telling Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, if you doubt the message that I have given you, go ask those people, and to use those people as a reference, okay, to show them, for example, that God has came down and given revelation to prophets before, or that there is.
Marco, I just want to be clear because I gotta go to bed soon, but I want to be clear on your position. Is your position that when the Quran says that they will all be drowned, it's not talking about the people on earth? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that the Quran doesn't explicitly say that everyone on earth died. What the Quran specifically says is that only a few.
Wait. But the Hebrew scriptures do say that, right?
Exactly. This is my point. This is why I'm saying that
if the Quran were correcting the Hebrew scriptures, wouldn't it make an explicit point that many survived? But it does not make that point.
No. You see, exactly. See, this is.
So you're claiming from the silence of the text, we can infer that it is disagreeing with its source text.
No,
that does not follow.
No,
I'm not standard literary analysis.
Kieran, run. Run.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you are arguing from absence, right? Okay.
No, I am arguing from this story clearly comes from the Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures tell the story.
Okay, how about this?
All the people are drowned. This story also says all of them will be drowned, and you're saying somehow that does not mean that.
No. Okay. Where in the Quran does it say all of them will be drowned?
It's in Surah 11. It's before his son dies.
What the fuck is Plasto?
Here. Verse 38.
Okay, let's look this up here.
Build the ark under our watchful eyes and directions, and do not plead with me for those who have done wrong, for they will surely be drowned.
I mean, are you like seriously? It references a fucking ark, and this.
So it says. Yeah, it says everybody says none believed with him except for a few, and then it says he
died in the kitchen. Save me.
So are you asserting that
his family on the ship and that's it?
No, hold on. Are you saying that when Noah was given, the message to go and preach to the people, that he was preaching to every single person on planet Earth?
No, it didn't exist. I think it's a story.
Okay.
Please help I don't believe there is.
See, every time I put you hold on. Yeah, okay, no problem, bro. No problem. But can you stop doing that? Can you stop? If we're going to follow this hypothetical through, every time I pose a question to you, right? Stop going and jumping back to square one and saying, "Oh, I don't believe it exists." No. Let's follow the hypothetical here, okay? So, assuming that Noah exists, right? Assuming that Noah exists, and we're talking about the Quran, right? Because we're talking about, you're saying that, this story was copied from this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. From previous texts. Okay.
Yeah. There's no requirement that the story actually happened for it to be copied from one source to another, by the way.
Again, in the Atrahasis legend, everybody on Earth dies but the people with Atrahasis.
Right.
In the Upanishad legend, everybody dies except for Upanishad.
Okay. Now, can I explain, please? You guys have a habit. I've been.
I'm listening.
It's very important. He explains the story about God killing everyone. Please continue.
No. Okay, so so you are saying that scientifically, okay, what is being described in the Hebrew scriptures, right? What is being described is a scientific impossibility. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
As is what is described in the Quran.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
So what is if we were to take the Quran for exactly what it says and only what the Quran says, where does science and the Quran conflict?
There was never a flood that would take a ship up to the top of a mountain ever in human history. Not once.
So when you said that it wasn't necessary, I think you said it wasn't necessary that everyone died. Is that what you said? Right?
Yeah, because Allah says in the Quran that none believed Noah, right? Not very few of them believed Noah, correct?
Yeah,
right.
And he doesn't take any of those people on the boat with him.
So when I hear this is what I'm trying to say. So when I hear you say that not everyone died necessarily, then it sounds to me like you affirm like some type of like flooding of a region and not a planetary flood.
You are fake news.
Correct?
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
And also, hold on.
Hold on. I'm helping. I want, like, I don't know why, but I like you. So
I'm sure there's many reasons, brother.
Yeah. Like, you're just, I don't know. You're like, you're clean with your words.
It's
whatever.
a twinkle in his eye.
What I'm saying is, I think he escapes the heat problem, like, because he's saying local flood, and I don't buy that either. But all I'm saying is,
there's no local flood that would deposit a boat on the top of a mountain.
How do you know? First off, how do you know that? Number two, you understand
that I know physics.
No, hold on. Okay. If we're believing in God and a God that's preaching, I think we're conceding a lot of scientific impossibilities.
That's fine. So
hold on. Let me have my
once we're dealing with magic, you're right. Anything is possible with magic. That's true.
Hey, Marco.
Right.
Who's sitting on the great throne?
Stop. Don't deflect. Don't fucking divert the conversation, DeFreak. Come on. So what point were you getting at, Marco?
You don't want two theists to argue with each other?
Dude, you shouldn't distract. Like, now I've already lost it. I don't even know where he was going. I couldn't even help him if he lost his.
It was going nowhere.
We had two atheists.
Wow, that's a strange assertion.
Yeah.
He's on your side, bro.
I know, but I mean, don't you guys want to see a little, infighting?
No.
Nah. I'd rather really drill home the point that the nose flood.
Okay, here's the point that you
can plunger in there correctly.
Here's the point that you can tell people from limited textual evidence.
Towel last time.
I know which one is Dave and which one is Eric just from their screen names.
Yep.
Okay. So again, I'm so sorry. I am.
You're good, bro. I'm glad.
I'm a busy guy. So watch this. Okay. First off, you said there is no such a thing scientifically, right? That there's a flood that could take a boat above a mountain, right? I think if we're looking at the world in a strictly scientific, we would have to negate all religion, right? Because science, right? The scientific understanding of the world is
actually that's false. We wouldn't. No, that's false. We wouldn't negate Buddhism. Buddhism is completely.
Well, I was literally about to say the same thing. Like, hang on, no.
Well, also, Jainism, I think, Jainism makes some weird.
Hold on. No, you would,
but it doesn't make claims about it.
It wouldn't negate Buddhism because, if I'm not mistaken, Buddhism believes in a reincarnation. Do you have scientific?
You are mistaken.
Okay. Hold on. Fun fact: there are atheists who believe in reincarnation.
Yeah, that's true. But Buddhism does not assert that reincarnation must happen, and its central doctrines don't require it.
Okay, how about this? They believe in nirvana, correct?
I don't even know how science would interrogate.
No, Buddhists do not have a central doctrinal claim about the nature of the afterlife.
Okay. Then, well, you know what? I'll claim ignorance about Buddhism. I'm not an expert on Buddhism. Okay, but regardless, in this conversation, we would have to, no matter how we frame this conversation, we have to, concede for us to even have this conversation. We would have to concede some scientific impossibilities. Correct?
No, I'm actually going to bring forward a guy who's debated on this channel before. His name is Zach. He's a complete materialist naturalist, but identifies as a Christian. He doesn't accept that any of the miracles in the Bible took place.
Well, and I wanted to just interject quick. I just wanted to interject.
But okay, but these are tangent arguments that I was making. But go ahead.
Well, you're saying all, so I'm giving you counter examples to show that your claim of like global assertion is not necessarily accurate.
Well, and
you're gonna disprove what I'm saying by someone's belief.
So
you said you have to discount all, so I'm just giving you counters.
Well, hang on. Don't you want us to jettison all science because of your belief? Like, I mean,
neither of these things are the case. Like, he can accept science. He can accept persistence of norms and like behavior in reality. Yay! And then he can have exceptions of it.
Exactly. And that is true. But exactly. And what I'm saying is that those exceptions, right? Okay, they would be outside of the realm of the stereotypical scientific understanding of how the world operates. Correct?
Right. But okay, so then my question now becomes like, if you had this weird miraculous flood that like was so tall because it was contained in a certain part of the earth.
Oh.
And then at the same time, you don't have everyone die, and that would also say that not every animal would die. Like, I'm confused at what the stance even is at that point, because if everything died in any species or whatever, you would see that they only persist back 4,000 years. Like whatever animal it was, it could just be like one, you know, like I'm gonna make fun of Kent Hovind. It could just be one kind, right? And that kind would have a source that's unexplained. It has a huge gap 4,000 years ago. So like, it sounds to me like this whole thing about the flood is, I'm not taking a stance, which is fine, but I'm not taking a stance when it comes to something like a global flood. Sounds to me that it's like, it's a non-stance. Does that make sense?
How can a global flood be a non-stance? Like,
well, or saying I don't know if it's global. So then now you have to like explain these invisible walls that held it only in that area of the earth.
Yeah.
And then you have to explain how we don't see a genetic bottleneck in the ones who died for no reason in that area.
So
and like explain how the boat got like sent up to the top of a mountain.
Yeah, well, so I mean, the mountain could be, imagine like a video game with a force field wall and like you're pouring water into it, right? So it's a local flood and for no reason. Yeah, why?
I mean,
there's so many questions.
So even if it's local, we would need an explanation for why these genetic bottlenecks exist in this particular geological location on Earth right now, or within these species.
Well, and we would see linguistic evidence of this, not just genetic evidence of it.
Yeah, we'd find a weird pocket of like, why doesn't this area work? You know, it's almost like.
But it would need to be cross-confirmed across everything. Like, I mean, like the evolution of different species, like the geological record, like.
Yeah, but you'd find something. You'd find something.
You know how Eric was just talking about how like God should be able to preserve his word, and you know there shouldn't be any defects, and it should be perfect, and mankind touches whatever and it destroys everything, but God should be able to, in his glory, be able to basically bring you into the fold by having that perfect book in your hand to be able to read. Why didn't he do that with the earth instead?
What is by his glory?
Oh my God, the freak! This is a key point. You need to understand this. What Eric is saying is like the very minimum that the God could do is preserve an accurate text, right? Because if that's the minimum, he could at least do that. But then you and Marco are saying, oh no, God didn't just have the ability to like preserve a text over time. He had the ability to magic the waters of the earth and like take every species and put them on a boat and do all that and leave no trace of it. But he couldn't keep the text accurate.
Well, this all-powerful entity that supposedly exists, apparently the only thing that it doesn't have the ability to do is to clearly convey a contextual idea. Like, it doesn't have the ability to communicate clearly. That's the only, like, it's all powerful except its ability to communicate with humanity. Because we can't agree on fucking anything.
Wait, I'm sorry. Again.
How many women do you have calling you, bro?
Let's be clear. There's no unity of belief on any doctrine in any group. So even if we take the narrowest frame, like I grew up in a really like weird sect of Christianity that had a lot of weird, unique, bespoke beliefs. And yet even there, every Saturday when you go to church, you'd hear people who had like these other weird subsets of belief that you would be like, oh, that doesn't make sense at all to me. And people would tell you that they'd had revelations from God. And you believe in God, and you're going to the same church as this person, and you believe in the same way about the Bible that they do. And they tell you they got a message from God, and you're like, oh, that really does not sound like anything that I think would be coming from God. Because it's inherently unlikely that any one person's perception of what they got from God is accurate, even if there's a God. Which means there's no difference between people today who are telling you they got a message from God and people in the past who tell you in their books that they got a message from God. They're probably wrong, even if there's a God.
Allah, he addresses this argument, right? He says that if you believe that this book came from a man, then you would find in it many contradictions.
Yes,
right?
and we do.
Where's the contradictions, bro?
I just told you there was no camels in the Levant before, around 900. And Ibrahim is a camel trader. So that's impossible.
So
there's no flood that could bring ships up to mountains. There was no historical exodus.
How do you know? Wait. Okay, so again, you're doing this thing where you argue from absence. How do you know that there's no such thing possible as a flood that can go up to the mountains?
Okay,
please, bro.
Answer your question. Just ask me a question.
Yeah, I did, but I'm going to.
If you end a sentence that is a question mark,
I didn't end
and I try to answer you, I'm not over talking you or interrupting you. I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay, but can you allow me to come to a finishing punctuation mark? Okay, I'm gonna say one more sentence. Okay, in the Quran. Okay, just a few verses down from where you were talking about. Mind you, I looked up the verse that you said. Right, you said 1138. Sorry to go on. Actually, I'll address that later. But regardless, Allah tells the earth to swallow the water. So this flood happens, and God tells the earth to take the water back down. Okay.
But, can I just? I just want to really belabor the point.
You said it would take you less than a minute, and you're still going. So what is your point?
No, I'm done. I'm done.
But also, Kurt pointed out that Ibrahim was a camel trader. I really want to put this in a modern context. Ibrahim being a camel trader is like claiming that somebody was selling cars for General Motors in the 15th century. That's how ridiculous it is.
That's like saying shepherds ride with their herds in December.
Or Abraham Lincoln was texting on his iPhone.
Like, it's fucking insane. But this is the perfect word of God. Like, help us out here. Like, even a little.
The Quran never describes Abraham as a camel trader. I don't know where he's getting that.
Never mind.
Okay, so your position is that the stories in the Quran are not telling about the same stories as the stories in the Hebrew scriptures, even though the Quran claims that it is.
No, it doesn't claim that it's saying the same.
It says Moses got the Torah from Allah, right?
Yeah, and the Torah that Moses got is not equivalent to the Old
you're
Testament.
saying that the Torah Moses got You're saying that the Torah Moses got, which I don't believe there was a historical Moses, so that's a huge problem. But you're saying that that Torah that the Quran mentions was completely fake.
The one that we have today, that we call the Torah, is not equivalent to what was revealed.
Yeah, but is it completely fake or is it mostly true?
No. It's I would say that the truth, there is truth within it. Not 100% of it is false. But
so
the truth
if there was no Exodus and there was no human being named Moses, is the Torah that the Quran says was given to Moses correctly described in the Quran?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
If there was no historical Exodus and there was no historical Moses, can the Quran still be correct when it says the Torah was given to Moses?
If there was no Exodus, so now we're talking.
And there was no historical Moses. How and in what sense can we understand the Quran saying that the Torah was given by Allah to Moses?
How can you prove that there was no historical Moses and there was no Exodus? How can you prove that? Mind you, when you say Exodus,
here is exactly how I can prove it. And don't interrupt me. I've given you plenty of time to make your points. Let me make my point.
Actually, you didn't. But
I am happy to make my fucking point if you stop over talking me. You are going to continue over talking me, aren't you?
No. I'm just going to.
Okay, then stop over talking me and let me answer your question, because you ended a question mark and you're not letting me answer you, which is unfair discourse. Now, I will explain how you can know it didn't happen with an analogy. If you are in court and someone says, I couldn't have committed the crime because I was at the Marriott Hotel between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. and I was sitting in the lobby, and they have a detailed camera system there, and you should be able to go check the records at that hotel from 11 to 3, and you'll see that I was in that lobby the whole time. And there was a crime committed at like 1 o'clock p.m. And the evidence points to the person.
I get it.
And we go to those cameras, and the cameras don't show him there at all. Can we conclude that he was not there?
The cameras don't show him there at all?
Yeah, and nobody in the lobby says they saw him, and nobody remembers seeing anybody like him.
Right, so you would say...
Can we look for him, not find him, and conclude he wasn't there?
Not with 100% certainty.
Can we look for him, not find him, and conclude he was not there?
Most likely was not there.
Yes, exactly. If you're going to demand 100% for every claim anybody makes, you're going to have short, useless conversations with people, because that's not how the world works. But when we look for someone in places where they say they were, and we find no evidence of any type that they were there, we can conclude they weren't there.
Yeah, so that's you're kind of appealing to the Western justice system. Just to let you know.
No, I'm appealing to how people's minds work.
No, right. Which is all okay.
No,
sure. Hold on. Can I explain to you a different perspective, just so you can understand? For example, okay, in Islamic jurisprudence, when you want to find someone guilty of a crime, we require 2 eyewitnesses who witnessed them committing the crime. Without that the 2 witnesses watching them commit the crime, in the Islamic Sharia, right, we say that we do not have the evidence to prove that they have committed this crime, and therefore we cannot prosecute them.
So when someone is murdered in a country that uses Sharia law, and all they have is a corpse and a knife with fingerprints on it, that murderer walks free?
A knife with I mean, that's not conclusive. Yeah, no.
Cap.
What?
Wow, sounds like a great way for criminals and murderers to live.
Because
I would totally recommend that if someone wants to do that sort of thing, they move to a country that has that kind of jurisprudence.
So I'm an ex Jehovah's Witness, and internally they also implement the 2 witness rule. In order for somebody in the congregation to be accused of wrongdoing and punished, there has to be 2 witnesses to the crime. as described in the Old Testament, and I guess as also described in the Quran.
Okay,
This
so-
makes a Jehovah's Witness religion a pedophile's paradise, because how often is child abuse witnessed by two witnesses?
Almost never.
Like,
so
like
you are
this,
okay. I understand.
The system is not only barbaric, it is stupid.
No, it's
but
not.
it is fine for somebody 4,000 years ago, but for today, people adopting that type of system today, I'm sorry, you are purposely being barbaric and stupid.
Right. No, I'm not being stupid. And the amount of hold on, and the amount of people who are wrongfully convicted by the Western justice system is evidence that it's not stupid. Now, if you are of the secular belief system, right?
The alternative has problems. The alternative has
finish a point.
Not when you make a stupid point. Please
no,
listen to
I
me.
can finish a stupid point. I listen to you, and I think your point is
I'm glad you admit the kind
I
of
let
point
you
you're
finish.
making.
Right. So if I'm gonna concede that my point is stupid, I also say that your point is stupid, and I heard you.
What was my point? If my point was stupid, what was it? Give it to me.
The point that you made right, was that Islamic jurisprudence would lead to a pedophile's haven, paradise. Right? Right, a paradise, because we could not conclusively prove that anyone committed any type of crimes, right? And this would be a stupid system, and this would allow
it's a perfectly I said it's a perfectly fine system for something 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago when we didn't know any better. Today, with what we do know, it's today with what we do know, it is a stupid system.
Okay, so I believe that I somewhat summarized what you said. Now, can you allow me to? Right? Can I say my point and then allow you to somewhat summarize?
Well, your point was well, the American justice system.
I didn't get to say my point. You don't know.
I will give you. I'll give you your chance here. Just listen to me. You said my system's not stupid because the American justice system has its problems. That is a non sequitur.
Right. If you end the sentence there. But the problem is that you are supposed to allow me to finish and then take the whole argument, and then you can judge the argument.
Well, when the first part is garbage, I don't think the second part's going to help. But go right ahead. Please continue.
Right. That's like me saying never mind. I'm not even going to give an example. But regardless,
that's like saying let's make a cake. First thing you do is you pour motor oil.
Talk again. This is my problem.
No. I'm taking this.
I should have just said what I wanted to say.
I'm taking this opportunity. To.
Here we go.
Like if you're gonna tell me how to bake a cake and then step one is pour motor oil into the mixer, I'm gonna stop you right there. But go right ahead.
Right. And then you add that the mixer is actually motor powered mixer. So now it's not so stupid, right?
No, you pour the motor oil in the bowl.
Where are you pouring it?
But yeah, tell you what. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish. I will be quiet. Go ahead and finish. I will just laugh internally as you talk.
Okay.
But in fairness, Kurt did ask, like, if you have a knife and it's got fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
Well, the fingerprints existing on the knife, to my mind, wouldn't be justification to convict a person. Like, if somebody broke into my house and stole a kitchen knife out of the drawer and stabbed somebody with it, and I had nothing to do with the crime whatsoever, I would still expect to find my fingerprints on the knife. So, but what we're looking for is cross corroboration. Like, the fingerprints on the knife would at least implicate me, and we would look for some other additional piece of information or evidence that would put me committing the crime. The fingerprints in and of themselves. Now, if there were bloody fingerprints on the knife, that's a totally different kettle of fish. But like, evidential standards are aside. So
yes, of course, each case would be decided on the actual facts of that case in total. But you can certainly find someone guilty without two witnesses quite easily, and there can be overwhelming evidence of their guilt.
Right. If there's a camera that saw them there, right?
But that's not a witness.
A camera is not a witness?
No.
Okay, so this is what I was going to say. No, hold on. This is what I was going to say. So now, unfortunately, you have to equivocate on witness and evidence, because otherwise you would say it's the case that, like, total proof of committing a crime would not entail that they are guilty unless there are two witnesses. So you can't do that. So now if if you can weight a witness because he has multiple forms of evidence, or if you can weight or not, like, I don't know, even remove the witness, like there's no witness at all, but you have such a strong inference that you have to find this person guilty, right? So now in the text, does it say witness? Because if it says witness, it has to also mean evidence, or it sucks, is kind of where I'm at.
Well, it's actually
Yeah, and any two people could convince someone or convict someone of a crime wrongly by simply lying.
Well, it
Right.
actually the like evidence. The word evidence means that which is seen, but without getting into the etymology of it, like what's the difference between a claim and a witness statement?
Yeah, so
There isn't
actually that kind of works exactly with what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, that's
if you're
what I mean.
saying if you're saying it's multiple things that could be witnessed at the same time, like if we widen the semantic scope of witness, then I guess you survive.
But no, what I mean here
that,
is like the distinction between a claim and a witness statement. Like the distinction between a claim and a witness statement is basically which comes first. Like you could have two people which have witnessed the same event. The actual facts of the matter are that they've seen the same thing happen, and the first person
One is going to be under oath, and the other is going to be just whatever they want.
Well, no, we're talking about corroboration, aren't we? Like that, I'm not talking about the legalese of it. I'm just talking about corroboration.
Guys, it's been a great conversation. Marco, thank you for a very spirited evening. I do appreciate talking to you, even though we disagree.
Yeah.
All right, Kurt. You have
a good one, Kurt. Thanks for dropping
good games,
by.
Kurt.
See you, Kurt.
What's the Muslim? I'm sorry. What's your name? I don't see you on the panel, so I don't know your name.
I think it's Marco.
Marco. Hey, Marco.
He might be on the phone with one of his girlfriends because he
then.
seems so popular.
Yeah.
One of his 72 bitches.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I don't mean to.
All right, Talk. I'm gonna drop off the game because I'm my brain's starting to mush.
No worries. No worries.
The game looks so fucking hard.
It is
It's
kind of
brutal. It's grisly. It's so hard.
Like, how do you kill the guy? Like, our objective was to kill him. How do you?
I heard
kill the
him.
Human?
Did you see? I heard him by jumping off the table, holding a fork, and I got him in the face. It didn't finish him off. It just made him angrier, right? He got more like finish in the process.
So let me get this
funny
straight.
That's hilarious.
You forked him. Like, I mean, we've watched him taking a shit, like a pixelated shit, and then
how do you? Like, our last two objectives was 1, tease a human, 2, kill a human.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. And it was like I was trying so hard to like end his life, and I was like, "What can I do?" I threw one of the billiard balls at him, and it hit him, but he just didn't even register. It just broke on him. I'm like, holy crap, he's unbreakable.
Yeah, I gotta be honest.
I mean, all I can think of is okay, we can electrocute him, maybe get him in the fireplace.
Oh yeah,
why didn't you move the traps around him?
Yeah,
these aren't the Smurfs I remember from my childhood. I know that.
So are we done with the topic that we were talking about earlier?
Well, I'm out. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
All right, good night.
Have a good one, Karen Dave.
So actually,
I'm
Marco, my question is, what's better? 10 of us saying that nobody on fire committed the murder, or one videotape of Taco doing the murder? What's better?
The videotape.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
see,
10
oh my god,
10 witnesses versus a videotape. No contest is the videotape.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Good.
Sorry.
Yeah, but regardless, even if you have a videotape, if no one sees it, right, then it doesn't.
I'm sorry. Why are you modifying my hypothetical? I asked a simple question.
I'm not modifying a hypothetical. My point
Okay.
is if no one, just listen, please. Okay, if no one sees the videotape, then it's pointless, right? It doesn't serve anyone any good. Therefore, witnesses have to witness the videotape. Correct?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No,
So
it
when I
doesn't.
say 2 eyewitnesses, for example, to accuse someone of a crime, if there's a videotape and there's 2 eyewitnesses that witness this videotape of the man committing a crime, the fact still holds. The argument still
Well,
holds. The
Yeah, but
jurisprudence.
hang on. So if we take a videotape of an event and
Mhm.
show it to multiple people, those multiple people all have a first-hand witness of the videotape,
Right.
So they are one event removed from the ontology, the actual thing that happened, which in this case is the video. If you
Until
relay
AI.
a witness statement on a witness statement on a witness statement on a witness statement, you're essentially committing Chinese whispers, aren't you? That doesn't happen with the videotape. The videotape is a recording of the ontology. Like a witness statement isn't like it's fallible in a way that the witness the witness statement is fallible in a way that the video recording is not.
So let's say, for example, right? Let's say, for example, someone commits a murder, and this murder is caught on.
Sorry,
the camera.
I don't want to be rude, Marco, and interrupt, but my kids just knocked on the door. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
No, you're okay, brother. I'll wait for you.
What was the point of this whole thing? Like, I think
The more
Marco, you were
cross-referencing
basically
witness and testimony you have, the better.
Marco, you're
Okay,
basically
so-
saying that we can't say something didn't happen because there's a lack of evidence for it.
Something didn't happen because there's a
like for instance, the Exodus out of Egypt. Like, we don't have evidence of that being the case.
Yeah.
So we can safely say that didn't happen.
Yes, you're
No, but you can't say it didn't happen either.
Sure, we can.
We can't prove it. If
Yeah,
we
you can't
want-
prove it. Exactly.
I can't say I know absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt it didn't happen, but I can say, you know what, it probably didn't happen.
Right. And listen. At the end of the day, when it
So
comes
same thing
to
with the flood.
yeah,
Flood
absolutely,
flood didn't happen.
Right. That's the point. That's the point. So at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, from the Muslim perspective, okay. Wow. Did you not kill the cockroach? But anyway,
them cockroaches are tough. You had to like hit them several times.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just witnessed him hit it like 5 times, and this cockroach must be doing
Tacos has very weak arms.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I mean, it seems that he has some nails within the with the bat. So wow, yeah, he's definitely been doing his push-ups, but yeah. So my point is that at the end of the day, for example, which this is again a tangent point, Islam, from the Muslim perspective, is a belief system. Okay, like for example, the Muslim will never say, "Oh, well, God came down and He proved Himself to us," and there is 100% proof that God exists. This completely ignores the idea that as a Muslim, this life is a test, and we are to be judged on our belief. Okay, so you have to believe in order to achieve paradise. Okay, the whole point of the test is that there isn't proof.
Believe before evidence, believe despite proof.
No, you don't have proof that it didn't happen. You just don't have proof that it did.
Well, I'm using your words there, right? So
yeah.
you're saying you have to believe without evidence.
So everything.
Like for example, that God exists. You might have like circumstantial evidence that God exists, right? But you don't have definitive proof that God exists. And in order to achieve paradise, you have to have this belief that God exists.
So in order to achieve paradise, I have to exercise dishonesty.
Not dishonesty.
Yeah, because I'm believing something without good reason to believe.
And this goes back to, for example, right? This goes back to, and I guess I'm opening a can of worms here, but the let's say liberal, okay, education system, right? In which, like, let's say knowledge is like, let's say the way we're supposed to see life is like a binocular, right? Okay, and on one lens of this binocular that you're supposed to see through, okay, you have empirical data, things that you can verify via proof and facts and arguments, not appealing to necessarily logic all the time, but that you can empirically prove to be true, right? But this other lens that we're supposed to see through is like something like natural intuition, right? Your natural intuitions that you are, for example, born with. Okay. And the way the secular or liberal education system teaches you to operate is to like kind of blind yourself from one of the lenses. Everything that
Which one?
you see, which is the intuitions,
Yes.
for
Okay.
example, right? So everything that you can empirically prove is fact, right? But everything else that you cannot empirically prove, right, is subjective. And this is the way that you're
Can I
educated.
pause you?
Go
Can I
ahead.
pause you like just for a minute?
Uh-huh.
So the takeaway is not that if you can't okay, you said a couple words like, so what I'm interested in when we're talking about 100% certainty is like we have eliminated the alternative probability. So that means it has 100% certainty it will occur, or it has to have had occurred, right? And then I also see deductive proof, where like if we syntactically and semantically agree on the premises, then we know it's the case that the conclusion is true if the premises are true. So we have two accesses to 100% certainty, and none of us are talking about that. And so when we say these things like, well, you can't prove it's not the case, well, we can only infer the case. So to say that the negation of the case requires 100% certainty for some reason is problematic to me, because we're only inferring the initial case. So if we only can infer it, then we cannot require our interlocutor to deductively prove it false. That seems dishonest to me.
Can I also ask a question, Marco? You said that essentially we're looking down these binoculars, and one of the lenses of these binoculars is our intuitions, right? But when we try to understand the universe in which we exist, we have to block our intuitions, because our intuitions lead us to falsehoods. Like there is no intuition that we have as this like meat bag operating on this planet in the unbelievable scope of the universe in which we live in, either on looking at the tiny or the massive. There is nothing about our intuitions that are useful to us when it comes to trying to explain things like electron tunneling or like quantum gravity. Like our intuitions are completely useless.
Yeah, that's why it's a balance between your analytical and logical and empirical observations and your intuitions. One being extreme on either side, okay, is problematic. But what I'm saying is that the Western education system tells you or indoctrinates you to be on the extreme when it comes to the empirical side. So I'm not arguing for either extreme. I'm asking for what I say is the most, I would say the best way to observe the world is having a balance between both. So for example, if I could, I'm sorry. For example, let's take something like mate guarding, right? Okay.
I don't know what that means. What does mate guarding mean?
Mate guarding is like your intuition, your natural intuition to want to guard your mate from competition.
Well, if you have a deep insecurity about who and what you are, then
hold on.
Exactly. Thank you. No. Exactly. You see right there?
No, I want to try and clarify. I want to try and clarify something, because I think when you say mate guarding, like you can guard them from things that aren't competition. You're just guarding them. So I'm still unclear on what mate guarding means.
No, mate guarding is like a biological intuition that when people
are you only guarding them? Is this word okay, maybe this will help because I'm confused. Does this word only refer to guarding from potential competitors, or does it also refer to guarding from danger?
No, I think this term, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this term refers to from competition, It's not like protecting your mate.
Okay.
So when you're at a club and your girl starts talking to another guy and you get really angry, that's mate guarding.
Yeah, that's a natural intuition.
Well,
Okay.
wait,
Yeah.
no, you don't want to accept the extreme.
That's what I thought.
You don't want to accept the extreme case. You
Yeah,
want to say
so-
no, that's not what I mean. I mean like a viable threat, like they're trying to mislead her or something. Like I wouldn't say
No. You're guarding her from competition. Your natural jealousy that you
This
would
doesn't make
feel-
sense to me. Do you want me to tell you why it doesn't make sense to me?
Go ahead, brother.
Do you think that there was adequate competition, or if there were adequate competition and this would serve her a better ultimate end for her life, do you think you should take the L and lose the girl?
If there was adequate competition, do I think that I should
That was
lose-
better for her in the long
Oh,
run?
yeah, no.
You don't take the L even for her best interest?
Because like you look at the guy that she's talking to at the club, and you go, "Wow, he's like bigger than I am. He's got bigger muscles. He's better looking than I am."
Yeah.
He'll do a better job of protecting her.
Yeah, what are the odds?
That
What
I
are the
wrote.
odds?
It doesn't. Listen,
just
listen.
from go ahead.
Let me make it less. Okay, so it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what.
I'm sorry, I'm being inflammatory. I'll be quiet.
It doesn't matter what what he excels at.
Yeah.
I'm saying it is the case that you know that she would be better off with this person.
Yeah, you're asserting that.
Are you humble enough to accept that that could be the case sometime?
What when you say better for her in terms of what? Her happiness?
I'm whatever.
Or is it her afterlife? Or is
everything?
it her...
All of it. Whatever you prioritize first, just go ahead and grant it.
Okay.
Sorry to interject, guys. I've got to go. I've got to sort kids for school and stuff. So it's been great talking to you. I may well be back. But
see you later, John.
May God keep your kids safe, brother.
Later for now.
Ooh,
as long as your kid's not like an Amalekite or a Midianite or a Canaanite.
Already.
So look, when I hear protecting someone, like that's a good thing.
Could you imagine being paranoid about gnomes in your home?
We talked about imagine. I already am.
So you.
Yeah, but he doesn't care about the roaches. Like
you're right. You're right that like protecting people that's a good thing. Very based. Clock it, like all the TikTok words, right? So what's weird to me though is that there's this like weird assumption that you were the right mate for this person, right?
Hold on.
See that?
Yeah, hold on. Watch this. So when in from the Islamic purview, right? Okay. This woman that you're with, okay, she's your wife, correct? Okay, we don't believe in this like dating or
I get it.
This woman is your wife. Okay. All right. So that's number one. The number one assertion that we have to make for because we're talking about my religion, right? Okay. So she's your wife already, right? And you see some man approach her, okay? I mean, this is so off topic, but from what we were talking about in the beginning. But you see a man approach her, okay? You are supposed to have a certain ghira, right? Over your wife, which is like a jealousy or an inclination towards protecting her from from the even the presence of other men, right? You're supposed to keep her away while it's like in a reasonable manner, right? So she's not even supposed to be in a situation where a man could approach her in that way, right? This whole scenario is that, like, let's say you go to a club, right? I wouldn't take my wife to a club. That's not a situation I would.
Now I have two questions.
But I'm not trying to fight the hypothetical. I'm just saying.
I think we have to slow down because now I have two questions.
Go ahead.
So, when you say, okay, you have an inclination to protect her, and you have an inclination to
guard her from competition.
Well, there's a different one. No, it was like that sounds like protect to me. There was two things. I remember. You're jealous to some extent, to some use of the word, right?
Yes.
And those are both, totally natural things. Okay.
Right.
So then you said, I wouldn't even take my wife to the club. What does that mean? And so I guess I'm going to try and give you like a couple.
Meaning I'm not going to walk into a room full of gasoline with a match lit in my hand and hope I don't drop it.
I don't know what that. Okay, I don't know what that means.
That's what it means.
Hold on. No, hold on. I don't know what that means. So hold on. So when I ask this question, what I'm saying is I want to know why you wouldn't bring her there, and if you're still going to go there.
No, I'm not going to go to the club.
Okay, based clubs suck.
Yeah.
So, but you wouldn't, if anything, if any reason showed up that you were going to go to the club, you would bring her, right?
No. If I was forced to go to the club for some reason, let's say God forbid, someone who is a great friend to me, right?
Okay.
And he is in some dire situation and I'm forced to go to the club. I'm not going to take my wife with me. Why would I take her with me?
You can be like the based ass couple in the corner, fucking judging everyone. What are you talking about?
No, there's no baseness about bringing your wife to a club.
There is baseness if you
we just said clubs suck. Why would you
listen to me? If you ascend over these heathens that are immoral, like they're clearly there for like unbased reasons. Okay. So you're based as fuck in the corner. You're two soulmates. Why wouldn't you take your woman to the club? What does that mean?
Yeah,
because I'm more
she deserves a night out.
No, she does. What the? Okay, yeah, to a nice private dinner, not to a club, which is, mind you, a place full of heathenistic practices, and you're just like I said, you're walking into a room.
And why would you be there if she's not there with you?
I just said I wouldn't be there, but I said I gave you the hypothetical, right?
No,
that some friend of mine, right, or something, somehow ends up at the club, and he is in dire need of help, right? I'm not going to take my wife with me. Let's say he gets his ass beat. Like, I don't know what you mean.
What are you gonna do? Come fucking bandage him? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna take him out of there, bro. What you mean? I'm gonna get him out of that situation.
So you're just pulling him like to the hospital? What do you? This is so. Come on, dude. I got your back. This is just weird. Go to the club.
Just give me 1 second. No. Okay, I'll just give me 1 second, brother.
Like, no, go ahead. Yeah. All I'm trying to say is, if your wife wants to go to the club, and you guys are like fucking monogamous as fuck, like,
and Tessio's at the club.
Let's just go.
Like, you're gonna pass that up, man. Tessio's there.
Insert any reason to go.
Yeah.
You both look at it and you're like, yeah, let's go. Like, what is going on? Why would you bring your wife to a club?
I'm sorry, Tiesto. I'm not very much of a clubber, but Tiesto's playing. He's there in person and he's DJing. Your wife wants to go. Treat her out.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Nah, bro. Nah.
What are you talking about? You're like the team of the most like fucking honorable people.
I like how,
all due respect, you guys sound like the devil right now.
I like how we're here. I like how we're here because Marco is trying to say that we should have two epistemologies. His faith-based, non-evidentiary epistemology is somehow equal to one that is.
Hello, John. Is this the normal John that calls in?
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I'm just on my phone and I'm dealing with kids. But Marco, I have to ask this question. Do you want your wife to be with you because she sincerely chose you or because you artificially limited her options? Like, how insecure are you as a person? Like, my wife went out last night, and I trust that the reason that she continues to be with me is because I still add value to her life. If I prevented her from going anywhere and doing the things that she wanted to do that exposed her to other options, then it would be because I was fearful that there was a better option that existed that she could, of her own free will, choose.
Well, and you literally can't subtract all other options. It's impossible.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. My bad.
Well, I mean, you can. There are some religious groups that try, but like, I mean, this protectionist attitude, like to want to protect the things that you care about and to preserve the people that you care about is a perfectly understandable and reasonable thing. But to limit the free will of another person, like, is just madness to me.
You don't limit the free will of someone. you just make it being with you conditional.
So
I'm not gonna hold my wife by her throat and keep her from going to the club. I'm just going to tell her.
Let me just say
hey,
one
look,
thing.
if you are adamant on going to this club, right? You're adamant, then there's no relationship between me and you. We can just end it right.
Let me say one. Let me hold on.
Her going to a club would end your relationship? I'm sorry.
Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
So, when you say that there's a situation where your friend absolutely needs you at the club, and you can go to the club,
by force.
is that same allowance given to the person in the relationship that is not you?
No.
Okay. When you know that it is the case that her friend needs her there, what line do you draw?
Okay, so
you have technically you have two answers you could give me. It's either it will never be the case that this is allowed, or you need to draw a line where it is now not allowed because this is not a legitimate reason.
No. It's there's never a time that I can fathom in which she would be forced to go to the club. That doesn't exist, because even if let's say her friend was in dire danger, who's more and I was the only option, right? There's no other people that can come and save her, right? Who is more able to help her friend? It would be me.
I don't know what you're asking me. Like, it's you? Okay.
Yeah, it would be me. Let's say she's in there's a fight that breaks out.
Say it's a no. Hold on.
I'm better able to protect her.
Say it's a severe mental episode.
Yeah. So again, I would be more adept.
No, absolutely not. I'm supposed to assume that you're like a practicing psychologist. What are you talking?
You don't. No. She doesn't need to be. She doesn't need to. If she needs mental reconciliation, and the problem is not that she needs to leave the club, then I don't need to go. Why would I go and help her in her mental episode if she's not willing to leave?
But can your partner go to take care of the situation?
No.
And then leave?
No.
Why?
Because the ends don't justify the means. That's why.
That you don't know that. You don't know how important this is in this woman's like trajectory of her life.
It is possible. It is possible that your wife will just innocently go to the club, help her friend, and leave. Right? It's possible.
Yes.
I mean, okay. How about this? How about we concede this for this exact
It is trivially true.
Yeah, right. Let's make a concession here for your sake and for the sake of argument, right? Okay. I would, if that was the case, right? And my wife was like it. Yeah, if that was the case, then if my wife had to go to the club, then I would accompany her. I would be there, right there.
So now your wife's at the club, dude. What the hell, dude?
I'm trying to help you. That just for the sake of argument. I said there isn't a situation in which I could fathom that, but I'm saying if it was like not a choice anymore, right? Her friend, I don't even like I said, I can't fathom a situation.
Yeah, whatever it is, yes.
Yeah.
We've noticed that religious folks have a really hard time with thought experiments.
No, it's not just I mean, I don't know what we achieved by this thought experiment, but my point is, right? But my point is, right? My point is, first off, is that like we're way off topic, right? The whole point about mate guarding, and we've deviated from the actual argument that I was making, is that when you see things from a completely analytical, only in an analytical way, like you only have an analytical viewpoint, okay, or understanding of the world, and
when
you
say
completely blind yourself. Hold on, brother, please. And you completely blind yourself, okay, from your natural intuitions. Something like mate guarding becomes like you said, like how you guys were describing it. Like, why is this, right? So the fact that you had like the guy, his name was John, and he's like, oh well, I think that's insecure, right? This is evidence, from my perspective, that he has completely blinded himself from his natural intuition, and he's questioning the natural intuition that you have to guard your mate.
Marco, I gotta ask you. Do you not think that your wife should be basically your best friend, somebody you view as equal to you?
No.
Okay, that's basically all we need.
Okay. I'm gonna, that I wouldn't say that, bro. I'm like, just being totally honest. I wouldn't say that.
Why wouldn't you say that?
Why would you bar her from that role? She could literally fill that role. You cannot prove
First off,
that's
if you understand female psychology, right, and you understand what
you do.
Whoa,
right? If you understand female psychology,
hold on.
If you understand female psychology,
here we are, a bunch of guys, and one guy's like, if you understand female psychology.
Yeah, if you understand female psychology. First off, I'll just let you know, just
okay.
If I'm going to use my wife as an example, right? My wife would be disgusted, right? But with your kind of understanding of things.
Okay,
I'm just letting you know.
This
is a traditional. This is a traditional mindset, right?
This is
so,
okay. This is fine.
You
made 3 claims now. These are all fine though. But I'm going to explain to you what you now need to say. Do you want me to say that?
Okay, if I could finish, and then I'll gladly listen to what you have to say.
Go ahead.
So again, when hold on, what was this? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was that last thing that you said? I believe your name is Deacidal.
Deacidal.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it might have been nobody. I can't remember.
I can't remember, dude. I just started taking notes.
Well, Marco was about to tell us about female psychology. That's
So if you understand female psychology and what and how they think on even the subconscious level,
how they think, okay, on the subconscious level.
No, how they're. I should say how what their inclinations.
Please tell us how females think on the subconscious level, Marco. Go ahead.
Yeah, they don't think on the subconscious level, right? That's a contradiction.
They don't think
on the subconscious level.
They don't think on the subconscious level. So like they're just completely like they just simply don't have that function in their brain.
Dude, no way you believe this shit. What are you saying?
I know you're going into troll territory.
No way you believe this.
You're
what's going on?
What are you talking? Is it? Hold on.
Your mask is slipping, my friend.
It's not.
We
slipping
see you.
Listen to me. If you're thinking about something, that automatically makes it not your subconscious anymore.
Oh my god.
Well, okay.
Wait.
Hold on. What
this
does that
guy's
mean?
a clown.
I'm not a clown. What are you talking about?
No. Okay, so what do you mean by when you actively think about something, it's no longer your subconscious? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so your subconscious thoughts are things that are outside of the conscious thoughts that you have.
Right.
And females don't have this, you claim.
But you're saying they're not the okay, so what I'm asking is, are you saying that they're completely separate, or are you saying that
no one inclines the next?
That the subconscious, the subconscious can still impact the conscious, correct?
Absolutely, it does all the time.
Okay, so what was the point of that statement?
My point was when you understand a typical, right? Not every female is the same, right? But typical, okay, subconscious inclinations that women have, right? They are more attracted to the one who guards their mate versus the one who does not.
Okay,
If you break,
sure.
Yeah,
okay.
So that was the claim.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's the whole point that I brought up is that you are talking about like what a woman wants.
Is that not true for you too? Do you want your girl talking shit about you behind your back or something?
I don't remember.
How am I talking shit? Who's talking shit?
I don't remember bringing up what women want. I literally don't remember that. Am I stupid? I don't.
Wanting to go to the club? We weren't talking about that.
Okay. Does she want to be there for her friend?
Sure.
Okay. Usually,
right.
If it's a request that's unreasonable, she would be less likely to want to be there for her friend, right?
Okay, so let's say let's play this scenario out. Your
Well, I
girl.
think you
Hold
should
on, hold on. Can
let
please,
me.
please?
I
Go ahead,
think you
brother.
gotta
Go ahead.
finish mine. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
I
we
do
hit the goal.
apologize.
I didn't even realize. Go!
Woo!
By the way, tacos. Thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate you, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Okay,
No,
Hey,
no
glad
worries.
you're having fun getting deconverted.
I mean, you said how many minutes?
when
Hey, I
I
haven't
don't-
run the argument yet. You've been talking with other people.
Oh, sorry. You're right. Go ahead.
I would love to talk about God, but
Go ahead.
okay, I still. Oh, what was I at? What was I doing? Oh my
See,
God, I lost.
it's my fault. It's my fault. I apologize, bro.
We're like on a tangent of a tangent of a tangent right now.
Yeah, for
I
real.
know, right?
Hey, but it's
Fuck,
interesting. It's interesting.
I'm
for
too
sure.
unskilled mentally to keep up. So
Hold on. Let me restate my claims,
she
and
goes
then
to the
maybe I'll bring it
club.
back up. Yeah, I said that you were talking about her wanting to go to the club to help her.
Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay, so there will be a situation where it's simply, I don't know, at least implausible that this, like, I'm gonna just say woman, this woman that is involved with you, there's a case where she knows the person isn't being unreasonable, and she knows that she ought be there because she cares about her friend.
Right.
And so, because that is just true,
Okay.
there's a situation where she goes to the club, correct? With you or not. But
Okay.
there's a situation where she goes to the club with
Okay.
you. I don't care.
Sure.
Okay, so then why avoid the club? Why? I don't get this.
Okay,
I don't
watch this.
understand.
Watch this. Let me ask you a question. And again, we're speaking in general. Okay.
Sure.
Your girl comes to you and she says, "Hey, my friend, okay, she's having, like we said, a mental episode, and she's
Sure.
there at the club. Okay, I need to go help her. Okay, now which response? I'm gonna give you two responses, and we're speaking in general, right? Okay, which response do you think a woman would be? Which guy, by the way that he responds, would she be more attracted to? The guy that says, "Oh, okay, babe, go ahead." Guy A, or guy B, "Well, hold on. What's going on? Why do you need to go to the club? Oh, you're gonna go help your friend out? Yeah, I'm not gonna let you go to the club by yourself. Let me come with you."
No, you're ignoring what I said. What I said was
I understood
that
what you said.
you're going either way. Like, that's possibly the case.
Yeah,
I don't
by
care about
force,
that.
right? Because there's like
No, it doesn't have to be by force.
circumstance.
You could have a situation where you have such a strong rapport with your wife that she knows that you are not going just to be jealous. That is the case. Like, you can have that, like, experience in that relationship. Like, you could
you're going.
be going.
It's not just jealousy.
You could be
it's
going
that
by.
You're going to protect her.
Okay.
Physically.
And so when we talk about these slides between jealousy and protection, this is a problem, because you're already, like, you're saying like you have a right to be jealous. Okay. But you only have the right to be jealous if you have a reason to think that someone's behaving unideally. You only have a right to be jealous. You only have a right to, like, claim a stake if you even had this system set up, and then I granted you that you had valid reason to be jealous. Like, none of this follows. There's like a bunch of layers that we're, like, assuming.
Right. So you don't think, first off, when you say you don't have a right to be jealous, you don't think you have a right to be jealous because
No,
your girl.
that's what I'm saying.
Let me finish this statement.
Yes. Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead.
You don't think you have a right to be jealous because your girl is going into a situation where bad things tend to happen, like things you wouldn't want, situations you don't want your girl to be in would happen. You don't think that you would have a right to be jealous?
Okay,
and
now
then
we
feel
need to.
like your girl being approached by different guys. You don't think that You don't think that you would be naturally, for example,
okay, I'm gonna have to start
or
taking
want
notes
to
again.
be, you would be inclined to want her to be avoid situations in which these things could happen?
Okay, approached how? Because I lost the rest of it. So,
So let's say she enters the club to go help her friend, right? She's talking her friend down, right? She's telling her, "Hey, it's okay. It's gonna be all right. Whatever, whatever makes her feel better." Okay. Then her friend says, "Hey, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick." Oh, go ahead, go use the restroom, right? And it's not
all
like
right. And
girl moments where
real
they
fast,
decide
there
to go
was
to
a
the
super chat. Oceanus was asking for the bridge song for Gretchen. That's fair since we hit the goal. Let me get that pulled up real fast.
Okay, so
are we gonna take a break here for a song or
2 minutes? Yeah, if you need to go pee, go pee.
Okay.
Two sides yelling, hello friend. We need a way from end to end. We plan, we measure, nice and slow. Build it right, then watch it go. Hey, hey, hey. Wiggle, 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 the bridge wiggles in the wind. But if we build it strong, it won't wiggle, it won't bend. Triangles and teamwork, hold it steady, hold it down. Build a bridge, build it smart and ground it in the ground. Start with a sketch, make it neat. Footings in the dirt for feet. Piers down deep where the ground is tough. That's how we make it strong enough. Wiggle, 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 the bridge wiggles in the wind. But if we build it strong, it won't wiggle, it won't bend. Triangles and teamwork, hold it steady, hold it down. Build a bridge, build it smart and ground it in the ground. Some parts squeeze, that's compression. Some parts stretch, that's tension. Push and pull are doing their thing. Balance makes the bridge go ding. Wiggle, 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 the bridge wiggles in the wind. But if we build it strong, it won't wiggle, it won't bend. Triangles and teamwork, hold it steady, hold it down. Build a bridge, build it smart and ground it in the ground. If the wind goes whoosh and zoom, we don't want a wobbly doom. So we brace it, cross it tight, make it feel just right, right, right. Wiggle, 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 the bridge wiggles in the wind. But if we build it strong, it won't wiggle, it won't bend. Triangles and teamwork, hold it steady, hold it down. Build a bridge, build it smart and ground it in the ground. If it's metal up in the sky, lightning might go zip right by. Give the zap a safe way down to the earth, to the ground, to the ground. No wobble, no trouble, no rattle in town. Feet in the dirt and we ground it down. If the sky goes up, we send it around. Safe to the earth, to the ground, to the ground. Hey, 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 hey. Wiggle, 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 the bridge wiggles in the wind. But if we build it strong, it won't wiggle, it won't bend. Triangles and teamwork, hold it steady, hold it down. Build a bridge, build it smart and ground it in the ground. Build a bridge, build it smart and ground it in the ground.
All right, Marco, you've been chill, so I'm gonna pull for hours. So I'm gonna pull you up on the panel. Please don't pee bomb me.
Yeah, based. This dude's been chill. I forget where we were at. So approached in the club. What does that mean?
Proposition for sex.
I assume he moved or muted. I'm sorry. What did you say to free?
Approached means being propositioned for sex.
Propositioned for sex. Interesting. I don't think he's going to commit to that. What does propositioned for sex mean?
You know, shooting your shot or being a pickup artist or something like that. Depending on the club,
just asking for how much.
All right, so I'm just gonna say
I gotta say
artist.
I gotta say nobody that I'm admiring at which the lengths and detail you're going into this hypothetical with Marco. It's quite amazing.
I mean,
Yeah.
my eyes glazed over a long time ago.
If you, I mean, I don't want to like, poison.
Yeah, you're beating the dead horse. I mean, it's completely outside of the argument I was making, but
I mean, he did get Marco to say that if you understand female psychology, which I can't even.
So
what's wrong with that statement?
What's wrong with that statement? Are you a female?
I don't think any of us have high confidence that you have any understanding of female psychology. Or psychology in
hold on.
general.
Okay, so you can appeal to experts, right? I'm just going to need their names, and I'm going to need
okay.
the
So
numbers.
anecdotal experience.
Specifically an expert who says that females don't experience subconscious thoughts, as you claimed.
Oh, I didn't. Wait,
when did I say that?
You did say that.
Hold on, I missed that. Did I miss that?
Yeah, you said it.
That can't be true.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yep.
Did I say that?
I'll rewind and get the quote. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Well, that can't. Yeah. Okay. Let's assume that's not true. Okay. So women have subconscious experiences. Okay, we know that. So, I forgot where we are, honestly, because I said
I was.
There's a situation where she goes to the club.
I'm pretty sure I said thank you, Oceanus, but thank you so much, Oceanus, for that super.
Yeah, I think I was painting out a scenario. I said, okay, your girl's at the club. Okay, she helps her friend, right? Because she's having a mental episode. Then her friend says, "Hey, I need to go use the restroom." Right, and it's not one of those scenarios where the girls go to the restroom together for some reason. Right?
What does that mean?
Because women do.
What does that mean?
Usually,
a
lot of women they'll go to the restroom together.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
he doesn't know why. He doesn't know why.
No, hold on.
I didn't know why.
I don't care.
What are you talking about?
I don't care about that. So
he's just like,
what does that mean though? What does that mean though? Like,
what does what mean?
What does it mean that it's the case that it's different from these other situations where women go to the restroom together?
I said it's not one of those scenarios.
Okay, what is the scenario that
so
it
she
is,
so I don't know why I even
scenario
said that because
isn't?
look how that's turning into another tangent. Okay, so
No.
what I'm saying is, okay, she goes to her friend goes to the bathroom. Now your girl is sitting alone, okay, there in the club waiting for. Okay, so in that scenario, right? Do you think that this girl just sitting alone, like she's at the club? Okay, she's not going to be like approached by men who are going to ask her, "Hey, how you doing?" And you don't think that that's that's a possibility?
I have not started writing notes about this part because I literally don't know what you're saying. So
what do you know what I'm saying? We're talking about that.
Yeah, that's fine. So when you say, it is not the case that it's a typical situation where a woman and her female counterpart would go to the bathroom together. What does that mean? What is different about this situation that isn't present? Like, what is novel in this situation that isn't present in most situations where women go to the bathroom together, that makes you know that it's not the case, that it's a typical situation where women would go to the bathroom together? What does that mean?
What that means is women have a tendency in club situations, for example, right? Situations where there's a lot of people around, right? To go to the bathroom together for the sake of safety, companionship.
Like to talk about stuff, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So what is different about this case? I still haven't written
it's not different. I'm just painting a hypothetical in which that does not happen.
But there could be a case where it is different. Is that not your point?
What? I am painting out a picture for you to to illustrate a scenario, right? The whole scenario is that you're saying why if you're gonna go to the club, right? I believe what you were saying is that if you're gonna go to the club, right, for this odd circumstance in which she's going to help a friend, why wouldn't you go?
No, you can go with her. That's fine.
Yeah.
You brought up something about going to the restroom together.
Okay.
Right?
Are you
I
trolling?
think it's
at this
interesting
point?
how you talk about how women think on a subconscious level, and I also think
Dude,
it's
okay.
interesting that
Wait,
you
can you
call
play the
women
clip where I said what
females.
you said? I said.
So the quote was, I asked you, please tell us how females think on the subconscious level, Marco. Go ahead. And then you say, they don't think on the subconscious level. That's a contradiction.
Yeah.
So
argument.
Potentially you're trying to imply that nobody thinks on the subconscious level?
No, what I was saying is
okay. Well, I just directly quoted you. You said they don't think on the subconscious level, period.
No, it wasn't. It was. Yeah, you're saying it, but that's not
So
how I
so
said
are you
it.
saying they
What
don't
I
have
said was they don't
subconscious, or are
think.
you saying they don't
No, I'm
actively
saying
think
what
at
my
that
and
level?
I actually if
Because I guess
if you
nobody
further
actively thinks at that level, but you have like
just
subconscious
listen
thoughts, right?
right. I don't know what you just said because I was talking, but what if you like listen to that? Okay, if you listen to me talk a little bit more, you'll see that I say I think that that's a contradiction because if you're thinking it consciously, then it's not subconscious anymore.
So then nobody thinks on the subconscious level.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
right?
You can only
I
report
guess.
on what you
I mean, I'm not a
consciously
psychologist.
think.
Hang on
Yeah,
one second.
that was my point,
That's
though.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
And hang
that's
on
fine.
one second. We
So-
got traveling fools in the back. Let me get them pulled up here real fast.
Traveling is a
fools.
trigger word. Is that Rick?
What?
I said traveling is a trigger word. Is that Rick?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I know Troubling Fool, but I think I know this
Hello,
guy.
traveling fools.
Hey, what is going on, everybody? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you an atheist or theist, or what position do you hold?
Wait, what did you say? Am I an atheist or what? No, I'm a Roman Catholic. How about that?
Okay. Can you turn up your volume some? It's really low.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm excited.
Different platform. Never been on whatever this is.
Hey, Traveling, you've been on Flow States a while ago.
So am I coming in too low?
Yeah, we can't hear you, man.
I hear him just fine. I think maybe Taco's you.
All right, how do I?
Okay.
Is there settings on this? I've never been on Restream.
Here, let me turn my game sound down a little bit. My game sound might just be really loud.
I think it is.
So you said you're a Roman Catholic?
Yeah. Are
How
we
do you feel
allowed
about
here?
clients? Yeah, of course.
Okay,
How do you
cool.
feel about a
Could we
client?
deconvert them every
You like
day?
that?
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. The only thing you get me to deconvert there would probably be to more of a more moving forward in the other direction. Anyway, I'm listening to you guys. All right, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we
cool.
got you.
No, listen to you guys like on here whining about. Now I don't know how old y'all are, and I just came across your channel.
Who's
but I need to
whining?
jump up here. Listen to you like worrying about. Oh, if this girl's going to the club, or this is happening, or
Okay,
any
so
of
now
that.
you're complaining about the theists on the panel. You're complaining
Yeah.
about the theists on the panel, and I don't grant it because I'm trying to help that person talk about these things, right? So you show up and you say women can go to clubs or not. Who are you? Are you a Thomist? Are you that guy? Are you a Catholic? Like, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the Muslim on the panel? You want to talk about us?
No, you asked me what religion I was, so I told you. I didn't bring that up.
Yeah, but you just show up to like derail the conversation. Do you want to talk
No,
about
I just
whether or
brought
not
it back
God
to what
exists?
y'all were talking about. I underailed it. You asked who I was, and I underailed the conversation and brought it back to what you guys were talking about.
No, we would just finish that conversation and then we would return to the prior conversation.
Well, I didn't hear the prior one, so I'm sorry for not being there for
Oh,
that.
that's okay. Okay. That's fine. Sorry. My bad. I thought you were listening.
No, I just tuned in. I found this randomly across YouTube, and it just came up on my
So you
stream.
listen for a few minutes, and you listened for a few minutes, and came in to make commentary on it, like.
Oh yeah, I have.
Without the
That's
context
how
of the
it goes
conversation.
a bunch of the time. Welcome,
He's a
welcome
panel
to the
walker.
panel, dude. Welcome to the panel. So.
Hey, in my defense, I sat there and listened for a long time before.
Yeah, so
I
feel
said
free to
anything.
pop in whenever you like. They're just being dingleberries.
Right. Well, I do have some, but I'll let y'all proceed for a minute more before I interrupt you again.
Sounds great.
That's fine. We really should get ourselves out of this rabbit
pretty
hole.
great timing.
We should get ourselves out of this clubbing rabbit hole. I think we've tested the Muslims' insecurities enough.
Insecurity.
Well,
hold on.
it's
I would argue it's insecure to ignore, right? To ignore your feelings and to not be able to vocalize.
A truly secure man would say, "Hey, you know what, honey? I trust you. Go do what you need to do for your."
Here's the end of the argument. Here's the end of the argument here, Marco. My girl can go to the club whenever she wants on her own or with me because I have enough trust with her that she can do whatever she wants.
Yeah.
The only reason that you would
insecure.
not feel good about that is because you are insecure either about her choosing somebody else over you or that you're worried about her safety. And if you're worried about her safety, there's you're just not making the right.
Yeah, I would say. Hold on. Let me ask you.
Not making the argument for that.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you a question. If your girl asked you to go to the club, right, and you felt, I want to say some type of way about that, but I don't think I should.
Like if I didn't trust her to go to the club.
No. You didn't like her. The fact that she was going to the club. Okay, you just didn't like it for whatever reason. You didn't want her
reason
to
matters.
Okay, so you didn't want her to go to the club.
I'm taking notes. That's fine.
Because she's you don't want her to engage in the activities that usually happen at the club, right?
So you're insecure.
You didn't want her to be no.
I want to say,
why would I not want her to?
Can I please finish?
Yeah.
I mean, you use so many words when you can use like 10. Get to the point.
Okay, yeah. So you don't want her to go to the club.
Why would I not want
her?
Why? The important question.
And then you're going to tell me I'm using too many words. I'm only answering your question.
No, okay. So you said for whatever reason. Okay.
Yeah, and then he wanted a reason, and that's why there's more words.
What's the reason?
Okay, yes.
I said you didn't want her to engage in the activities.
What's the reason I didn't want her to?
Okay,
what's the reason I didn't want her to?
We're getting way too bogged down. Okay. So you said for whatever reason, and I have that notated, right? Okay. So now, what's the conclusion? And then we're going to ask for the reason.
The conclusion is you have this inclination that you don't want her to go, and she wants to go. Okay.
Okay.
What are you going to do in that scenario?
Okay. So now I'm confused because you said for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. You asked me for the conclusion.
It already is the case that you have a problem with her going, right?
Yes.
Okay. So for whatever reason, what that says to me is that this will be valid in all situations. Okay. So now, for whatever reason, slash to the page, I'm now saying it's a problem, right? So, I need you to show me that it is the case that there's a problem that you could have that would apply to every reason.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you want, but I was for the sake of argument.
No, you have to do that. You said for every reason. You said for every reason. So now
I said for whatever reason.
Yes.
Yeah, that's whatever reason, not every reason.
Anything applicable to humans, anything applicable to
so I said this inclination you have towards mate guarding
in general.
Okay, yeah. So the inclination. Hold on. Okay, let me restate this so we can avoid all of these tangents, so we can actually get an answer.
It's not a tangent.
Okay. Can I please finish?
Okay.
No, the core of the issue is that you guys made the claim that this was insecure. And what I'm trying to prove is that it's not insecure.
That's not what I'm doing.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, that's fine. Ignore those people. Ignore those people. No, ignore all of those people. What I'm asking from you
it's just a conversation. Okay.
Is for whatever reason, every single reason that could be the reason she goes to the club. Okay. Now I need to know why it would be a problem because of, and I'm going to make a note of this thing. Okay. So this thing, whatever it is, it applies to every single reason that we could have a problem. I don't grant that. I need to know what that thing is.
Right. I said it already.
No, what is it?
I said you don't want her to go to the club because you don't want her to engage with things that normally happen at the club, like proposition by other men, for example.
Like,
okay. So there you go. There's an answer. Now,
do not expect your girl to turn them all down.
No, it's not that.
The last part, the last part of the statement. What is the last part of the statement that makes it true?
What last part of the statement that makes it true?
Okay, so the question is, for whatever reason, whatever that reason is,
that you don't want her to go, yeah.
There's a problem, and it's a singular problem that is guaranteed. I'll even grant you that you could have multiple of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So it is the case that this problem will exist. And it will then grant you like a reason to have a warrant to dislike her going to the club, right? So
the
problem I see,
okay.
The problem I see is I need to know what this one thing is or this multitude of things are.
Okay.
To grant you that it's always going to be the case that it is at least likely problematic for her to go to the club.
Okay. So number one, okay. I see an issue with how you're responding to my hypothetical. I was bringing about a hypothetical in which to assess the man who said that it was insecure, right? I was trying to assess his ideology because
I'm really confused.
Yeah. Okay. So let me.
Number
okay.
one
So,
is what?
Okay. So
you weren't trying to assess my ideology. You were.
I was.
You were doing
a
poor job of defending your own.
No. I'm trying to understand. You made the claim that it was insecure. So then I
just demonstrated how it's insecure.
Dude, right. So let me ask you a question. So can you just answer? Can we just follow along this hypothetical that I'm bringing to you, and then I can make the assessment and then make my argument? So again, you do not. Your girl wants to go to the club. You don't want her to go for a multitude of reasons.
Okay,
one of which is because one of which is that you don't want her you're like mate guarding, right? You don't want her to be approached by other men.
I'm unclear on that. I'm unclear on that.
All right. You don't want her to be approached. You don't want her to be approached by other men, right? And then also there's a safety aspect, right? You don't want her to end up in some a situation in which she could be in danger. You don't want her to be intoxicated publicly. You don't want her. So there's a multitude of reasons right there.
No. So you question the question.
Oh my God! We cannot get to the point because you want to keep on dancing around. No, this is weird.
I would like a moment not to dance around the point. Can I just let me know when it's my turn? I want to inject for 1 minute.
Please,
sure.
But can we? I just want this answered so I can make the argument.
Just let me know when it's my turn, and that's all I'm saying.
We will.
Into this conversation.
You can go ahead after nobody.
This is fine. I'm just trying to parse this out, or I guess that's the word, right?
It almost feels like you're trolling at this point.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm literally trying to help you. I swear to you.
No, it doesn't seem helpful.
Guarantee it. Okay, so look, we have no approach, and then we have danger. Okay, and what were the other reasons?
You don't want her intoxicated in public.
Okay, so yes, thanks to you for remembering that because I did not. Okay, so why would I think that it's morally impermissible, or I have a reason to think that it's not the case that my wife should be intoxicated in public? Why? I'm going to divert. I'm sorry. Why is that a problem?
Why you don't want your wife intoxicated in public? The same reason you don't want someone to drive intoxicated?
Those are different things.
No, they're not different things.
No, they are. Being in public and driving. Being in public and driving in public are two different things.
Yeah, right. But they both, in both scenarios, right? Your ability to make decisions properly, right?
Mhm.
Are inhibited, correct? When you are intoxicated.
True. True.
Okay, so there you go. So can we now get to the question?
What is there you go? What is there you go? What does that mean?
Okay, so because bro, let me get to the question. So your girl doesn't want you. Your girl wants to go to the club, and for the reasons that I listed, you don't want her to go to the club. All right.
Okay, wait.
What do you do in that
all
scenario?
Of the reasons?
What do you do in that scenario? No, there could be more. So what do you do in that scenario?
But it's at least these three.
Deacidal. What do you do in that scenario?
No, is it one or is it two or is it all?
Nobody's on fire. If you would please.
What you do in that scenario is you ask her about the situation. You ask her what her stance is on it. If you have a worry about it, you tell her about it. That's it.
Okay, that's it.
You convey.
So wait. So you don't tell her that you don't want her to go to the club.
It kind of depends on the reason. If you're,
I just gave you 3 reasons why you don't. But what you're saying is that you don't tell her, hey, look, I don't want you to go to the club for this reason.
Okay, and what is my goal when I tell her not?
Nobody's on fire. I'm waiting for Deacidal's answer.
Bro, you gotta engage with me, dude. I'm sorry.
I understand. I understand you want me to, and I will do that after. I just need an answer from Deacidal. What do you? So you're not gonna tell her that you don't want her to go to the club.
What do you mean?
Are you going to voice your opinion? Voice what you
based on
what you want?
Of course, you're going to voice your opinion, but the reason for it matters. That's what I'm saying here.
Okay, yeah, I gave you reasons. It doesn't forget the
No.
I'm asking you. Okay, you know what? I'm done.
I asked you really specific question before. Really specific question. What's the problem with your girl being at the club even without you, unless you're worried about her consenting to somebody else?
Right. So
what's the reason?
I'm done. Hold on. I'm done with the hypothetical. I tried to walk you through it, and you just refused to answer it directly.
I'm expanding on the hypothetical, and you can't handle that.
No. I can handle that. But my point is, this is what the whole point of what I was saying is that you were saying that it was insecure, right? To feel a certain way, and you to express that to your girl. What my argument is,
insecurity isn't a bad thing, dude. The way you handle insecurity is.
No. Listen. I understand. Please let me finish. Okay. My point is that if you cannot assert how you feel and you not wanting her to go to the club, you can't tell her that because you're afraid of her reaction or afraid of violating her freedoms, right? If you can't tell her that, then you would be insecure. You're so insecure that you are scared about how she would react to your not wanting her to go to the club, that you won't voice that opinion. But a secure man has no problem voicing and vocalizing the fact that he does not want her to go to the club. That is a secure man who has standards. And a man who has standards stands upon those standards, and he makes it the relationship that he's giving her, right, contingent upon those standards. If you can't stand for that, then you, in fact, are the insecure one.
Okay, listen.
There you go. There's the argument. You guys made that 1,000 times more difficult.
Can you fathom a scenario in which your wife can go to the club and it's okay?
No. I said
that. You're either a pussy or you're insecure.
Let's say you have absolute trust in your wife. She says, "I'm going to help my friend. I need to go help my friend. She's in trouble." But you have trust in your wife. You've been with her for 15 years. You never had any problems or anything like that. Like, I've been married for 15 years. My wife came to me and said, "Hey, I need to go to a club to help my friend." I would say, "Hey, is it in a safe part of town? Is it okay? Like, is it not dangerous?" No? Okay.
You're not going to go with her?
Okay. No, let's say I have to work or something like that. Let's say I have other obligations, responsibilities to worry about.
Your wife's safety doesn't come
My wife is an adult. And if she says, "Hey, it is safe. I'm going to go there, help my friend."
How would you know that it's safe?
Because you can look at the part of town it's in. I grew up in Las Vegas, lots of clubs in Las Vegas. And she says, "Hey, I'm going to Pink Taco." I'd be like, "Hey, that's no problem. I know about that part of town." If she says, "I'm going to, I don't know, some dump in downtown," I'm like, "Hey, wait a minute, hold on. That actually might be physically dangerous going to that area. Let's talk." But aside from that, if she's like, "Hey, I'm going to this club. I need to help my friend," good luck. I'll have dinner ready for you when you get home.
Well, this is
that's
your
weird,
your
but-
position, Eric, is very similar to mine. No, look, if my wife, like, just as a literally, this is the case. Like right now, I've been with my wife. We've been married for 4 years, but we've been together for 13. We've got kids
Nice.
together, etc. So my wife was out in Manchester last night. She's going to get a new tattoo tomorrow morning, and she was out with a bunch of her girlfriends. And when she goes out with her girlfriends, I joke with her when she comes home, like the next day, like if she's staying in a hotel. We live down south and Manchester's up north, so they stopped in a hotel. When she gets home, I'll go, "Oh, did you have a good time? How many numbers did you get?" You know, I'll joke with her, like, "How many times did you get hit on?" Like, because she's coming home, she's
Cuck
like,
mentality.
no, that's not a cuck
What?
mentality.
Totally not. No.
She's not getting run through. What I'm saying is that look,
crazy.
if another guy, if another
Dude,
guy, it's
that
a
was
joke, yeah.
so unfucking founded, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm on your
and-
side,
and-
bro.
Yeah, I understand. And then even from that,
Wait
even
a-
how about
wait a
this? How
minute.
about this?
Wait a
Listen.
minute. Am I still here?
So
Am I still here? Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
you're still here. We're just
Okay, cool. So can I
and
interject?
let me give you the last reason. Let me give you the last reason. So I guess
we've heard all your
just to
pathetic
eliminate
reasoning,
just to
but-
no, you didn't, because so
he's very insecure
I'm-
about not being heard. Please let him talk.
I'm not insecure about not being heard. I just don't like to be misunderstood. So, and the last reason that I would cite is that as a Muslim, right, you are in a place, right, that all this fitna is happening. All of these, I don't know how to describe fitna in English.
Fitna?
Yeah. So you have all of this degeneracy is going on. And me being someone who wants what's best for my wife, I wouldn't want my wife to be surrounded by degeneracy, because it is very true.
You're assuming she's susceptible to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't trust your wife. You don't trust your wife
that's
to handle
that's
this
crazy.
on her own.
That's crazy. So you would recommend that your kid hang out with the heroin addicts at
Wait,
school?
And
Wow,
you would
that's
recommend
quite the left turn there.
Yeah.
You would recommend
Can we ask this?
that the person most important in your life does not pass your standard for like surviving these scenarios.
No.
That's what you're
See,
assuming.
no. You think I'm living in the realm of possibility? I mean, you think you're trying to live in the realm of
Yes,
probability,
right?
No, and I'm telling you, look, from the Muslim
doing,
perspective. No, listen. From the Muslim perspective, I brought you the scenario from the beginning. What I said was, you don't walk into a room full of gasoline holding a match that's lit, right? You don't do that. That doesn't make sense.
What you're doing,
What you do is listen. You're not proactive.
No, listen. What you're saying is that
you try to be proactive, right?
This is
you
what
try
you're
to
doing.
eliminate the probability that something will
I was
happen.
getting mad.
This is
I'm about to
You guys have a weird understanding.
No, just let me explain what you're doing, okay?
If you'd give me
you're
a second,
saying
I can make this so much more fun. I promise
our
you.
inference
I promise you I
of
can make
the
this so much more
behavior
fun.
of people is less valuable than the fact that like we can't deductively prove you wrong, and that's just dishonest.
What?
I'm saying we have the same inferential case. We have the same.
Look, I have to know the Muslim
and
guy.
There
where do you
can
live?
be.
You sound like you're from Virginia, and
Bro.
the only word you say that has an accent is Muslim.
Give me 30
Where
more
do you live?
seconds.
Why?
There could be.
Okay, I'll just keep waiting in the back before I.
He is being patient. Nobody, let's wrap this up because I think we've
Right,
beaten this horse to death.
You know what?
Let's have fun.
No,
This
you're
is
right.
going to
You're
be
right.
fun.
Yeah.
Let it go for a second.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead, guest.
Yeah, and I don't want to be guest. I'm traveling fools. I mean, I have a channel on YouTube. I'm not a troll. I host all kinds of stuff. I do college football radio work. I do all kinds of stuff on television. I was just strolling through, going through here, found your things. Now, the funny thing is, the Muslim guy. Now, I have nothing against Muslims. I mean, I probably know more Muslims than you do. And you sound like you're from Virginia. And if you have insecurities about your girl going to a bar, you know who she's not? That's your girl. She's not your girl if you got to worry about her going to the bar. Who gives a goddamn where your girl goes. And you know what you do when your girl goes to a bar and cheats on you? You fuck her best friend and fucking ruin her life right there.
Wow.
What a
I don't know if that falls.
what a role model to aspire to.
Yeah, we is this the Roman Catholic side of you speaking here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
100% right there. 100% Roman
Yeah,
Catholic
yeah,
side.
that took a left turn. But
Tell me I'm wrong.
again,
I don't think that's what they meant.
You're
when they said
wrong.
turn the other cheek, but still.
Well, but what he said earlier, if you're worried about your girl doing that and she does, she wasn't your girl in the first place because it didn't meet your standards of it, right?
I understand what he means, but this is ridiculous.
Because a secure man, because Marco, a secure man would say, hey, you know what, hun? I trust you. Go do what you need to do. I didn't say a real man. I said a secure man. Listen more closely. A secure man will say, honey, go do what you need to do. I'll see you when you get home.
Right.
And if that man suspects that his wife will be unfaithful or violate the terms of the arrangement, then you let her go do that. And if she does it, you then decide, okay, I'm going to either stay or I'm going to go. You have a decision to make at that point. You don't sit there and say, no, you can't go because I am man and I say so.
Oh, wow. Your old lady going out to,
yeah,
dude,
right.
It's your old lady going out to a bar to have
if you have a child that's like 5 years old, would you let them play with fire?
Oh my God!
100%.
Again, Muslims have the dumbest.
Jesus, would you date a 5-year-old?
I know.
Hold, stop! Don't do that! Don't do that! Okay, so look,
terrible analogies.
Chill.
Look, when we're
no, it's a logical practice.
It's a dumb analogy.
Listen,
it's not a dumb analogy.
What I'm trying
it begs the point is that when you are the leader of your household, right?
No.
Try to guide.
That's where we differ then, because I'm not the leader of my house.
You're right. And that's why you guys have like a divorce rate of 50%. But regardless, so 80% filed by 70. What is it? 70, 80 filed by women, right? So because you don't lead your house, right? She gets bored.
I don't.
So, and here's the problem. Like, this is what I'm saying is that when you are the leader of your household, that's fine. When you are the leader of your household, right? Okay, I'm saying it's fine as in I'm going to continue. So when you are the leader of your household, right? As the leader of your wife and children, what you try to do is you try to lead them in a way that avoids the possibility as much as possible for things to go wrong. That's what you do. You don't. That's why I brought up the example of letting a child play with fire, right? You can say, oh, my child is a very
your wife
smart
is a child?
Oh my God.
No, it's an example. Don't do that, bro.
A stupid one.
That's low IQ.
No,
that's low IQ.
This is the problem.
That's a low IQ rebuttal, bro. That's crazy.
This is
the same reason that you wouldn't let your a 5-year-old child play with fire, even if you thought that they were competent enough.
Why would you not let a 5-year-old child play with fire?
Because they can get burned. That's why.
And you know how many times they'll do that in their life is once.
Right.
I shot a gun at like 7, bro. Like,
okay, congratulations.
Everybody gets burnt once. Everybody puts the fork into the light socket one time in their life, and that was a great learning experience. You know what you need to do is you quit eating like.
So if you see your child about to put
if you see Scoundrel says mute Marco, I'm the man in this relationship. Thank you so much for the super chat, Skeptics and Scoundrels. Greatly appreciated.
Might makes right, motherfucker.
Okay, guest, Roman Catholic guest. We're going to ignore what you said about retaliating against a cheating spouse. What's your?
No, I didn't. No, I'm not ignoring that. I've done that many times in my life, and I think y'all are a bit younger than me. But what you will realize is it's not your girl if you have to worry about it. Like, you know, if your old lady comes back and she's like, you know, hey, going out with the girls tonight, and you're like, God damn, good riddance. I mean, that's a real relationship because it's funny and it's real. And you're like, you know, she's not going out there to
There's no way
she
you
ain't got that time in a day to go out there and cheat
because
on you.
it's funny.
But one thing that does come with cost, we all like beautiful women. I love beautiful women. Beautiful women kind of love me too. It's a curse I got. But if you have a beautiful wife or a significant other or anything like that, she is going to get flirted on when she goes out in public. That's just fucking normal.
That's just a reality. That's just going to happen.
You're a single guy. You see a girl in the grocery store. You go, Hey, what's up, lady? You know what I mean? I mean, I'm still addicted to it. I've been
I don't
married
do
for
that,
years
but
and years,
okay.
and I still can't quit hitting
Yeah,
on
I
women.
don't
I mean,
do
just
that.
can't fucking help it. It happens,
especially
all
at the
time.
grocery store. I don't.
Oh my god, it's
just to be
like
clear.
easy pickings, man. You can go to that damn salad section, and if you're feeling a little frisky,
The
you go over there. And
salad
you want to get a
section.
little loony, you go over there and buy that. Like,
What is the salad section?
Well, but if you want to meet like the real freaky, weird chicks, go over there where the tofu
They're in the
and stuff
salad
is.
section.
Oh, over there by the tofu. I mean,
Okay,
they will
they're in the
actually come
salad
to
The deli.
No,
All the deli.
By the
the
tofu.
most important,
They'll
the
turn your
most
toes. The
important note
tofu
of
girls
all
will turn
night
your
is
toes.
the salad
You'll
section.
have to listen to what your, horoscope or something like that is, along the way, but it'll be fun. You'll have a good time. It's still definitely a good place to go hang out. Another underestimated thing that all you young single guys can do, one of the best places to pick up women at is at a gas station. You think I'm wrong, I'm not wrong. You ever tried it? Okay, I challenge you to try this. I mean, hopefully y'all are good-looking people and not like horrible people.
Challenge.
You pull up over here and you see a hot chick get out of her car. She's over
challenge.
there. And she gets out, and going to go over there and pump her gas. So you're already pumping your gas.
What was
Perfect
that?
conversation. Hey,
No, what's
way
the
too pretty
challenge?
behind
No,
the
what's the
gas by
challenge?
yourself. What the hell's going on, lady?
I'm too slow. What's
What
it-
is up? Just go over there and do it for them. They'll sit there and talk to you all night long, and I guarantee you'll have their number when you leave. Take it to the bank.
Challenge, dude.
Take it to the bank. But you can't look like a
challenge
total
is
Damn,
idiot.
I live in a place where everybody pumps their own gas, though.
Well, that's why you pump somebody else's. That's kind of the point here.
I get it's the point.
I'm imagining myself at Costco running over to another car, going, "No, let me do that for you, lady."
It'll get you laid.
Just challenge
Try it
what?
once.
What's the challenge?
And you don't have to worry.
Challenge.
Do it while your old lady's at the bar.
Oh my What's the challenge? You offered a challenge.
Yeah,
What
while
is
your
it?
old
You just
lady's
find
at
a
the
girl,
bar, go over there
you're
and
just
pump
pumping
some
gas,
lady's
you
gas at Costco.
Just run up there and be like, "Hey, girl,
You
can
got
I
this.
pump your gas for you?"
Yeah, exactly. Trust me, you'll get the number.
I can
You'll
pump
get
it
them
real
digits,
good
you'll
for
get
you.
them digits.
Do you just like run at the gas pump before she can commit to
Man,
fueling
you gotta
her own
walk up, man.
vehicle?
I mean, come on, you gotta
The
have
trick
some
is
kind
the
of
trick
game.
is to
You
be
gotta
at the
have,
car
like, a
before she
pizza.
even opens the door. You gotta be like, be there.
No. You got that box of pizza. You
Not
got
creepy
from-
at all.
You got that Quick Trip box of pizza or Hunt's Brothers box of pizza. You got to walk over there and you got to throw it in the gas pump right next to her, or in the trash can by the gas pump right
Where
next to
did
her.
the pizza
I got an
come
old Hunt's
from?
Brothers pizza box. I'm going to throw this in here and I'm going to put this over here. And then you walk up there and be like, "Oh, well, I'm
It's
here.
like,
what is going on?" Y'all
Hey,
gotta find
hey,
your
pretty
own
mama.
game.
While I pump you gas, can I interest you in a slice of
Listen,
pizza?
y'all got to find your own game. I can't give you the game. I'm giving you
so
the
lost.
ideas.
This is
That
this
happens.
is this is Johnny Bravo style of flirting. I love it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do some kind of video. Show us the game too, because damn, I need that kind of game.
Just ask all my bastard kids. They'll total joke. I'm just kidding.
Hey, you're a welcome palate cleanser after talking to Marco for so long.
I'm a shit talker, man. I have fun on YouTube. I randomly found your channel. I did sub up to it just now.
You picked a really odd time to first watch this channel.
Well, yeah,
tonight is not normal.
I know it's
Tonight is not normal.
I thought it was a MGTOW channel for the first 20 minutes. I
No.
was like, God almighty, listen to these guys whining about why women don't love them. What is going on here?
The core of that conversation was we were talking to that Muslim Marco, and
I love Muslim people. Don't even get me wrong. I own property. I've got property in Indonesia, the largest Muslim country in the world. I've been to Muslim weddings. I've been to things. But a guy from Virginia that he talks like he's from Virginia, and all of a sudden goes,
I mean, there's Muslims in Virginia,
and then he has an accent. Why not?
But
That's what it
what
sounds
the
like.
the way this whole thing went was he went from trying to describe to us why empiricism and the scientific method is dogmatically taught to Americans, like we're indoctrinated into it, so much so that we ignore the non-empiric method of finding truth, which is like faith and intuition. And then he started talking about mate guarding, and then we got into this rabbit hole about going to the club because we like presented a hypothetical to like test his position. And then nobody
That's
just kept on, nobody kept on going and going and going on it. I was like, wow, nobody's really committed to this.
Well, if I don't know what he means by words, I'm just like, what is going on?
Oh my God.
Well, there's
for
a
whatever
lot of great
reason.
Muslim people out there, so don't ever like differentiate between that. I mean, I'm Roman Catholic.
I've talked to a bunch of Muslims.
I own property in Indonesia, so I've been, I go over there a lot. It's the largest Muslim country in the world. I ain't Muslim, though. That ain't me. But man, I don't understand that whole such an insecure. And I agree with whoever's argument that was. It was insecure.
Yeah, I say any system that is misogynistic, like
Right.
that, is insecure.
Right. I was gonna say too, like, to be clear, there are the same exact mechanisms in Christianity to essentialize insecurities that are commonly had by men.
Well, I'm not misogynistic, because of that reason. I just do it to be an asshole. But I do agree with you.
Oh, and just so you know, there's a couple of us on the panel that are married. I'm the channel host.
Yeah, I'm married too.
I think,
I'm 44. I'm 44. I've been in my relationship for 15 years.
I'm single though. I could take your advice about how to get game.
Dude, I'll hook you up, man. I'll tell you, it's really freaking
So
easy.
salad section, right?
Gas station.
Jotted that down. Yeah, gas station.
Dude, the gas station.
Yeah. Pump a girl's gas for her.
The gas station.
I guess the logic is, well, he's already pumping my gas, so.
Might as well marry him.
Might as well let him pump.
You gotta lead into it right. You gotta lead into it right. It can't just be like grab it out of their hand and put it
lead
in
into pumping gas.
No. Hey, you're way too pretty to be doing this. What the hell? Where's the man at in your life? Let me do this for you.
I just had to take.
Oh, man, how you doing? You gotta be. You gotta have a little bit of game to pull this off.
What have I missed?
It'll work. It'll work. I'm promising you.
I'm not even sure what you missed.
Well, I left this conversation to have a chat with my brother on the phone whilst we were dealing with Marco's insecurity, and now we're leading by the hand and pumping gas.
Yeah, Marco's currently muted. I had to exert my my headship authority over him. Speaking of which, is that 10 minutes up yet?
Probably got a couple more.
Maybe a couple more. Yeah.
Yeah, we're at 2 minutes. Do you want me to end it early?
No, that's fine. Give him the whole 10 minutes.
Can I just get like a quick straw poll of people? It's like if you've got a wife, if you've got a significant other, and somebody hits on them in a bar, whilst I'm not a cuck or anything, I'm not stood at the foot of my own bed. But isn't that like when she gets a little smile on her face because she's got some attention, boosts, polishes a corner of her ego or something?
Yeah.
And
take it
there's nothing wrong with that.
Take it a step further too. Take it a step further too. How rewarding and warm feeling is it if your wife gets hit on and she goes, "No, sorry, I already have a really nice spouse. Thank you though." Like, how rewarding is that where you give that person trust and they show it right back to you?
Well, let's just be pigs. Let's just say it the way it really is. Because a lot of people like me, I wouldn't date an ugly chick.
Hey, girl, I want to pump a lot more than your gas.
No, I need to be honest, of course.
What is going on?
I would always. Well, here's what's going on. We got a hot chick, okay? Of course, you're not going to marry an ugly chick. Like, who the hell would do that? So having a hot wife that, I don't mean hot wife in that weird, like y'all's new genre thing where they got terms for shit. I mean, having a good-looking, beautiful wife in public, you know what's going to happen? She's going to get hit on. It happens. You know what happens? The same as being a good-looking dude who goes out and talks to chicks at the, you know what I mean? Just has conversations with people.
Right. It goes both ways.
I do radio work. I go around. I MC like fucking weddings all the time. And you know what happens to me? I get hit on all the fucking time. My wife ain't worried about me going home with one of these goddamn slutties at the end of the night. And I'm not worried about going out to a bar and my wife leaving with some goddamn dude driving a Honda Civic that his sister gave to him.
Well, I mean, Marco said something.
And for YouTube reasons, let's avoid anything that could be used or taken as like a sexual slur, please. Yeah. Also, welcome back, Marco.
I mean, Marco did say something where he was talking about like being intoxicated in public for the same reason that you don't drive a car in public. I mean, if Marco's wife can like be drunk, trip, and bump into a person by accident and kill them, like what?
Like, that was not the argument.
They're obviously the same.
The argument? No, I didn't. I said for the same reason that you wouldn't want someone to drive drunk. Which is your ability to make decisions is inhibited, right?
Mhm.
No, I obviously.
No,
I
that's
get that. I was
fine.
just
No,
testing it.
no,
It
that's
was
fine.
obviously
Now, okay. So when you look at like the inebriated person driving a car, right? We have like a potential impact they could have that is
Well,
like
a drunk chick
they've
can get a
missed.
potential impact as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying the
Okay. I
consequences
don't know
are
what
the
you're
same.
saying. Okay,
I'm not saying
no,
the
I'm not. I'm not
consequences
saying
are
you're
the
saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that. But so
Y'all
now
crack
let's
me up.
look
You're so
at
worried about it.
let's look at what we're worried about when it comes to driving intoxicated, right? We're worried about the impact they could have on either themselves or others, right?
Right.
When an inebriated woman is at a club, what are the potential impacts that I'm supposed to be worried about?
Well, if she's your woman, she's going home with you, and
Okay.
the only impact you should be worried about is what you got to deal with. If she ain't your woman,
Okay,
then
what does
she ain't
your
going home
mean?
with you.
What? Hold on. What is? There's like a ownership here that I'm concerned about, right?
Well, no, I think it's a buyership more than an ownership.
Okay, this is getting more weird. I don't want to get more weird. I want to slow down.
No,
Yeah, that didn't help your case.
A buyership.
We gotta
if she
slow
ain't
down.
yours, she done sold. So yeah, you know she's moving on.
Okay,
it
we
is
gotta
a
slow down.
buyership. If you're
What-
going to a thing and you're getting your thing like
What
my
is a
girl,
buyership? What is a buyership?
I'm saying that in the situation of the woman buying into you. If you're going to call it my girl, then you are.
I didn't say
obviously
that.
Well, let me finish. You are obviously already like putting a materialism item on it. At the same
No,
time, you
my
reverse
point
that.
was that
If
that's not
she is
granted.
let me
My point
finish
was that
there.
that's not granted.
Let me
My
finish.
point.
If she is not buying into the product, she is the buyer. If you're putting into those terms, and that is up to her whether or not she's buying you. So if she's gonna run out, if you for 1 second have to worry about your old lady going out and doing something at a bar, then she is not your girl.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but now you've just made another statement where it's if even 1 second. So now you're eradicating all situations that are possible that would include you are worried for 1 second and she remains faithful. Like these claims you guys are making are insane.
Invite.
Wait, I have a question for you guys. Okay, you got from what I heard, most of the people on the panel said that they were married.
Oh yeah, I am.
A strong number, I think.
Okay, so question: if you propositioned your spouse, right, and you told her, "Hey," you came to her and you told her, "Hey, look, if you want to have a boyfriend on the side."
What does that mean? Holy shit. Okay, so
Yeah.
propositioning it first.
Hey, if you want to give a hall pass, man, that's cool.
Okay. But so when you say when you say you're propositioning it, what does that mean?
Means you're bringing up the idea to her.
So you're going to say you're asking a question about a scenario where we decide we want that? Is that what you're asking?
No, what's worse is that he's asking if you just like walked up to your wife and be like, "Hey, baby, just so you know, if you want to go, find some dude to run."
That's literally what I said.
Welcome.
That's literally what I said.
That's insanity.
That's
Why would
literally what I
anybody do
said.
Yeah. So how do you think my point is how do you think your spouse would react to that?
Okay.
I don't even. I've never thought about that. I would never say that.
There's two situations here that I'm seeing, and it's that you want it to be the case, or you're testing her. And then in that situation, you would be lying to her. You'd be saying, you know,
life is
I
so
really
short. Why would
do.
anybody even think
I
of
really
that?
do think that's like
the
a
point
good
of the
idea right now if we
right
were to do this.
the
And
the,
so I feel
the
like you're
point
asking
of
me
the
two
question
questions.
the point of the question, right? We're supposed to ignore, okay, why the man is asking this. We don't need to think about that. What we need to be thinking about
No.
is the
Okay.
reaction of the wife. That was the point of
Okay.
the question.
But
And
Marco,
what's the
what
goal?
do you-
So
What's the goal?
how do you
What's the
think?
goal?
Yeah. So how do you think your spouse would react to that?
Okay, what's the
What kind of
goal?
questions are these?
Oh, the goal is to show what I'm trying to portray to you, right? Is
Mhm.
that if you were to say these things, right? I
Why
would
would
say
you
I would
say those
contest,
things, though?
right? Okay, but it's a
Well, that's
logical
another
exercise.
Yeah, I can
Fine,
give you a
it's
real
fine,
world
it's
example. I've
fine.
had that
Just let him
conversation.
finish. Just let him finish.
Okay,
So
so
what's the goal?
what would happen with most women is that they would be disgusted by that.
Okay. Now what's the goal of asking the question?
The goal, there's no goal of asking the question. The hypothetical.
Then why did you ask it?
Right. The hypothetical is to come to a logical conclusion, right? And the
Right.
logical conclusion is that, like I was saying before, your woman is more attracted to you when
Mhm.
you mate guard.
Okay,
Okay.
why did you ask the question?
So you think that my wife would find me more attractive if I was displaying every possible trait of insecurity?
Why
What?
do you
No,
just jump
that
to
is
every
not what he's
possible
saying.
trait? Why are you
Look,
making it like a
look.
false dichotomy?
Yes, not every possible trait. That's unfair. What is the goal of the question, Marco?
Marco, are you married? Polo.
I'm just asking what the goal of the question is.
Say
We have
Marco
to.
again.
Well, he just stated the goal of the question is to try to presume that that when you care about what
And we need to
happens
hear
to
him
your
say it.
significant other,
We need to hear him say what the goal of the question is. There's no other way.
Well,
We can
somebody say
presume everything
Marco
we
and I'll
want.
say Polo again. We'll see.
We can presume everything we want. We can think that we know where he's going. We need to know why he would ask the question. We cannot get around this.
Well, y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Obviously Marco has some issues. Marco has issues with, I mean, let's
Hello.
just break it down. Marco has issues with being insecure in his relationship.
I'm not going to grant any of this stuff. We need to hear this from him.
You can stand by that on my word. I'm not speaking for you. This is my opinion.
I know you're not.
Not your.
I'm saying it's
this is my
derailing the
opinion,
conversation.
Not your opinion.
But
He has
ideally,
insecurity issues.
is it not the case that we need Marco? Like, nobody's right. Like, we need to know what Marco's motivation for asking that particular question was.
Well, he's obviously. Why would anybody be like, hypothetically, guys? What if you told your wife
You're proving my
I
point.
wanted somebody to bang her?
You're proving my point. We
Like,
need to know he's
that's
making
the
the
dumbest
assumptions
fucking
to
question in the
accuse him of
world.
the assumptions. Like, that's just simply the case.
It's the
Well, I mean,
dumbest thing in the world. His question
Well,
was the dumbest question in the world.
there's something that I had. The thing that I would like to ask Marco, and it's sincere. Do you think it's possible for like men and women to be friends, or for men to engage with women in a place like a bar or a club or something like that, and any engagement that they have to not be propositioning sex? Because like
Right.
you
So
obviously
are you
said that-
asking if a man and a woman can be
Have a platonic relationship?
a platonic relationship?
100%.
Oh my
So
God, this is getting off topic.
so again, you're what you're doing is you're like, so
No. See,
it
you guys
is it
derail him.
possible? Is it possible? Yes. Okay. Is it probable? Most likely not, unless the girl is like,
Okay,
really
so
ugly.
I've got a lot
okay,
of. I've got a lot.
but
really unattractive woman.
you still granted it as possible. So anyway, when you said that it was a there was a goal, like, or I'm sorry, my question is, what is the goal? Asking that question to your spouse, like, would you do these things? Did I lose it? Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not
So
sure.
no, yeah. So there was no goal The question, again, the entire purpose of me even saying that question, not saying it to my girl, but posing that question to you, was to give you to have you like in the realm of understanding that, like, if you were to say this to your spouse would be disgusted by this.
Oh, right.
Most of the time, she would not like that.
The most
She would.
Right.
So the question is why? Why would she be disgusted by it? And then from that, right? From that,
hold on. Now I need to know so many things. I need to know so many things, dude. Like, how disgusted? What's the standard?
What do you, oh my god.
Maybe she's disgusted because she's worried about you trying to test her the question like that.
Look,
listen,
you're
if I
saying
walked up
something
to my
like
wife-
they're
if I
disgusted
walked
by
up to
your
my wife
question.
and said
Okay. So there's so many things going on here where you could be asking the question unfoundedly and you could disgust her recklessly. Okay. And then there's a situation where you're asking the question foundedly, and she could have like a varying degree of disgusted reaction. Like, there's so many things going on here that it's so confusing that I have to ask you these questions. What do you mean by disgusted?
Wait,
Okay.
let me chime in here real fast. Kenny
what-
Powers cutting in. Kenny Powers cutting in.
Okay, so what
if you walked up to
I'm
any
the one who
woman
throws the
you
ball
called
fast as fuck.
and you said, ask that question to them, you were like, hey, do you want to go out there and bang this dude? Yeah, I'm giving you that thing. Like, any woman who was still, if it is your woman, Jesus Christ, I would never date a woman who would accept that from me. Like, that is the most creepy thing.
The point was,
The
point was is that most women would not, right? And assuming that he's asking the question.
Hold on.
Yes. I'm answering you.
Slow down. Would not what?
Huh?
They would not do what?
They would not be down for that. They wouldn't want to take you up on that offer, right, that you're giving to her.
Well, I think if I ask that question to my wife, like, honestly, with my like relationship that I have with my wife, if I sincerely ask that question of my wife, I think my wife's response would be to she would worry that I have lost interest
your
in her,
mind.
that I no longer care for her, that
Exactly.
I don't value her.
Exactly. Thank you. And why would she think that? Why would she think that you lost interest?
Oh my god, no.
And that would probably elicit some kind of disgust response. So I get
why?
where you're going.
Okay, right. But why would she feel like you've lost interest?
Oh my god, because there's an implication baked into asking someone who is in a contract with you, whether it be socially or even legally. There's an implication to you asking this question of them that you inherently don't trust them. And that's why I asked.
Freak says, please bring Traveling Fool on stage. I know him. Oh, you know DeFreak Traveling Fools?
Okay. So
Traveling Fools?
Yeah. So the reason why most like the
Fools, if he knows DeFreak.
I don't know who you're talking. So
well, Marco, I get why you're bringing this up. You're trying to say that, if a girl doesn't think that you're gonna feel jealous over her if she starts like talking to another guy, that she's not gonna feel like she's as important to you, right?
No, that's not what I'm bringing up. The point I'm bringing up is that the reason why she would feel that you're not, the reason why she would be worried about you not caring about her, right? When you bring up this proposition to her, when you bring up this scenario to her, right? Okay, is because men who care about their women are jealous over them. Right?
That's literally what I just said.
Okay.
No, it's not what you just said.
This is still fine. But the question remains, why do you think that it was founded to ask them a question about whether or not they want to be involved with other people? What was the purpose of the question?
again, this was just a hypothetical exercise.
Right.
I'm not going to
But
ask.
in
I
the
wouldn't ask a
hypothetical,
woman that. I wouldn't do that. That's not something I
okay,
would do.
but in the
It's not something
hypothetical, why
Yeah.
are we doing it?
We're doing it to get to the logical conclusion that I just got done saying. That's
That
why.
okay, and okay, now this is what I need to ask. It's the conclusion that a woman who is worth more than another woman is someone who would not entertain the idea. Is that the goal?
No.
I don't know. I'm
The
taking a
point
woman who can
is to
drink
prove.
5
The point
PBRs.
is, through this logical exercise I'm posing to you, is to show you evidence of a woman, right, wanting
don't know
her
about evidence.
man to mate guard. That is the
Okay.
point.
Okay, I don't know about evidence, but what I'm asking you is that the goal of the question, I think, is you ask them this question and then they can have a good response or a bad response. Is that right?
Well, but it also like mate guarding. This notion of mate guarding, like to mate guard, to prevent or to try and prevent your significant other from putting themselves in a situation where mate guarding might be necessary. So, for instance, like if my wife and I go out, we go to a club with friends or whatever, and she's at a bar buying a drink, and some guy hits on her, like she can and will say no, thanks very much. She'll obviously be flattered and she'll go, oh, thanks, but I'm married, I'm here with my husband, etc. Now, if the guy doesn't accept no, then I am then going to go in mate guarding mode, for want of a better
That's
word.
not that. No, that's the difference of mate guarding. Okay, now you're in protection mode, right? You're protecting her. Okay, so here, and I just looked it up for you so I can give you like an exact definition. Mate guarding is a term from evolutionary psychology and behavioral science. It refers to behaviors used to prevent a romantic or sexual partner from engaging with potential rivals. It can be subtle, extreme, healthy, and unhealthy depending on the context.
Man,
Okay?
Right.
So
Okay.
this is evolutionarily adaptive behavior.
So
of course,
now imagine
jealousy is evolutionary.
So you believe in evolution, Marco?
No.
Okay, look.
You have
When
to
you
believe
say that, okay, are you saying that your standard is that it would never be the case that you have to mate guard? Because that's fine. Is it the case that your standard is that you would never even have to mate guard because they're so loyal to you?
If this is
that the case?
evolutionary
Oh my God.
adaptive behavior, it's a performative
guys.
contradiction for you to hold
listen,
this
I do
position.
want to say this. I do appreciate you having me up. I've noticed you wouldn't put my picture up all night because you're scared of me. If I ever come back around, you're more than welcome to. I am not a troll, but I do have to go back to bed. I have a legitimate channel here. This is my fun channel. I come on here, sometimes at night and find fun people to talk to. I appreciate you having me on. I hope, that I have given a little bit of insight. Yeah, quit being like MGTOW and all this kind of stuff. This is absolutely totally ridiculous. If she cheats on you, fuck her best friend. Go on ahead. You will have a much better time.
This is just
I am
so
not
stupid.
lying to you. I've had a great life. I've worked in Hollywood. I've done radio my whole life. I've done all kinds of stuff, and it's really fun. So don't give into this whole like, oh, why do I have to tiptoe around, because this woman? Jesus Christ, man up, grow some balls,
That's
and
what I'm
be
saying.
men. The United States of America needs more men to stand
Yes,
up.
they do. And
Thanks
men
for
may
having
guard.
me on. I
No
do
shit. It
appreciate
needs
Traveling
both.
Fools.
It needs both fucking
Check it
sexes
out.
to stand up.
See
What
you
the
later,
fuck are we
alligator.
talking about?
Anyways,
Okay.
so hey, good night, brother.
Anyway,
Yeah, have a good one.
So anyway, when I ask you the question, what is the ideal scenario? And you ask the question, you don't ask the question. She has the experience. She has a reason to go to the club. She has a reason to not go to the club. What's the ideal scenario? When you ask her this question, how much disgust does she have to feel? Like I have like at least 30 questions.
Okay, so let's just forget about that whole scenario, right? Let's forget about that because you consistently seem to either miss the point or you just don't want to focus on the point of the reason why I brought it up.
Let me say this.
I
one
made
more
my
time.
conclusion already.
Hold
it's pointless.
on.
Okay.
I swear to you. Let me say this one more time. I am here to help you. If you make compound statements, the likelihood that they're true together drastically falls.
Yes.
So we need to take every single thing that you say, and we need to know that it's defensible. Okay.
Right.
So when I ask you these questions, and I'm also like, I'm waiting on food, like kind of had a couple beers, like but I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah.
So just know that.
Okay.
What response would you expect? Like, I mean, in the range of responses from, "Oh, Marco, that's disgusting. How could you say that to me?" All the way to the other.
How about her subconscious response?
Which would be, "Oh, Marco, you know I don't really need your permission, right?" You know, like what?
Yeah. How about her subconscious response? How about the attraction that she has? How much of control do you think women have over how attracted they are to you?
Okay, that's actually a good question because I'm wondering now if there's a situation where you could be so wrong about this woman who is so loyal that she is so disgusted by the question that she leaves you. Is that possible?
Yeah, very possible.
Okay, then why ask the question? Show me why this is even like a hypothetical that matters.
The reason
the woman remains
why
autonomous.
this hypothetical the reason why this hypothetical mattered was to get to the point where I was saying that most women would react negatively to this to bringing her this offer. And I actually know this anecdotally. Why? Because I have done like surveys, right? So I've done like little social experiments before, and I'll ask women, for example, to prove a different point than what we're talking about right now, is that I'll ask women, hey, look, if you had a guy, right, that checked all of the boxes for you, right? He's your ideal man, okay? And he told you, hey, look, I'll while you're in a relationship with me, I would allow you to have another to have like a boyfriend on the side. How would you react to that? Okay. And the consistent response was a response of disgust. And then when you ask those women why they were disgusted by this proposition, is because if I have the guy that I want, why would I want another man? Right? Why would he allow me to do that? Now, but based on based on what you guys were saying in terms of, oh, that's insecure, because if you don't trust her, then what's the problem?
Bro,
and
it's you've never even heard of like polyamory.
No, listen. And I can take that logic further. If you really
let's get back to the God debate. Come on. This
hold on. If you trust hold on. If you trust your girl, right? If you trust your girl, what's the problem in her having a boyfriend? She's always going to come back to you, right? This is your logic. This is the logical conclusion of what you guys are implying.
No, Grants. So look, you're presupposing that monogamy is better than polyamory, and I don't grant that, because myself,
I'm not presupposing that. I'm Muslim, by the way, so we believe in polygyny.
That is still like you're begging the question twice. I don't want to hear about that. So when I say that I have no justification that polyamory is bad, I'm telling you from a unbiased position on the subject, because I would prefer to have a monogamous relationship. Okay. I prefer that. Many people prefer that. Right. This does not show that it is morally better. This doesn't show that. Yeah, that is an appeal to a majority. It is like a textbook fallacy.
It's not a textbook fallacy. What it is that what I was trying to show you, right? The whole point of me bringing up this mate guarding argument, right, is that in the liberal world, right, the Western world,
now
in the Western
what does liberal mean? What does liberal
mean? Western
like
world is incredibly right wing.
What does liberal mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about philosophical liberalism, right?
What does that mean? You
What
could
does
be
that
conservative
mean?
about you could be conservative about metaphysics. This is so crazy. This is so
No,
weird.
no,
What do
I'm
you
not
mean
talking about the difference between
philosophical?
liberal. I'm not talking about liberal and like political liberalism. That's not what I'm
Right.
talking about.
Right. So
Wait, hold on.
philosophically,
So
you
what
mean
liberalism?
I'm talking about is like a what is the liberal ideology?
either an
Liberty.
Of
adherence
what?
to
Yeah. So
Liberal in
tradition
what?
or
prioritizing liberty. I believe it's what is it? Liberty,
Okay,
freedom,
you don't
and
want to
the.
you don't want to denounce liberty. That's not good because
Hold
that
on,
would remove your
hold on.
liberty to practice
No, nobody's
Muslim
denouncing
ideas.
that. See, look, you're creating a false dichotomy here. Just because I'm saying that prioritizing them and making them the utmost, having those values being the most valuable, right?
Which ones?
Yeah, liberty, freedom, and individual autonomy, right? When you prioritize these things, right? This is
You can't.
harmful to your civilization.
No, you
Right?
can't. You can't deny them without
Nobody.
using them.
No. I'm saying making them the number one priority. You can
You,
believe in
how are, okay.
a level of freedom, right? But there are certain
Yes,
values
that's
that are
fine.
more important than freedom.
Which
Right?
ones? Can you just give me like
The
a couple like top
the
shelf
values that
examples?
keep the values, right? That create a cohesive civilization, right? You would
Okay.
I guarantee
So
you, I'm
a
willing to
couple
bet.
examples.
I'm willing to bet, right, that you as a person would argue against, right, certain actions that harm the community, right? You wouldn't
Yes,
prioritize
sure.
you wouldn't prioritize freedom, right? Someone's freedom to be able to kill who they
Yes,
want, right?
sure. Okay, you
Okay,
gotta
there
hold
you
on.
go.
You gotta slow down. So
Okay.
yes, we can limit freedom to
Yes.
protect well-being or
Yeah,
vice
exactly.
versa.
That's my point.
Okay. So what are we looking at? And when give me just give me an example of something that doesn't prioritize liberty, that doesn't prioritize. I mean,
Freedom
it
and
was not
individual
good. It, like
and
listen to me,
individual
listen to me,
autonomy.
listen to me, listen.
When you
Yes,
hold on,
yes, yes.
watch this. When
No,
you
hold on.
okay.
Individual autonomy
Uh-huh.
is obviously like a thing we need to respect because otherwise, if there was one Muslim, then they would be just stamped out. So no, individual autonomy you can't defeat. Okay, so now when we look at
Nobody's
liberty, like we're conflating liberal, and I don't know what context we're talking about liberalism in, but when we conflate liberalism in some context and liberty, no, we've already made another mistake. Okay. So like if you're going to conflate those two things, now I need something that's so important that it outweighs whatever contextual liberalism and personal liberty. That's an insane burden. Okay. And now I'm willing to listen to your example. What is the example that outweighs any contextual liberalism and self liberty?
Okay, so here just for definition purposes, right? Okay. The core principles of philosophical liberalism, which is individual rights, consent to be governed, equality before law, freedom of religion and speech,
That
and
sounds like
unlimited government.
social liberal. That sounds like
This
social
is
philosophy.
philosophical. No, this is this is
No,
philosophical
you
liberalism.
you can be a liberalist when it comes to metaphysics. I said this to you.
Okay. So I no, I just said that for just to give you a definition, right? So where, for example, you have individual autonomy, right? When there are situations, right, in which you would not want to have individual autonomy be the number one priority, right? So
Yes, give me
okay,
that scenario. Yes.
that scenario like you have a man, right, who fathers a child, right? Okay, if you prioritize, okay, individual autonomy, okay,
Over
above
what?
all other values, you one could argue that, like, okay, so what, I sired a child, there's no reason for me to stick around and raise this child,
Oh, this is
right, and
so
take care of
complicated.
this child,
This is
right?
super complicated. He's wrong. I'm
I'm wrong.
easily going to grant that he's wrong.
Okay, so what's wrong about what I'm saying?
Because you're literally describing a scenario where this person's in the wrong.
Yeah, but if you make individual autonomy your number one priority, you can't make that argument.
You can have conflicting values. That's fine.
Okay.
The damage he does can well outweigh his individual autonomy. I don't understand the problem.
Yeah, so
it's more about whose individual autonomy.
Right. So would you be in favor of limiting his individual autonomy to ensure?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay,
Well,
okay, there you go. Exactly. This is exactly the point that I was making when I'm talking
you're
about.
acting like
for example, hold on. When I
fine.
brought up the example of mate guarding, right? Okay, that was the whole point.
This is weird. You're like saying in certain situations we can have, we can only act if there's a 100% certainty that this is a negative case, right? And then you're looking at the case that I easily granted you was like a negative case, and I didn't have 100% certainty. I just knew that there's a high likelihood that, and you use like really sloppy language where you said like, oh, he's just not going to be in this person's life, or he's going to be a deadbeat dad. I don't remember what the language was. It doesn't matter, but it was unclear. And I said, it sounds like when you linguistically describe this, yes, he's in the wrong. Okay. And so now we compare it to the woman going to the club and the man being protective. Okay, if we are granting inference, if we're granting that it's not necessarily the case, not 100% certainty, then it's not 100% certainty she's going to falter in this like time in her life where she might meet another male. Like, who cares? Like, I granted you the inference.
So
you're
if
not
you
granting my inference.
Okay, so hold on. So if you, for example, have a child with this woman, right? You two are in a marriage, right?
Sure.
And you're hold on. And you both have children. I mean, you guys have children together, right? And your wife wants to go to the club. Would you say that would you concede that you have no inclination to try to stop her from not to like want her to not go to the club for the sake of what's best for the child?
Dude,
right?
Does the child have a babysitter?
Why would her going to the club have any impact? Like, I mean,
Because you're okay. So again,
look,
what you guys want to do? What you guys want to do?
No, you gotta answer. I asked you this for a reason.
Okay.
Is there a babysitter for the child?
Yes.
Okay, go to the club with her. It's over. The fucking.
Oh, okay. You're saying no. Okay, no. I misunderstood what you were trying to say. I thought you were saying that.
Yeah, who cares?
She's gonna go to the club. She was gonna go to the club by herself.
She wants
right?
like imagine me. I have a girl that I'm interested in, right?
Mhm.
And she likes music that I just fucking can't stand. Okay.
Right.
This is not a reason that I shouldn't let her go to the concert. I'm going to go with her, and I'm even going to not enjoy myself when it comes to the music, but I'm going to enjoy myself when it comes to being around her, to bring that relationship further into fruition, and to make sure that she knows that there is a person besides her that doesn't even necessarily like all the artists in this genre of music, and I'm still going to show up for her.
Yeah, so there's a miscommunication.
So confused by
right.
this.
No. I understand you're confused, but there's a miscommunication, right? So what I was trying to say is that she was going to go to the club by herself, not without you there.
Offer to go with. Then we have another layer of whether or not this could be
right. What if she says she doesn't
reason?
want you to go with her?
Okay,
she wants to go with her girl.
Then maybe you talk to her about it and wonder why she doesn't want you to go with her. Like,
why would you even ask the question? Why
no,
wouldn't you just...
No. That's different than do you want to fuck someone else? Okay, so don't equate these two things.
I'm not equating anything. I'm just saying she says she wants to have a girls' night. She wants.
Okay,
to go to
let's say it's girls' night, right?
Yeah,
sure.
Okay, yeah. So she's you have no reason to like.
Yeah.
To what?
No reason.
Did you?
No reason. Okay.
No reason to worry.
No reason to no. Hold on.
You guys like to play with fire. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what
No
seems like to
reason
me
to
is that you guys like
We
to
have
play
no
with
reason
fire,
to
right? And you're not. It's like you're blind to
No,
seeing
you're-
what's
no, you're
happening in the
implying-
West. right? You're completely
fire
oblivious.
hurts people. Fire kills people.
Yeah, it does.
Like,
it does, and you guys are killing your civilization. Like you guys don't you guys have no. You guys, it's again. You guys are blind to what's happening in the West.
No,
you don't see how your society and your civilization is collapsing
Who's
behind
society?
these kind of.
Holy shit!
Oh
Who's
my God!
Society? Who's society?
Western society, bro.
Western society is collapsing under capitalism, not under equal rights.
No, yeah.
Are you included? Are you included, Western or not?
I mean, I don't have the same values as you guys.
He lives here, but you live there. Oh, so you live there?
Yeah. I mean, but I don't have the same values, so I'm
obviously.
I have.
Dude,
I
incur
less damage.
The next person,
right?
No
but
one
you guys,
Marco,
what
you
you
might have
guys
missed
want to
it.
do is you guys want to play with the fire. I mean,
So
it's
Marco,
cool.
Marco, you might have missed it. You might have missed it when you were muted, but we were kind of lamenting because you will never, with your position and your attitude, you will never understand the warmth and joy when you show the person you love trust, and then they honor that trust and they don't cheat on you, they don't do anything behind your back. You give them the freedom to go to the club, and when they come back and they stayed faithful, and you're like, wow, this trust was rewarded.
Yeah.
You can never experience that with your system.
No, I can't experience that.
That's
because
really sad.
No, it's not sad, bro.
It is.
Let me tell you what it is, right?
Because you desire to control and limit their options,
so funny.
Rather than giving them their freedom, and then earning that warmth from, hey, I trusted this person, and this trust was rewarded.
So right, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to compare, like, for example, right? You tell your wife goes and she goes to grocery shop, right? And then while she's there,
is it okay if my wife goes grocery shopping by herself?
Yeah. So she goes to the grocery store, right? And then some guy comes and he, starts talking to her and he's asking her for her number. And then she says, "Oh no, I'm married, thank you," and she walks away. No problem, right? I have no problem with that scenario.
Right?
Of course it feels good.
Good.
Right. I'm not. Yeah, that feels good, right? But what I find to be like, no, with all due respect, I don't know how else to say this.
Go ahead.
Like moronic, right? Is to be like, oh yeah, babe. Okay, so since I trust you to go to the grocery store, and I trust that you're going to stay faithful to me, I'm going to send you to a club where the whole purpose of the club. The whole purpose of the club is for people to intermingle, get drunk, right? Like that makes no sense to me.
Problem. No, listen, massive problem.
That makes no sense.
You're loading so much into the club scenario.
Send her.
No, that's what you guys are saying.
Hold on.
Okay, you want to prevent your spouse from cheating on you by limiting.
You're not preventing your wife
by limiting her freedom and her autonomy, rather than preventing your wife from cheating on you by aspiring to be the best option for her in her eyes.
You can't do
my
both.
objective. My objective is to be the best choice for my wife as much as is humanly possible.
You can't do both.
I don't stop her from being unfaithful by nailing her to the fucking floor. It's insane.
You can't do both at the same time.
Hold on. Let me interject.
You literally can't.
You literally can. You literally can do a million things at once. I don't care about that. My problem is that you said send her to the club, like she doesn't have the choice. So you're like presupposing that if the woman had an inclination to go to the club, you're in effect sending her to the club by allowing her to go to the club. No, you are not in control of this situation.
Right.
She can do that, okay? And she can succeed
Watch this.
at appealing.
You guys want to hear something beautiful? Right? You guys
I
were
don't
talking
know.
about
I
it
was
being
in the middle of talking. I don't know.
You're right. Go ahead, brother.
I honestly fucking lost it. So go ahead. Say whatever you're going to say.
My sincere apologies, brother. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Okay.
I will expect that to not happen the next time, but go ahead.
You got it, brother. Okay. So you said it was I believe it was Eric that said it was a beautiful thing, right? To have your girl be, a guy walk up to her and then he say, "Hey man, I'm married. Sorry, have a nice day." Right? Cool. Great. Okay. You want to know something even more beautiful than that? Right? So if I don't want to bring it to my personal life, right? But let's say you have a wife, right? And when she wants to, like, even step foot out of the house, right? She calls you and she says, "Hey, babe, I'm about to leave and go do this, 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 this. Is that okay with you, babe?" Now that's beautiful, right?
Why?
Why? Because your wife is submitting to you.
Oh,
right?
that is not beautiful. That's pathetic. I don't want a slave for a wife. That's pathetic.
A slave.
That's pathetic. Yeah.
Wait,
if you want a slave for a wife,
hey, hold on. Is your child a
it means
slave?
That was a beautiful walk
No.
down the street until he stepped in dog shit.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. Is your child a slave?
And
Is your
like
child a slave?
ruminated in the dog shit.
That's cool. Is your child a slave to you?
Climbed up a ladder and dove into it from a.
I know.
No,
is
just
your
because your
child
child
a
does no, and I don't treat my wife like I wouldn't treat a wife like a child either. That's disgusting.
Oh, it's disgusting.
So when two partners,
what if your wife wants that?
Marco, chill the fuck out. When two
That's
people are
probably
in
a little disgusting.
When two people are in an equal partnership, one can ask the other one for approval to do something. That's not showing submission. That's showing collaboration and cooperation, as any healthy couple should have.
In this egalitarian system, right?
I mean, Marco, I am a right-wing conservative living in the UK, and you sound to me like a fucking Philistine. You sound like
It's saying something.
I'm Palestinian. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, bro.
Yeah.
I'm Palestinian, but regardless, like I said, bro, I understand, from the Western world, you guys see, and this is why I keep on bringing up the child, because when you bring up a child, right, and you talk, like, let's say you have your kids at home and your kid wants to go play with his friends, right? And he calls you and he says, "Hey, Dad, is it okay if I step out of the house and I go hang out with my friends or whatever?" Right? That your child is not a slave, right? Your child, it doesn't even have to necessarily be that your child fears you, but your child respects you.
Why
right?
should because presumably you're making this analogy because you think children should submit to you in some scenarios, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Submit to like what you're saying, and I could agree with that. But that's for a totally. It sounds like it's for a totally different reason.
Wait, so wait, in your home. So wait, Diocidal. So you're thinking when you talk to your
because the reason a kid needs to listen to you
married, wait, do you
is
think
a totally different reason than what you're saying a woman should listen to you for.
Yeah, right. Do you think women in the West, even in the West, okay?
Oh my God,
when they look for men, do you think they look for leadership quality?
Okay, look, you gotta hold on.
I look for a leadership quality in a woman.
Do not analogize. I don't know if that's how you even say that word.
Yeah.
Don't build an analogy between grown women and children. I would refrain from doing that for the rest of time.
Yeah, it's a shit analogy. You should really avoid it.
It's really not. It's really not.
It is.
Do you love your
God, don't double down on it.
Because Marco
double down on it.
Marco.
Oh yeah, double down. What are you talking about?
Marco, the relationship.
We come from a civilization, right, where we have had structured marriages, right, for like 1,000 years. Where our women,
marriages are partnerships. They're partnerships. They're not a subjugation dynamic.
That's what you believe.
That's why your marriage will always fail if you have a subjugation dynamic. It will fail.
That's so hilarious to say that because that's so.
That's why Utah has one of the highest divorce rates ever.
Well, Decidal, you aren't. Decidal, you aren't taking into account that if you strip the woman of her rights, then the marriage won't fail.
All right, then she has to stay in.
You can't
fail.
That doesn't happen in Islam. But here's the thing.
Oh, really?
We don't strip women.
Really?
Of their right
What happens to Islam women if they go out in public without a headdress on?
Wow. Okay. So we said leave the marriage, right? And
I asked you a question. You said women don't get their rights stripped in Islam, and I'm asking you what happens when an Islamic woman in an Islamic society
goes
out.
To leave the relationship.
No, Focus here, bud. What happens when a woman leaves the house without a headdress on in Islamic society?
She's advised to put it back on.
Advised.
Advised?
Yeah.
Well,
how is she advised? And what if she says no?
I've never heard "gets a fucking ass kicked" pronounced as advised.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Is that what you guys believe? I mean, that's like that's funny. That you
I
guys,
mean, are you telling us? Are you telling us we're
wait,
wrong?
hold on. Have you guys ever been to like?
Hey,
an
how about you?
Islamic
How about you
society
stop?
before?
That's usually
Marco.
fringe doctrine.
Yeah.
Have you guys been to an Islamic society before? Like a predominantly Muslim country?
Yeah. No. I get you. That doesn't usually happen. That's pretty fringe stuff for women to get beaten for not having their headdress on. I get you. But like, what you're talking about is exactly what people don't like anywhere, not just the West, especially not the West, is where women are subjugated. And you look around places that don't believe in subjugating women, their marriages happen to go more successfully than any others do, where you're allowed to divorce your husband if he doesn't want to divorce you.
Yeah, no, in Islam, a woman is granted the right to divorce through.
Okay, so
the
she
court
can
system.
divorce her husband if she wants to, and he doesn't want her to.
Yeah, there's a court system in which she can go and file a grievance against her husband, and it can be approved. So, regardless, though, my question
is it approved as with the same ease as a man doing the same thing?
No, a man can just say divorce, and she's divorced.
Ah,
Yeah.
There
So,
it is.
It's harder for
right.
the woman
Hold
to
on. No.
divorce
So with
but
a woman,
and
she
this
can
is-
get divorced. She
this is
just has to get
hilarious.
filibustered for however long it takes for her.
No,
But for a man, he can just say, "I want to get divorced," and just like that.
Because no fault divorce has been so great in the West. Yeah, like
It actually is
funny.
because
we hardly even have no fault
Wow.
divorce.
It is.
I see it.
What
Hold on.
society? What planet are you guys living?
Hold on.
No. You see, Marco. Hold on. We gotta set this straight with Marco. Hold on. We gotta set this straight with Marco. No fault divorce. No fault divorce is great because both people are adults, both people are equals, and if one of them says, "Hey, I don't want to be in this relationship anymore," they have the right to walk away. That's a good thing.
That's a good thing. What about the children?
Okay.
Oh, so they have
You
to live
understand?
in
You understand?
They have to live in single parent.
Fault has
households
nothing to do with responsibility.
Yes, it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fault has nothing to do with responsibility.
You don't think you think if people divorce, the children like are just abandoned? No, accommodations are made for the kids. There's joint custody. There's single custody depending on what's going on.
Parent households, yes.
That's fine.
Wow. And the statistics bear that out, right? It's fine.
They're not in single parent households. They have both parents. They just go from household to household on a schedule or whatever the arrangement is.
Yeah. Okay. What happens normally in this country? Is it not the fact that women most of the time gain custody? Right? They have majority custody.
It depends on the
statistics.
It
What
depends
happens generally?
Hey,
Who
chill
gets
out.
custody?
It depends on the circumstances around the divorce. In some cases, the men gets a full custody because maybe there was a problem on the woman's side of behavior or substance abuse, and go either way.
And if you want to look at the stats of domestic violence, men happen to share like 90% of those cases. So
I don't think
probably
we're
makes
comparing
sense,
like
doesn't it?
Actually, if I'm not
According to
mistaken, when there's domestic violence, right, the most common case is that it's between both parties. But when there's domestic violence and only one party is committing it, it's usually the woman who's committing that domestic violence.
You need to stop, bro. Okay, I'm going to anecdote you really quick. I know a woman, a very young woman, and she works with me, okay? And she has a father who has full custody of her because of the way her mother treated her. So I know it's an anecdote, but I have seen it be so disgusting in the other direction that the court sides with the man. And I've seen it multiple times, but I'm only going to think of Shayna right now because, wow, it's a bad fucking example, bro. And it like completely undoes whatever fucking weird type of slight you're trying to put on women. Like, no, they can be held accountable.
But Marco's conception of a healthy relationship is that his wife has to ask permission before she can leave the house.
That's her idea of a healthy relationship.
So the issue is that Islam says that women can't be held accountable, right? That's what's going on here, just so you know.
But like, I mean, what's better for children? Like forcing
Am I wrong,
parents?
Marco? Does Islam say women can be held
hang on.
accountable? Does Islam say women can own property?
Yeah, they can own property. Why couldn't they own property?
After death, right?
After what?
Or through inheritance.
Inheritance. Yeah.
No, they can own property if they have money. When we marry our women, there's a dowry, and you give them that dowry up front. So there's that, right? And
Can
then
women
buy
buy
whatever
their own land?
You can buy them property, and that property is theirs.
Does the
Can
Quran
women buy
allow
their
them
own
to get a
land?
job and buy their own property without a man?
Without a man? What do you mean
Yeah.
by without a man?
Yeah, single.
Without permission?
They can have a
or
job. Yeah, they can have a job.
Can they
And so
buy
can be
their own
single
land?
and buy their own
Yes.
land?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So they
could
can
have
buy
done
their
that
own
in
land without
Saudi-
permission of a man.
And for
Yeah.
clarification, they could have
Okay.
done that
Yeah.
in Saudi Arabia.
What?
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is an edge case, though.
They could have done that in ancient Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. You know the lady that I guess it was through inheritance, but
Yeah,
the
it was
lady
through
that
inheritance.
the first one, the
You're
wife
talking
of the
about
first.
Khadijah. I know all about
Yeah.
Khadijah. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
through
So
inheritance.
she had property and she had all these things. It was through inheritance, right? Her husbands had died, and she inherited that. Okay, but regardless, yeah, Islam. The funny thing is that before Islam, this was not the case. Islam was the thing that allowed them to do that, allowed them inheritance, allowed them the rights to property, allowed them. So
Funny how we did that
I
without
don't think
Islam.
that was the case.
Yeah.
Actually, you did that after.
I'm pretty sure ancient Egypt had way better equality than
1970s
If
Iraq.
they can buy
Anyone?
their own house, why would you care if they go to a club?
What?
Well, I'm less concerned with what like the every jot and tittle of what Sharia has to say about the issue, and I'm more concerned just with the general attitude, like the notion that you're equating like grown ass women to children. Like the reason that we
I didn't equate them to children. What I said,
but
love is the same.
No. What you said is like your child. You expect your child to like before they leave the house or before they engage in any kind of behavior to pick up the phone and ask your permission and to get your advice. The reason why that may be relevant for a child would be because they have a degree of ignorance because they don't have as much experience as we do as adults of the real world. If your wife, if your significant other is ignorant of the real world, then it is because you have subjugated them. It is because they have managed to get to adulthood without you allowing them to gain the experiences that they need to function as a fucking adult. It's insane.
No, it's not insane. Do you know how many women in the West wish they could be housewives? Wish that they could have gotten married?
An unfortunate number.
Yeah, these women, a woman, bro. If you go talk to the women.
I like it. I like a woman with ambition.
Yeah,
just saying.
That's weird. I like to provide for my women, right?
Right.
If you go to like a traditionally brought up woman, right, and you go tell her, hey, I think we should get married, and when we get married, I'm going to work and you're going to work, and I'm going to pay half the bills and you're going to pay half the bills. That woman would be disgusted with you.
Oh, hey, Marco, Marco, you just described me and my wife to a T. We're fine with it.
Right,
yeah.
Your wife does.
In what context?
Marco, you literally described my wife and my dynamic. We are both equals in a relationship. We both have careers. We both love it. She is not disgusted by it.
Imagine an equal partnership. Oh my god!
In a traditional,
I like how Marco has this unique insight into the female woman psyche. And he can hand wave at what women want, what women think, and all that stuff.
Oh my god!
And he thinks he actually knows these things.
Upbringing. You are strawmanning me.
But Marco, this will blow your mind. For the last 7 months, my wife has been bearing the burden, all of the financial cost of the day-to-day running of our household. Right. The reason being is that I run a small construction company, and I've directed almost all of the resources of this small construction company at extending our house, which means I'm not actually earning money by pulling in paying customers at the moment.
Yeah.
My wife's a neonatal nurse. We are functioning as a team. We are force magnifiers.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, you're drawing a false dichotomy, right?
No, him
Watch
and his
this,
wife.
watch this. Hold on.
Him
Watch
and his
this.
wife are equals in the relationship.
Yeah, right.
Can you say the same thing about your relationship with your wife if you have one? You're equals?
Equals? Okay.
Equals.
Wait, are you responsible
Yes
for your wife?
or no? Do you consider yourselves equals?
In authority, no. We're not.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
We have a fundamental difference in values.
Yeah, you do, because I believe that with power comes authority, and with responsibility comes power, right? So my wife wants me to be financially
you
responsible.
get that authority?
Spider-Man?
I know.
Where do you get that authority?
Power?
It's a Spider-Man.
Yeah, with
what if your wife has bigger muscles than you do?
Yeah,
it's a Spider-Man quote.
I'm not sure I would be attracted to that, but regardless, like I said, my wife, would tell you that she does not want to bear any financial burden. She will say, like, I don't want to have to work.
Just drops a Spider-Man quote.
And you'd probably tell your wife.
Huh? And I tell my wife what?
And you probably tell your wife you don't want to have any financial burden, but the financial burden's got to go somewhere, right?
Right.
So if you're the one who works and she doesn't work, well, then of course you're going to have to handle the financial burden. But if you both work and you live in a society where you can't make it unless you both work, well, then you kind of have to, don't you? And then that's where equals actually do a lot better than subjugation.
I mean, I would say that there's a problem with the system if both parties have to work. But regardless,
maybe there probably is. Maybe there is.
Maybe we really like money, and we're like, hey, let's make a lot of money. We both work.
But still, even then, it should be an equal partnership.
That's not a problem with the system. That's our preference.
So who bears the primary responsibility of raising the children then? If you're both
people should bear that responsibility. Do you not think there's a responsibility to?
No, I think this is great. I think this is great. I think this is great. Okay. No, I think this is great. Okay. So when you're raising a child, who teaches someone to use a weapon well, in your opinion?
Who teaches someone to use a weapon well?
Yes, in your opinion,
I would
which
say
parent would fill that role?
Most likely the man. He would probably have more experience with weapons.
Okay, now just grant anything. Just grant anything to the woman now, and now you're a team. Now you're equals. Now you've lost.
What?
Grant any other skill to the woman. She will inevitably have a skill that you don't have. Okay,
yeah, I said
now
primary.
you're equals. Now you're equals. Now you both serve a purpose in raising and teaching these children to survive and whatever else. You have now lost because you now serve separate purposes. That makes you equals.
Yeah, so you just you drew like a false dichotomy. I said primary.
I put forth no dichotomy.
Yes,
I don't think you understand that word.
You said it's either or. Yeah, yes, you did. You said it's either or.
I did not say
it's
either or
50-50
anything.
or it's 100% and 0, right?
I said that there's a case that you will be the better teacher for a certain skill set.
Right.
And I'm saying it's trivially true. It is unavoidable that this other person could be better at a different skill than you. So that means you have individuality and you have equal worth in at least this skill and other skill situation.
So how about this? Who's more adept at making money? The woman or the man?
I don't know.
It depends on the skill sets.
Yeah, who are these people? I
don't
know.
When it comes to let's say, just for example, Western society, who's more adept at?
It depends on the skill set.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Statistically, in the West,
each person.
No. Oh yeah, we have to sit here and live in the.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Are you trying to say that men inherently make more money than women?
That's what the statistics bear out. No.
No, I don't think you understand what inherently means.
Trivially true because of systematic oppression and a patriarchy. That's insane to bite that bullet, dude. It's a patriarchy, and it has been.
I would guess Marco is probably going to refer to the fact that men tend to move into fields that are more scalable. So, for example, my wife is just as qualified as I am. She's a neonatal nurse. She's got a BSc. I'm an architectural technologist, and I have a BSc. But my wife can only look after 1 or 2 babies at a time, whereas as an architect, my skill set is more scalable. It can be more alienable because I can at a higher rate. but my wife could become a teacher in teaching like neonatal medicine, and then that would make her skill more scalable. But the reason why that's the case is kind of up for debate. It could be because of the way that we've structured society in the past, or it could be because of some sort of like deviation down gender lines. We don't really know. So I probably wouldn't hang your hat on that one, Marco.
Yeah, in the United States, women are typically, I wouldn't say discouraged, but they aren't encouraged as much as to go into STEM like fields in college as men are. So
you think that's by choice, or that's because?
Well, I think that's just societal pressure. But there's nothing that stops. Like I know a couple, the wife makes more money than the husband.
Right.
And it's like, sure, statistically it might be lopsided, but there's no inherent attribute about the sex which determines whether somebody can make more money or not.
Yeah, I said most likely.
My mother-in-law, she's incredible. I have knockdown dragouts with her, like philosophical arguments all the time. She's amazing. She was a GP. She retired a few years ago, but when she was in college, she was going into. She actually graduated from. She went from school into college a year early. She was one of those insanely smart people. And when she went up into college, she wanted to do mathematics and further mathematics, so advanced mathematics.
Yeah.
And her teacher said to her, "But Madeline, you know you'll be the only girl, right?" Trying to discourage her from doing it. That's the kind of shit that girls have to deal with.
Yeah, it's misogynistic. It's misogynistic bullshit in society that keeps it lopsided like that.
As a father to both a son and a daughter, I will not fucking countenance that. You do not put obstacles in her way just because of her fucking sex.
I was gonna say, like, if I had a daughter and somebody told her that, I'd be pissed as hell. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. So, question: what's a GP? General
practitioner. It's a general. You're like a doctor for your general health. They don't specialize. They generalize in all areas of health.
Okay. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what I would argue is that women don't usually. Their interests don't generally lie within like the STEM fields, right?
I would completely disagree with that.
Women
know that.
I would disagree with that.
I'm just gonna say, how do you know that? That's all I care about.
Well, he has unique insight in the female psyche. Don't forget that, nobody.
Yeah.
I came
waiting for it.
Women tend to be more interested in people, right? And men tend to be more interested.
Now we have another. We have another.
This is rooted in.
No, listen.
Okay, let's look up the psychological survey.
Just look. When you say women are naturally predisposed to be interested in people, I don't know what that means. Like, we need to clean up the language. What does that mean? What is in people? Because a lot of practitioners of any field could be interested in making people's lives better or making people flourish more, whatever that means. What does in people mean?
Okay. Let's appeal to those more learned than I.
I mean, I guess when it comes to things like very early years child rearing, because of the dependency that very, very young children have on their mothers, I mean, it would be difficult to deny that, like things like breastfeeding and you know the rapid uptake in things like natural hormones like oxytocin that occur during pregnancy and stuff. But we're not talking about that. Like you know, how is like a hormonal preference for oxytocin affect your ability in fucking maths? Like, it's how
Okay, so here we go. Here we go.
We're supposed to get here.
Here we go. The strongest research summary is a large meta-analysis by R. Sue, James Rounds, and Patrick Armstrong. This is a survey done in 2009 from the Psychological Bulletin, and they analyzed decades of interest surveys and found that women scored higher on people-oriented interests such as teaching, nursing, counseling, and social services, and men scored higher on things-oriented interests, engineering, mechanics, physics, and technical trades. So you asked me how, and this is based in psychological research.
So now I need to know why.
Why? I don't know.
Why is that the case?
Why that matters?
Yeah, I don't know.
So just a shrug.
I have no
Is
idea.
Even
It's just
even
God made us that way. So
well, no. So we
I
said
just got a
we
quick
asked
question.
two things.
Marco, have you ever heard of the nature-nurture argument?
yes, I have.
Yeah. So when he's asking why is that, like, are you committing a genetic fallacy here, or is it possible that the way that we've structured our society has an impact on the proclivities of different sexes?
So if I was to go and look at research done that on children, and then you start to see the same exact similarities,
I
would
don't
you
know.
say
I
that
don't wanna do that.
children like boys and girls are being raised completely different?
I don't want to equate women and children. This is
It's
so
not Oh
problematic.
my God! I said children in
They
general.
usually
We're
are
talking
being
about men
raised
and
different.
women.
They usually are being raised different. That's the
Okay.
whole point.
So
Then tell me
okay.
what
I have
I'm
a
wrong about. Just tell me what I'm wrong about. So I said I don't want to equivocate women and children. Okay. And you
nobody. I
seemed yes,
equivocated.
you seemed annoyed by that. Okay. So how are we not doing that by presenting an analogy with children that is for some reason supposed to apply to women? You
Okay.
can just tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay. So number one, I didn't just equate women and children. Okay. What I equated is men and women and children, boys and girls. And what me bringing up psychological research that shows that even when young children are surveyed, right, they show the same tendencies as the adults, meaning that these interests, okay, are with you throughout life. When you're a child through adulthood, right?
No.
This research
This
will show you that that men are tend to be more interested in things, and women tend to be more interested in people. It's
okay.
okay.
This cannot be the case unless you show me how it is like separated for age.
I mean, separated for age. Like, how
I
about
don't
this?
know.
I'll give
Like
you anecdotal. I'll give you.
you're saying it persists through the whole life cycle of like said like boy to man or girl to woman, right?
Mhm.
There has to be crossover. Like that's just going to be the
Yeah,
case.
of
So
course.
I need to know
Nothing is
why there wouldn't. I need to know
nothing is
why there wouldn't
absolute.
be an equal chance of crossover. Like imagine a society where there was no implication on what you ought be as you grow up as a woman or a man. Okay, so now tell me in that society where there's no implication on what you should do, whether you're a man or a woman.
Right.
Tell me the thing that makes it persist in that society, this magical society that never had this problem. What makes it persist?
Okay, so have you ever heard of, like, for example, I believe I don't know which country it is, but it's in the Nordic region, right? And this was a society that was big on egalitarianism. They were big on making everything equal between men and women. Okay, this is how this society operates. I don't know which country it was, right?
Marco, how's your Jordan Peterson impression? Just
Yeah. So
unrelated question.
so he's lying. So he's lying.
It's Skyrim.
Okay. So they when they try to maximize, okay, for equality amongst the sexes, okay, they actually got even worse results. Like
What does worse mean?
results I mean results that deviated even further from what they were trying to do, which is make men and women be interested in the same things. They tried to make everything equal, and then they got worse. Their results deviated further from their goal.
Okay,
So,
where did this happen?
Let's look it up.
North Rend.
So yeah, I mean, obviously,
White
by
Road.
virtue of my Jordan Peterson joke, I'm familiar, at least in passing, with what you're talking about. But I guess my question, really, Marco, is like, you were talking about like who would be more proficient at teaching people how to shoot, for example. I was literally teaching my daughter to shoot yesterday. She professed an interest in it, and she wanted to learn. We went through. We did load of dry fire exercises yesterday, where I was teaching her the safe handling of a rifle, and we lobbed some rounds down range, and she had a great time.
Yeah.
but my daughter asked me to do that. Now, the societal, what we're talking about here with regards to the societal impact is, as a father, if I'd have gone, oh no, shootings for boys.
Yeah. So
well, then she'd never.
Based.
Yeah, no, that'd be weird. That'd be weird. If your daughter shows interest in something, what's wrong? You know what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying.
I don't know. We're asking you to.
No. Listen, yeah, no. My whole point is that their interests tend to lie in certain things. Like, for example, if you told your daughter, "Hey, let's go shooting," and she tells you, "Dad, I'm not interested in that. I want to play with my Barbies." Are you gonna force her to go shooting with you?
No, of course not. But I wouldn't.
Okay, so what we're talking about is what they are already interested in, right? I have a daughter too, right? Okay.
No, what we're talking about is the fact that you're presuming what people are interested in based on some generalization.
Generalization. I just brought you a psychological research.
It's a generalization. Even if there's any accuracy to it, it's a generalization. You can't apply it across all cases. So what's the point?
Nobody is speaking on all cases. I have said over and over again that what I'm talking about is in general.
Slow down.
If we're gonna sit here and talk about the exception to every single thing I'm talking about, we can't even have a conversation.
Slow down. So no one said all cases. No one said all cases. Are you generalizing by appealing to the study, or are you not?
Yeah, of course I'm generalizing. We have to generalize.
Okay, so generalization is fine. So generalization is fine, and we don't need all cases.
Yeah, that's what I thank you for.
So then why are we bringing up
my
all
argument?
Cases? No, I'm saying, why are you even saying that they said all cases when we were talking about a generalization?
What's the point of the generalization?
Exactly. What was the point of?
You're the one who said that it's not all
That's what I'm asking. What's the point of the generalization?
Hold on. I brought up generalization right now?
No, you did. But
I did.
You agreed? Oh my God.
Hold on.
You agreed it's a generalization.
You brought up them saying that it was all cases.
No, I did not.
Everyone
I'm speaking in general.
What?
Yes. I've said, and again,
you
I've
just
said this
complained about it
times.
being all cases was the claim.
Because somebody, I don't know who it was.
No one said all cases.
No, really? Can we play
Unless
that
it was
back?
you? No one said all cases.
No, I said it doesn't apply to all cases, obviously, right?
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. There you go.
So I was affirming it doesn't apply to all cases.
Or that's called acknowledging your generalization.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like shocked, like, oh, okay, why would he even bring that up? Because that's a pointless thing.
Because the point is that you're making a generalization. I'm asking what the point of the generalization is,
bro. This whole conversation has been like everyone's just allowed to claim all things and not define all the claims. Okay. Now the problem is that like you keep saying stuff about women, and we're not granting them, and then it just keeps snowballing. Over and over. The snowball goes faster and faster because it picks up more and more claims. And I just don't get it. I don't know like what your goal is here. Do you want to say, nuh-uh, you're just all wrong about shit? Or do you want to, like, I've been trying the whole time to be like, you need to slow down and stop making claims, because the more claims you stack on each other, the higher the likelihood that you're wrong.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I made a claim, right? And then all of a sudden, I go look up some research and wow, what a coincidence. The research bears out exactly what I said.
Okay, that's fine. In what year? In what country?
2009.
Okay, that's
and
really
it does
bad.
not tell you why those numbers are the case. It just tells you that those numbers are the case.
It doesn't matter why. I'm
It
telling you.
It absolutely does matter.
When
why.
No, it doesn't.
Show me
Not
more
way.
than one.
Because
hold on.
because
if I'm making a claim, if I'm making a claim,
you're implying that men and women, boys and girls, will have interest based solely on their sex or gender, and we don't accept that claim. We do accept that, yes, society, it is lopsided in society. The statistics are lopsided. We absolutely acknowledge that. But the question comes down to why. We do not accept that it's inherent to a gender or a sex to be interested in a certain thing.
But it's also like, let's say for argument's sake that, you've got a law in place and it's in place for 200 years and girls are only allowed to buy pink hats, right? And then all of a sudden you remove the law that prevents girls from buying hats of any other color. Do you not think that there might have been a culture built around the allowance of girls only being allowed to buy pink hats? And there might be some like cultural pressure that continues that behavior.
Right, absolutely.
We've only just removed a lot of these legal barriers.
Right.
Culture
But as you get
persists.
Right. But as you get further and further away from the unbanning of certain traditional behaviors, right? Okay. The further you get away, the more you have to concede, like, okay, maybe some of this is inherent, right?
What?
It's like how far removed
How
far removed are we from saying that women all have to be housewives?
Okay.
How many years are we talking?
In the West, like 50 years, just only 50 years ago.
Not long.
Women needed to have their husband in order to have a bank account, to sign up for a bank account.
Yeah, and
just in the 70s.
Typically, what
70s?
jobs women had would have been like supplementary. So, for example, my grandmother, my grandfather was a tinsmith, and during the Second World War, he tried to enlist several times, and they said, "Fuck no, we need you to repair tanks and airplanes. Thanks very much." But my grandmother, she didn't have a full-time job. She did supplementary income, like as a cleaner. Basically, she would do cleaning jobs. But she was still a housewife, and then my mother and my father had full-time jobs. And now my wife and I also have full-time jobs as well. And we're quite fortunate. We only need one of us to have. We have full-time jobs because we choose to. Like economically, we don't need it. I know a lot of people do. But so yeah, we're like in terms of like the existence of our species and these like gender roles that you're referring to, they are so unbelievably ingrained. They've only recently, like in the last 2 or 3 generations, have these barriers been removed. To expect anything other than this culture to continue, even though we've removed the legal barriers, is to not engage with reality and honesty.
This was quite the rabbit hole we went down. But anyway, to kind of get it all the way back to where it started, the flood is bullshit.
Based.
Yeah.
Damn, that was a long circuit. How long was that? Like
this was quite the rabbit hole.
That was quite the boomerang right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So was it a global flood or a local flood? Or...
apparently, it was a flood strong enough to put a boat on top of a mountain.
Yeah.
So we don't need to focus on that, though. I don't think. Like we could talk about what is like the probability that a god exists.
Could do that. I think Taco has a syllogism.
Okay. How about this?
Right?
How about this?
Yeah.
How about this argument? Okay. How do we go from non-life to life?
That sounds like a question rather than an argument.
Abiogenesis.
Yeah, that's
biogenesis.
I can just say I'll just say I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How does that prove it? How does that help the God claim?
So
well, I don't know. I don't know either.
Okay, well that's a word alignment on that.
Yeah,
but like if all of
outside
us here,
of God, that is.
Well, no. If all of us here said we don't know where life came from, how does that at all bolster the claim?
No, I'll do you one better. Aliens.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
So then I'm up with him, but I could probably provide more evidence and define a lot more by saying aliens than you could.
I mean, by Occam's razor, aliens is the better answer because there's fewer assumptions there.
Yeah, so like we're gonna believe an entire race of superior beings, right?
Yeah, we're gonna believe a creature outside of space and time, and it's all powerful. Like we can throw that kind of shade back and forth.
Those could form naturally.
Yeah. But
yeah, I can just more Occam's razors you guys, and then just say you're both wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, do you have evidence for a god, or do you just have like
no
attacks on? Do you have like attacks on abiogenesis and naturalism?
No. I mean, I would say that from the Islamic perspective, okay, God did not prove himself on purpose.
Evidence
because
of this?
Evidence? This is
What is the evidence of this? Like evidence of God's existence and evidence that God does not prove himself, as you said. What's the evidence for both of those claims?
Okay, yeah. So I mean, the evidence I'm going to point to is within Islam, so you don't take that as empirical.
No, I don't. I don't. I give Islam about much credit as I do Christianity, which
Right,
is
right, right.
pretty much zero.
But I'm just helping you understand the understanding from the Islamic perspective.
All right. So, hand waves at a religious tradition is not evidence.
I did it. I'm not bringing. My point is there is.
Well, my question was to bring the evidence. Like, what evidence do you have? Do you have evidence? Like,
let's start. God exists.
Let's start with a really basic question. Do you have evidence that a God exists?
Yeah, I mean, there's like circumstantial evidence, but no definitive evidence. No.
What is it?
What circumstantial evidence?
Circumstantial evidence.
Like, what's a piece of circumstantial evidence that God exists?
You could point to like scientific miracles within the Quran.
No.
You can also
stories in a book. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't do that one. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I can just dismiss those as stories in a book.
But bearing in mind that witness testimony is
Yeah.
the worst kind of evidence, and at
Well,
best,
we don't know.
No, I mean,
We don't-
okay,
we
so
don't know
like
it's
in the
all-
Quran,
we don't know it's all-
when Allah describes like the
stories in a book.
Yeah, stories in a book in a
Yeah.
time where people did not understand these
So
things.
why am I going to care what the Quran says when I don't care what the Bible says, and so on and so forth? Like, I'm asking
So
for
when the Quran, so wait,
I'm asking for evidence. Like, for instance, Nobody on Fire. My claim is I have a dragon in my garage. Naturally, you'd want me to show you evidence, right?
Oh,
yeah, like some treasure or a throne that fits a dragon.
I love doing this.
Or a photo.
Yeah,
but
a
mostly
photo,
treasure.
video. I
think
can
they-
like maybe show you the garage and show you the dragon.
yeah, like you could show me like the audio recording and
Yeah.
then the treasure, and I'd be like, yeah, dragons
Yeah.
snore on top of treasure. That's
Yeah.
correct.
Now, if I were to say, well, Nobody on Fire, I have this old book that talks about dragons. Would that be evidence that I have a dragon in my garage?
Yeah, no. Let's see.
So I don't think so.
Yeah.
'Cause
So
I probably
Marco
learned about the dragons from that book.
So Marco, if you understand the dragon kind of thought experiment, you'll understand my objections with what you're saying.
Okay, so first, the first thing we have to establish is that do you acknowledge that the Quran, as we have it today, was that we have like that we can source that to around the time of the Prophet?
Does that apply to every Quran that's around today?
Let's say like the 99% majority.
So not every Quran.
I would suggest people go and Google this, but there's footage of Richard Dawkins going into a school, which is an academy in the UK. It was a Muslim academy where the chemistry teacher was busy telling Richard Dawkins that salt water and fresh water cannot be mixed together, because that's what it says in the Quran. So when it just
that would be a stupid claim to make.
Yeah, that guy sucks. Apparently.
Yeah. No, Allah was describing in the Quran was a place on the earth in which that happens, where you have two different bodies of water that do not mix.
Where is this?
This is in Surah Ar-Rahman. God says that there is.
No, where is it now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had somebody pop in the back. We've got Jacob. Oh shit! What's up, Jacob?
Unfortunately, this wasn't in an Islamic nation. This was an academy in the United Kingdom in Berlin.
What position? Have you been up here before, Jacob?
Yeah. Yes, I have. Yes.
Okay, cool. Are you Christian?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Gotcha. Cool. All right.
But to answer your question, Marco, I have no idea the answer to your question. But for the sake of argument, I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure. It's the Quran is traced back to about the time of quote unquote the Prophet.
Okay, yeah. So like when you have by the way, let me see, estuaries. This is what they call them. Where are these estuaries?
Oof, it's almost 3 a.m. I got about another 10 minutes in me that I gotta go.
Oh my god, stop, dude. What are you doing?
No, is that a kitty?
I just got him to get on the bed and then he jumped away and was like, "Rare."
Cat's like, give me attention. Human.
Cat's the most fickle mammals on the planet.
Oh man.
Like,
I got a 15-year-old Siamese, and as she gets older, she gets more and more needy.
Yeah. So you have so the example from the Quran that we were talking about, the scientist, right, is like these estuaries, right? They're all over the world: North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia. So I think that's what he was referring to. But regardless, so if you grant that the Quran was dated to the time of the Prophet, for example, you have these. Okay, so in Surah Al-Mu'minun, and we created man from an extract of clay, then we placed him as a nutfa, right, a drop in a secure lodging, then we made the drop into a alaqa, and then we made the alaqa into bones, and we clothed the bones with flesh.
Yeah, what's alaka?
Alaqa is a clot of blood.
Yeah, okay, so
literally that clings.
Biology.
Huh?
So
you have
So it's a creation myth.
Yeah, you just described an inconsistency with biology. We don't start out as a clot of blood.
Yeah, but also I think during the amino acids may well have first formed on like a clay substrate as well. Like that is so unbelievably tenuous to make that comparison with what was said in the.
So and he describes the alaqa as so the word alaqa is something that clings, right? So okay,
It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame this all-knowing God didn't use more specific language that's like more scientifically accurate.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, I understand that, but you're also talking about this being revealed to people who have no understanding.
Well, but
is it? Hold on. Is it within Allah's power to reveal it accurately to people in a way that they understand?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay, and he didn't do it.
That's exactly what he did.
No, because the verse.
Listen, look.
No, Marco, you listen. Okay. This scripture could be written better, but it's not.
Okay,
that's my point.
Right. So it was revealed in a way that it made that in a way to those people at that time with this understanding.
Could Allah have done a better job?
Yeah, Allah could have made it. Allah could have made the Quran in a way that someone who has the scientific knowledge that they have now it would match up exactly the way that you would want it.
You sense you have an idea of what I'm asking, but you're really trying to get around it. Could Allah have written this better?
Just answered
accurately. No, you modify what I was saying because you don't like what I'm actually saying. Could Allah have done this better? Could he have made this scientifically accurate, precise, no room for ambiguity or sloppy language or crappy interpretations, and still have the people back then understand? Could he do that?
No.
Oh. Okay. Allah can't do something.
The reason why that can't happen is because those people at that time didn't have this understanding.
So Allah could not do this. Allah could not do something.
No.
Allah
couldn't do something. The people of that time.
Allah could not do it.
Okay. If I were to travel back in time,
humans shackled Allah to this crappy scripture writing.
No.
Eric, if you could travel back in time and explain germ theory to people back then who had no idea,
I could do a much better job. Yeah, I could do it.
How would you do it?
Yeah, I would say, hey, we have these little organisms called germs, and these are so small you can't see it unless you have really special tools, which you aren't sophisticated enough to build it yet. But there's these germs that enter your body, and these germs can wreak havoc on the intricate balance that occurs within your body. And it's okay though, because built within your body are these other kind of like germs, but they're called white blood cells. And these white blood cells will fight off the germs and get rid of them. And in fact, they do this so efficiently that many of them die in the process, and that's what creates things like pus and infections. But it's okay. It's all built in your body to kind of take care of that and flush it out. Like, no problem.
Right.
I think anybody can understand that, right?
You just did it better than God did.
I think anybody could, yeah.
I mean, that's crazy, right? Because the whole point of the Quran, right, is to take these Arabs, right, and to make them into scientists. That's what the goal that God had, right there.
What?
Not to ensure that they don't.
What is that claim?
What is that?
Not that.
What is that?
Not
That
to
means
ensure
slow down again.
that they don't end up in hellfire. No.
The snowball. The snowball's forming. Nobody would get.
I told you.
The snowball's
I told
forming.
you.
Yeah. This is God's goal, right? He wanted to turn all the Arabs in the middle of the desert into lab coat wearing scientists.
It's
right?
God's goal for you to say wild shit.
Oh my God.
No, this is such a weird argumentation. Like,
well, Marco, you admitted that God can't do something.
I admitted
God could
what
not.
I admitted. No, what I admitted
God could
is,
not write
Okay.
his scripture better in a way that was more accurate, and the people back then could still understand. God couldn't do it.
Also, Marco, what you're doing is no different than what dozens of other religions do. Like Christianity, for example, you get Christians who claim that the Bible explains the expansion of the universe, and they refer to the verse which is that God stretched the stars over the sky like a giant tent. You know, like how far out of shape are we supposed to bend?
Why does
the
it have to
allegory?
do that? Though?
Yeah, I mean, like when, like the Big Bang Theory, and when God says that the universe.
Well, no, it
started with an explosion.
it doesn't refer to the Big Bang Theory. They're actually
No, I
referring.
know the Quran
to,
does.
What? Oh, what? How does it do that?
Yeah, how?
It says the beginning of creation was an explosion.
The Big Bang wasn't an explosion.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was a rapid expansion.
Which is what?
A rapid expansion.
Really? Wow.
An explosion.
Wait,
Hold on.
If you have a grenade and you pull the pin, and then you let
Marco,
it go, what happens to the contents of that
You
grenade?
can't be doing
Marco,
this to me, dude.
An explosion occurs within space-time. The Big Bang was the expansion of space-time itself.
Yeah.
Fundamentally different things.
Marco, you understand? Like, but draw a grid on a balloon, a flaccid balloon, and blow the balloon up. Right?
Yeah.
That is the expansion of the universe. Pulling the pin on a grenade is a chemical reaction.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not the same thing.
Again.
Is the conclusion the same? Does
No. It's not. It's not.
The balloon, right? What
not the
happens
same.
to the
Don't do
balloon
this.
as you
Don't do
blow
this.
air into it? What happens to it?
Not this. Don't do this.
No, listen. What happens to the balloon as you blow air into it? Can we answer my question?
You don't want to do this, Marco.
Okay. What
you
is
don't
the
want to do this.
question? What is?
Hold on. What happens to the balloon when you blow air into it?
It flies away.
It
After you let it
expands,
go, right?
correct? It expands, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, but you understand that this.
And then what happens to the content of a grenade when it explodes? What happens?
Okay, what is that?
Do they separate from each other the same way that the balloon does?
There is a difference between individual particles expanding into the available space and the space itself expanding. That is you have fundamentally failed to.
Which one? Hold on. Which one matches better?
He doesn't understand.
No, I understand completely. Okay. Which one matches better what is happening in the universe? Right? A grenade exploding or the balloon?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Imagine a balloon. Imagine a balloon that has no hole and it's expanding. That's the correct analogy.
There you go.
So is it a closed system or is it open? Or do you not know?
Marco, my 10-year-old daughter is going to start learning this rudimentary physics like next year, and it has somehow sailed you by.
I would look into A Briefer History of Time by Stephen Hawking.
The reason I said there's no hole is because we don't know if there's an outward influence, but we know that it is possible that there isn't an outward influence, and that means that space is just expanding, and that's okay.
Okay.
We don't know there's breath coming in. We don't know that.
So right. So I get your argument. Your whole argument is, hey man, these things are very ambiguous. It's not exactly precisely. I understand. I get what you're doing, right? Okay. So let's go to something like more specific, right? In the Quran, right, when God says that he created different things, right? he says وَخَلَقْنَا, which means we created this and we created that and we created this, right? When he talks about hadith or iron, right? What word does Allah use? He says وَأَنزَلْنَا, and we brought down the iron.
Oh, I talked about this with a deconverting Muslim on the line a few months ago.
Okay, and
yeah, you know where that comes from?
Where?
Meteorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, a majority of meteorites are iron, and we've been discovering meteorites long before the Quran was written. This was known.
Right, but is iron...
So whoever wrote the Quran knew about previous meteorites that fell. I think the earliest one was in China like 3,000 years ago. Knew about this, and then incorporated that into the creation, the myth of this in the Quran.
So
very simple.
So the Muslims knew that the only way that iron can be on the earth is via meteor.
No, I didn't say that.
That is not the case.
Iron falls from the skies.
Right, exactly.
Iron falls from the skies in the form of meteorites. This was known to the writers of the Quran.
Right.
This was known.
Yes.
Right.
This is ancient knowledge, far more ancient than your religion.
So what this doesn't mean, though, is that the Quran or anyone at the time was justified in thinking that there was only iron from the sky. It still existed as part of Earth as well. So if you're going to say that like iron can only come from meteorites, that's just not the case.
Okay.
So the scientific fact of the Quran, sure, iron comes from the sky. That's a scientific fact. That's not divinely inspired.
Why is that not divinely inspired?
Because it was already known by mankind. We have
I understand.
We have records of this.
Yeah, known by mankind. But how do you know that Prophet Muhammad didn't know that? You just made a claim. Can you prove
Because I'm going with the most reasonable explanation, and that is whoever wrote the Quran, Muhammad, the people he dictated to, whatever, they knew. That is the most reasonable explanation, other than God divinely inspired this information that mankind already knew, but Muhammad didn't know, and that's why it's still divinely inspired. Like, this is silly.
Yeah. But can you prove that?
Prove what?
Prove what? That man knew about iron falling from the sky?
No, that Muhammad knew that.
I said it's the most reasonable explanation. I can't prove it or not prove it.
Okay,
it's the most reasonable explanation.
Okay.
Yeah, is your question, can he prove that he decided he knew that from a reason that's not God? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah. He's trying to establish that Muhammad, in fact, did not know, and Allah inspired Muhammad to know.
No, I'm just asking.
Despite the fact that everyone, despite the fact that this was a well-known fact in the world at the time.
No, I understand.
Okay.
The point that I'm making is that the burden, right? The burden on the one who's making the argument so far has been that you have to prove it. And every time I've said, every time I've said something, you guys have asked me to prove it. But it seems here that you are arguing against what I said, and you're not able to prove your claim.
But Marco,
listen to me.
Yeah, necessarily. If God exists, God.
No. Hold on. Okay, so look, Eric just gave you his inductive case of why this is probably not the case, or probably the case. I can't even remember what it is. Yeah. But then your response to him was, "Can you prove that?" And now I'm confused because he gave you a reason to believe something, and it has a probability of being correct.
Right.
And then your response was, "Can you prove that?" When you say that, are you demanding 100% certainty? Because then you're not responding to him.
No. Yeah, I understand that. My point. Okay, your whole point. When you what you just said right there is this same exact argument that I can say about God, right?
I don't know what you're doing, dude. I asked you a question. Are you
I understand what you're
100% certainty from him or not?
Obviously, nobody. I get where you're going, but I don't think Marco was asking for a mathematical proof. Like, I think he was using the word more colloquially.
Well, then we got to know what prove means.
Uh-oh.
So, what does it mean?
Pull out the dictionary.
No, how are you using it?
How are you using the word?
Certain
I was
people will
asking
say
for empirical evidence. Empirical evidence that is not circumstantial.
Wait, and it was.
I don't think you understand what circumstantial means, but in fact, I was wrong here. The oldest known artifacts fashioned from iron meteorites is 5,000 years ago in Egypt, 3,200 BCE.
Oh, I thought it was the Inuits actually.
That's remarkable.
So it's a long time ago that we knew that iron came from the sky.
Yeah, there's a
So
funny
now,
story about
Marco is asserting that Muhammad was divinely inspired with this knowledge in 600 AD, and I'm bringing the fact that mankind has known about this for thousands of years prior, and it is more likely that the writer of the Quran knew this information because this is, at this point, even at the point that the Quran was written, this is ancient knowledge. It is far more likely, far more reasonable, far more plausible that the writer of the Quran knew this information through that source.
Yeah,
more plausible than Marco's explanation that Allah. Hold on, more plausible that Allah, more plausible than the idea that Allah granted this information. And Marco's response is, "Can I prove it?"
I mean, look, let me put it this way.
Just
Marco.
like it's far more plausible that everything we have around us and the entire universe, right, has a cause, right?
Wow, you're really going down to right field now. We're talking about a specific, like, here's the thing. Like now that Marco has understood his absurd ask and understood that I've given a more reasonable explanation for why the Quran mentions iron from the sky, he now has to bring the scope of the discussion to the universe and how it got here.
Yeah.
Because he can't deal with the fact in front of him. He now has to retreat to a larger subject so he can muddy the waters and escape from this.
Right. Marco, if you were to flip to the page of the Quran or any religious document that was written thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago that dealt with the detailed explanation of quantum field theory or electron tunneling, you would have our fucking undivided attention. But when it is these banal observations that were made, that were easily known to the people of the time when these books were written, it's just a fucking waste of time.
Well, we still don't understand quantum mechanics, and that's irrelevant because it doesn't need to.
You understand you understand the point that I'm making, though. Like, we need some specificity here.
Yeah.
Specificity that you're dealing with.
No. Listen. This is okay. So when I bring up, for example, by the way, as a Muslim, right, I know better than to try to simply prove Islam via scientific miracles that are found within the Quran, right? I started this
stories in a book. Go ahead.
Right. So this is if you guys recall the conversation and how it's gone, right? From the beginning, you asked me, "Is there proof of God?"
Evidence. Right? Asking for evidence.
Yeah. Evidence of God. And what did I say to that? I said no, right? And I tried to explain to you the reason why that is. Okay. So then.
Well, you said, to be specific, you said there's circumstantial evidence, and then we asked you, okay, what's a piece of circumstantial evidence, and then you started going to the Quran.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. So, and you're saying I'm using the word circumstantial wrong? If you could enlighten me.
Yeah, circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, which can point to multiple things, but it can support the conclusion, but it also supports other conclusions. For instance, in a court case, if nobody is on fire is on trial for murdering Taco, and the murder weapon was a specific brand of knife, and nobody owns a set of those knives, that's circumstantial evidence that nobody on fire did the murder, but it's not direct evidence that he did the murder. That's circumstantial evidence.
I think my understanding of
there's a preponderance
that word is correct.
Doubt.
So when you say circumstantial evidence, you're literally saying, well, there's things that I can point to that is evidence of my God existing, but those things also point to other explanations of God not existing. So, or other explanations, like, for instance, saying that the Quran,
meaning it's not conclusive, right?
Yeah, it's not conclusive. It's not direct.
Well, it's saying that it does point to that it is in support of that explanation, and it's not in support of that explanation. It's just a possible explanation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. Right. And that's
So
my
it's,
point.
so it's not
whether
it's
it's
not correct that it
exclusatory or
is
not.
circumstantial evidence. It doesn't even meet the standard of circumstantial.
I don't know about that.
Look, a piece of, like if something a piece of evidence like it needs to for something to be like a beyond a reasonable doubt standard, it needs to be mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive. So, for example, a piece of evidence would need to, if somebody's committed a crime, the beyond a reasonable doubt standard would be a piece of evidence or a collection of evidence that demonstrates that person A committed the crime and also excludes everybody else.
That's a good way
piece
to
of
put
evidence could demonstrate that person A committed the crime, but it wouldn't necessarily be exclusionary to everybody else.
Yeah.
Right. So
This is not exactly what beyond a reasonable doubt. But regardless, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you appeal to the Quran talking about, iron falling from the sky, right? You say that's evidence that this is divinely inspired, and I say, well, that's evidence that they already knew this because this was a well-known fact already.
Okay.
So then, at that point, then this is not evidence for a god. This is just evidence for what I'm saying.
No, it's evidence. It's evidence that like he seems to get. My point is that look, if I want to go to the Quran and open it up and say, hey, look, there's this scientific accuracy, and there's this scientific accuracy, and there is this scientific accuracy. Therefore, this proves that Allah exists. No, that would be naive, right?
Then why are we doing it?
Because from the get go,
I asked for circumstantial evidence. I asked for circumstantial evidence, and then you started doing exactly what you just said does not provide evidence for Allah.
No, it's not.
So why are we doing
proof.
this?
It's not conclusive proof.
Do you have? You
don't
have.
For you to be consistent right now, right? You would have to ignore or act like you didn't hear what I said from the beginning.
What?
Which is that I said that you cannot prove Allah, and then I explained to you this is the reason why.
If you cannot prove Allah, then why believe?
Well, I mean, what Pascal's wager, right?
Oof, really? You really retreating there?
No, I'm just
I'll give you one opportunity to back away from Pascal's wager.
I mean, you wanted a reason. I didn't say that was my reason.
I wanted a good reason, not a shit reason.
Okay. Yeah, that was a joke, but I mean, anyways.
Okay, what's your reason?
So what I would say the biggest evidence that I have personally. Okay, this might not be.
So we're going back to evidence now. You said there was no evidence.
No. I'm saying the most compelling.
Evidence, and then you started talking about reasons, and now you're going back to evidence. Give me the reason.
Yeah. So
to believe.
I would say, like I said, the evidence that is most compelling to me. It might not be most compelling to you. Okay, but I would say that it is the way of life that Allah has prescribed for the Quran and the Hadith. I would say that based on.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you what is the evidence that your God exists, and you said is the way of life as created by my God.
That's not what
circular.
You did. That's not what you said. Actually, what you
said. I asked you for evidence.
You said why believe, and I'm telling you.
I asked you for evidence. I asked you for evidence, and then you said reason. So it's okay. What's the reason? And now you're giving me the reason why you believe. But the reason you believe is that it's the way of life as dictated by your God. That's what I'm asking you. What the reason is for? You can't use it's circular. You're using the exact same thing that I'm asking you about. It's like saying why do you think that I don't know, why do you think that OJ is guilty? And you're saying, oh, because OJ is guilty. Like that's not a reason why. That's restating the claim.
What? No. What I'm saying to you is the way of life that Allah has prescribed. I see, for example, as being the most wise way to live. Okay, and what it does. Hold on. Okay. Can I finish what I'm saying, and then you can tell me what I'm saying?
I feel like you should let me slow you down, but okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I feel like
the snowball's rolling.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Buckle up.
Yeah. Exactly. Avalanche.
It's beneficial for me to be a Muslim because everybody around me is a Muslim. It's basically
it's great. It's great to be a male Muslim.
Actually, I actually lived most of my life being surrounded by non-Muslims, but
Oh, that sucks, bro.
yeah, no, it was cool. Like I
I'm just
said,
kidding.
this is exactly
Oh,
why the religion is so compelling to me. So because I watched other people's way of life and I saw the
Bro.
flaws. But anyways,
Are we on the slow down train now? Can I
Yeah.
interject now?
yeah, no, hold on. So yeah, so as from my personal like testimony, from my like what I personally witnessed in my life is that everything that Allah has prescribed in terms of the way you should live your life, the actions that you should do, the actions that you should stay away from, the guidance within the Quran is so compelling, because when you look at the people who deviate from exactly what the Quran prescribes, you see them falling into so many problems. There's so many
I'm not.
issues. Yeah, you think so?
I don't live by the
No problem.
Quran, and my life's really good.
Yeah, no problem. But first off, the rules that society should live by should be the best for the most, right?
I swear, if nobody's camera was on right now, he would look like a terrified driving instructor in a dual control vehicle, just mashing his foot into the brake pedal as hard as he possibly fucking can. He's been trying to help you out, Marco, but he just.
So Marco, you look around you and you go, my life is the best way to live.
Yeah.
And because my life came from listening to what's in the Quran, therefore God exists. Is that what you're basically saying?
No, what I'm saying is Allah has given me guidance, and when I follow that guidance, I seem to have the most.
Where does that guidance come from?
From the Quran.
Okay,
so when I follow the guidance from the Quran, right?
You're doing
my life.
You're repeating back to me what I just asked, what I just said to you, just in different words. But go ahead.
Okay.
You looked at. I mean, I'll say it again.
Are you sitting here asking me the same question over and over again that I've already answered? And you
no. I'm trying to get to.
You haven't proved God. Hold on. Has he answered this question?
I'm trying to get to the reason. Wow.
God cannot be proven, right?
You're crashing out. You're crashing out there, buddy. Take a breath.
I'm not crashing out. It's just like you
take a breath, buddy. Have a Snickers bar.
Just let him re-ask. Just let him re-ask.
Have a Snickers bar and listen to what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
From what I'm gathering is your response was that you look around and you've seen how other people live, and you say, wow, my way of life is better. My way of life comes from listening to what's written in the Quran.
Yeah.
I think the Quran was written by Allah or inspired by Allah, and therefore Allah is real.
Yeah, because who knows his creation better than the creator, right?
Okay. Is it possible for somebody to write a book that's full of advice that you really appreciate, and that book not be inspired by a God?
Yeah, absolutely possible.
Okay. So that's not really then a good reason to think that the book was inspired by God.
Really?
Yeah. You just said so.
I don't think that's what I said.
What did I ask you? What was the question I asked you that you immediately answered me? What's the question I asked you?
You said, is the fact that, is it possible, right, that someone could write a book and in that book give you really good advice to follow for your life? And then I said, and it not come from God.
That's right.
And I said, yes, it is possible.
Okay. So how do you know that that's not applicable to the Quran?
Yeah. See, again, you understand that all you're doing is you're asking the same question and you're just changing the way you're asking.
I asked you.
How do I know, right? Which is, can you prove God?
You gave me a reason. Right? You gave me a reason, and now we're testing that reason.
Yeah.
I asked you a question. I asked you if another book could do this for you and not be from God, and you said yes.
Yes, it's possible,
and I'm asking you, okay, how do we know that the Quran is not such a book?
Yeah. What methodology have you used?
You don't know
to discern that.
Then why believe?
Do you exactly see? And again, it goes back. You're asking the same question over and over again. You're just saying
why add on the Allah part? Why can't you just look at the Quran and go, you know what? There's some stuff in this book that I really like. I'm going to live by it. Fine, go ahead. All the power to you. But that extra step you're taking of, oh, and by the way, God inspired this book. Why take that extra step when it's not justified and not supported?
Okay. How about this? why, and I answered your question already like 100 times, so I'm not going to do it again. Okay.
I
So
don't think you did, but whatever. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So let me ask you a question. You don't believe in God, right?
No.
Okay. So why do you believe what you believe in terms of your morality?
Why do I believe what I believe
Oh.
in terms of my morality?
Yeah. Why do you believe what you believe?
Like do you have something specific? That's
What kind
very...
of yeah. What beliefs do you hold to be more? What things do you see in life that you deem to be morally good, and what things do you see in life to be morally bad?
Morally good things in life are things that get me closer to the goals that I want to see.
Uh-huh.
And bad things in life are the ones that get us further away from the goals that I want to see.
Okay. So
For instance, I'll give
yeah.
you a concrete example.
Mhm.
I think a good goal to strive towards is human flourishing. So when I see something like socialized healthcare, where everyone gets the healthcare they need, I go, that's a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why? Why is it a good thing that
Because it gets us closer to the goals I want to see accomplished. That's why it's a good thing.
No, I understand. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But why is it important that you accomplish your goals?
Why is it important? Because they'll make the world a more comfortable place for me to live and comfortable for everyone around me.
Those are your goals, though, right?
It positively affects well-being.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So what other moral values do you have outside of just accomplishing your goals?
No, the goals inform the morality. The goals, accomplishing goals is not part of the morality. The goals inform the morality.
Okay.
So
if someone had goals, for example, to eliminate a certain group of people off of the earth, okay, and he has the same
Marco
exact.
got a 2-minute mute from Jessica. Thank you so much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica.
But generation rules are in effect.
I know exactly what you're about to ask, so I'll go ahead and just answer it. So if you had a certain person who wanted to eliminate another group, they're going to say, okay, these are my goals. Actions which get me closer to those goals are good. So I'm going to do this and that and all that. But the funny thing about that is that the rest of us can get together and go, no, wait, that's bad. And we can like fight against it. We can say, no, that's not indeed good. That's actually a bad thing. So goals are subjectively chosen. Like absolutely, goals are subjectively chosen based on preferences. But once you start evaluating what gets you closer or further away from those goals, now you're into objective. You're in the objective part of the moral system.
Yeah, once you've determined what your goal is, you can make an objective claim about how best to achieve the goal. But the goal itself is subjective.
But Marco, I'm gonna guess that Marco's really not gonna like that answer because he wants absolute certainty. He wants an objective moral system, and he doesn't like the idea that a morality is actually subjective.
Well, we can be absolutely certain that the goal of well-being is inherently harmed by the goal of genocide. Those are goals that are incompatible inherently, right?
Yeah.
And Jessica says, if Marco interrupts someone mid-sentence, mute him. That's a great point, Jessica. Will do.
Yeah. And it probably could be argued, too, that if a person says, oh, eliminating this ethnic group is a good thing, it actually might not indeed be a good thing for that person because, like, for instance, the mustache man back in the 40s, it wasn't a good thing for him. He tried to pursue those goals and bad things happened to him. So,
he ended up married to Eva Braun. I mean,
oof. Allegedly, Ian. So I'll gladly say that my morality is based on subjectively chosen goals, and then actions are objectively evaluated whether we're meeting those goals or not, and I'm fine with that. Allegedly, Ian actually has an interesting. Allegedly, Ian actually has an interesting take on objective secular morality.
And once again, Jessica said, if Marco interrupts someone mid-sentence, mute him.
Oof. Careful, Marco.
Isn't he? No, he's an objectivist.
Yeah, he's an objective. I think he's a moral realist, and
he's a Goworthian.
Yeah, he has an interesting take on how morality is objective, and I haven't listened to it enough to really fully understand it, but I want to go back and really listen.
It's from a book. It's from two books. A book called Reason and Morality by Alan Gaworth, and then the Dialectic Necessity of Morality by something I forget.
I think it's something along the lines of I value my autonomy and agency, and if I to value my autonomy and agency, I have to value others, because if I don't value others, I'm not valuing mine. and that's self-defeating.
Are you an emotivist?
Said
Your friend with subjective
Okay,
morality?
are you an emotivist? You think you derive your values from emotions? Because I mean, I tend to in that direction.
Yeah, I definitely think emotions are involved. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's interesting when you see these conversations with people who want to ground morality in like objectivity, but morality is the product of minds. It cannot, like, I don't think it, like, the things that we value are products of minds. There are no values if there aren't minds. Like, they have to be subject. Values have to be subject.
Just to be clear,
Are they wrong?
You're slightly begging the question right now. Because
are some actions wrong?
You're saying it has to be a product of mind, but the thing that allegedly Ian is talking about is that it's based on the prerequisites of what it means to be an agent. So it would be the rules start before you even have a stance. Basically, is like Gaworth's argument.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it to really comment much further on it. All I know is that's what he says, and it sounds intriguing. I'm gonna look into it more.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
Anyway, Marco, did you hear my answer? Hopefully, I think I anticipated what you're going to ask and answered it, but if not, go ahead.
Yeah, you did, and just for the sake of argument, from the super chat from Jessica. So if I interrupt somebody and they're not exactly in the middle of their sentence, do I still get muted? If it's on the tail end of the cover.
So I will let the interlocutor decide. So to be fair, I think these guys are all going to be reasonable with
what's
it.
What's the word?
So if you jump in and ask for clarification or something, I'm sure they'll be cool with it. But if you jump in and say like insane shit, they're probably going to say no.